promote in our province. Very often we appeal to intelligent specialties which have also been defined for our province. Let me tell you, it's medicine, IT technologies, energy sector, creative industry, the so-called emerging industry. So these are the directions of operations that we want to, which we want to replace gradually the traditional image of Silesia as high emission sector. Our province for a long time has been changing their image, and this is visible. And you, if you live here or if you stay or arrive to this conference, if you're not Silesian, you can tell that the province is changing, but still a very important element of the economy of our province is the high emission industry sector, including the mining sector. The statistics say that 74,000 people are still employed in the mining sector, and there are still ongoing debates on what number of people depend on this sector. Is it as consulting companies claim, and on the basis of their research, about 120,000 people who work for the mining-related companies, or is it a number that is rather close to 400,000, as some research by the Province Employment Office says? It depends on how we define those who depend on the mining sector. Then we will come to a number which, like in quantum physics, it's just an assumption, but they are huge digits and we need to approach them seriously. And in my attempts to create a plan for just transition, undertaking an attempt to define what just transition is, because we are aware of the fact that for every environment, this term will mean something else for employers, for entrepreneurs, for local government authorities. Everybody perceives this potential through their own perspective. So in order to define, or the attempt to define, we had to take like a comprehensive approach, and so we did. As I have already mentioned, the Green Silesia, we based this Just Transition plan on those assumptions which feature in the strategy with reference to the development directions which we have indicated there and which we deem as the most promising for the Silesian province. As we wish to add the social aspect to the document by referring to one of the first slides, so Just Transition could have this strong social element, because just let me add that we defund the Just Transition Fund as a fund which is to serve mitigating the hazards which are mainly of a social nature, and which will emerge at those places which will be subject to a rather strict transition. And I'm talking mainly about barrows and highly mining industry involved areas. So in order to give it a social nature and character, in the period from autumn 2020 until 2021, we conducted a series of workshops, debates, consultations. Today, when I was drinking juice, I met one of the participants of our debates. It turns out that there were events which echoed, and to us they were a source of some significant local information. Because one source is research reports, and another important source is a meeting face-to-face. And since it was a situation of our COVID pandemic, so we had to have online meetings, which has reduced the intensity of the contact. But we did manage to see each other and communicate, and the ability to hear individual opinions which pinpointed certain aspects that should be adopted in these documents. And, well, we found that particularly important because we also faced the unknown, and, we didn't know the shape of the document and what areas and what aspects should be considered and what should deserve particular attention. And those opinions that we received from various representatives of the circles that we met in that period of time allowed us to detail down this document. Eventually, we had an attempt to subdivide this Just Transition Fund, which was awarded to our province. And here I should mention that this is the biggest coal region in Europe, in the EU. This is the biggest challenge for the EU when it comes to transition, because nowhere is there such a accumulation of transition challenges as we're facing. In order to just order this approach, we subdivided this area of interventions which we assume for the Just Transition Fund. We divided it into 3 subject areas. The first one has been named economy, the second one environment, and the third one society. We shouldn't get too attached to this naming because they are a form of a direction, but a typical feature of the Just Transition Fund is its flexibility. I've not mentioned that, and maybe I should have. Maybe you know the funds such as European Social Funds or European Regional Development Fund. The first one is soft intervention for training and development sectors, and the second one, regional development, deals with hard investments such as infrastructure. And there is like a visible subdivision into interventions in Just Transition Funds. We have huge freedom to include operations. We can combine infrastructural and soft operations as per the needs which are defined in the territorial fund of Just Transition. So now on the screen we see how we more or less allocate our funds to those individual groups. So the first one, measurable aspect of transition, is we see to what extent the just aspect of this transition is for the societies, like the indicator is 300, how much it goes to environment and to economy. Each area is divided into really clearly cut out directions of operations. Let me just tell you, I don't want to tell you too much, but just quickly give you an outline of each of those areas, because this is the essence of the territorial plan of Just Transition. When it comes to economy, we have, as you can tell, A1, A2, A3. So there are 3 areas that we want to emphasize. The first one is innovations. Any diagnosis that we have conducted for quite a while now show that innovations in our province is very low. Unfortunately, we lose out to most of the provinces in Poland. So we've decided that this is an incredible opportunity, that with the use of those funds, which exceed 2 billion euros for the Just Transition Fund, so those funds could be devoted to the areas where we think we are a bit weaker, where we feel the pressure from other countries and other regions. One of those areas is innovations. Most of the funds of this month is devoted to innovation infrastructure, innovation and research. Infrastructure, creating new research development centers, and also financing scientific research programs which are conducted by those institutions. So that's the first one. This slide shows the description of such an approach. The next area, which is strictly economy involved. This is a circular economy with all those aspects that affect the profitability with regards to efficiency of production. Being aware of the fact that transition is going to involve disrupting certain value chains, we'll have a situation where we will need to restore and create new connection points. So we want to invest in enterprises so they, with the help of this fund, would be able to change the operation profile in order to increase the competences of the employees, so they could seek new products and new sales markets in connection with the circular economy and energy efficiency, in order to implement the environmental objectives, which in the context of savings and a better use of material or recovering materials bears a very significant and deep economic dimension. We also have something which we call mining region efficiency. We also will try to invest in business surroundings. We will try to create solutions and infrastructural and advisory options, trainings, workshops for SMEs. This is an attempt, as we did in the previous perspective, investment in SMEs, in terms of the change of their business profile, which are related to the COVID protection programs, where you could get help for a company by getting EU financing. Now let's get to the second area, which we call environment. And here we have two fields of our focus. The first one is investment in post-industrial, post-mining areas. We don't really know the surface of those in our region. We don't even know how many of those there are in Poland. So for quite a while we've had a very interesting initiative of the Main Mining Institute GIG. This is a project with the second edition, and the third one is about to start. It is an attempt to define it as we define Just Transition. Main Mining Institute tries to define those post-mining and post-industrial areas. We want to have information which will allow us create interest Now, most of those regions are not defined when it comes to the toxicology or infrastructural content or safety of use. And the Main Mining Institute undertakes to perform that task. So we would like those areas which have already been defined or they are in the hands of local authorities, local governments. So we want to develop those areas with the use of those funds for economic, educational, or social purposes. Many boroughs and municipalities, like regional or sub-regional authorities, suggested that the problem of those areas being in the centers of boroughs or municipalities is a development issue, because in some instances the boroughs and municipalities, when they search new ideas how to function and thinking about further development, they are forced to overcome the barrier to take over those areas and manage them somehow. This fund, or this part of the fund, is going to help us think about it in a realistic manner. The second area, it's the other way around here in this presentation. I'll just tell you because I remember that. The second area is supporting dispersed energy. Also, in terms of brownfields or post-mining areas, they are an obvious choice when we think about RES infrastructure, which sometimes requires huge areas. So we have undeveloped areas which could serve for that purpose. So under that fund, we will be able to invest in RES infrastructure, all sorts of auxiliary infrastructure, which is energy, storing and transfer of energy as well could be included. What's very important is prosumer approach or dispersed energy generation. The third is society, and it focuses on two main elements, and that involves all forms of education, which means professional requalification. So we will talk about promoting operations such as upskilling, which is improving the employee competence, or reskilling, which involves changing the professional competence. Those two approaches also involve a notion of redeployment. This will also be a main idea, and this approach of redeployment makes it available for the employer, which is new, to use the support to adjust their own employees to their qualification needs. The employer doesn't have to fire or doesn't need to announce that they're in liquidation, but they can prevent the need to make employees redundant through financing to train them when they stay and just remain at their his or her employees. Apart from that, there will also be a range of operations involving the labor market, and it's not just on behalf of the employer, but also those who participate as users. They could use individual training or to change their professional life. business activity subsidies would also be available, so they could become entrepreneurs. Such operations, or this type of operations, usually involves really expansive advisory services. We will also have an opportunity to use that. We are aware of the fact that advisory and counseling is a key to success, especially in those areas such as the labor market. The third area within this component of society will also have inclusive operations which accompany the educational employment issues. There will also be operations directed at local communities or employee families, creation of a cohesion and new identity around this new reality that's being formed, so we could maintain what's best from the past. Such operations which function as adhesive elements within the society, because during the time of social tension, it's very easy to break their social bonding. There is also this component which will allow us put together all those operations through promotion, through research, creating analysis reports. You'll also see that we will emphasize that those who support or implement this transition, so they also have access to the knowledge required to education, to improving their qualification, and to run projects which will be aimed at diagnosing the situation and summing it up, and potential changes for correcting the transition direction itself. Because as you have notice, we spoke about transition a different way a year ago. We talk about in a different manner now, because creating such developmental concepts bears the risk of changes in the environment, in the circles. Now we have huge impact on the environment of our circles, of on what decisions we make. Present, we believe that even though the energy transition at this moment is in the reverse gear, but this direction has been marked out quite a while ago, and we are going to head in that way. Of course, we will try avoid the icebergs, and we want the transition to be as just as possible for all the circles that will deal with it. Thank you very much. I'm available in the lobby if you want to ask any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. As you may remember, yesterday Professor Drobniak discussed all the regions, and today I'm very happy that we could hear this presentation, and what has been said today is very important for us. And we strongly believe in the citizenship energy, because the determination at this local stage is that strong that even untypical projects are being implemented. And if you please, I would like to welcome very special guests, and I'm very happy that they have joined us. In the first place, I would like to welcome our next presenter, the head of the Ochotnica province, Ochotnica Dolna. I think we have just interfered with your holiday, and we also have some guests from Lubelszczyzna who have joined us, and the head of Łęczna, Mr. Leszek Włodarski. And I think the Mr. Spiritus Movens of this activity and head of Cyców commune, Mr. Tsuwa, because I'm mentioning them because I need to make sure that the activities that we are going to take together, that they are realistic and that they will make part of these programs that have been mentioned here. And one thing we can emphasize that we should have enough funds for these activities. And even yesterday, it was mentioned that once we have the projects, we calculate them well, then the funds will be there. So let me invite the head of the commune here to words of some introduction. Why should we discuss and meet? I'm sorry, I didn't know what the Ochotnica commune was involved in, but Mr. Professor Tokarski mentioned to me, invite them, and you will see what they have performed. We wanted to find out a bit more about this project that we will just hear about, and this is kind of a representation that will introduce us into the further panel discussion. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tadeusz Kruczyk. I'm the head of the Ochotnica Dolna commune, and I must say that I was very happy to take a break in my holiday and be able to meet you. From my perspective, it is the most beautiful commune in Polska. It is in Małopolska, in Gorce. It is very well known from the fact that sextuplets were born here. And beautiful landscapes. You are all very welcome and visit us. And now we are the heart of Gorce. We also would like to be the brain of Gorce. And we pay close attention to some energy projects. And I started the energy transformation about 3 years ago. And our cluster is called Virtual Green Power Plant Ochotnica. And this is the whole surroundings that is included in that project. And I'm going to provide some more information that can help you develop this kind of projects in your areas. And same as Ochotnica Dolna is the longest village in Poland. And actually, it narrows down to one commune. Incredibly important role has played the center of power of AGH, the mining academy in Kraków. And I must say, anything good that has happened over there in my commune is thanks to this university. Mainly Mr. Professor Zbigniew Hanzelka, whom I met as the first important person during my term of office. And we managed to install 726 photovoltaic systems, but these were single-phase systems. But then it happened that we had to solve this problem, and that's why I decided to meet the professor. Then we closely cooperate with Tauron. And I need to emphasize that we are constructing our cluster based on a partnership. I do not believe in clusters that are constructed against anyone. We cooperate closely with Tauron. It's a very good cooperation. I'm going to talk more about some projects. Then we have the Smart Energy Lab, but actually it's a combination of a few companies and people who specialize in energy. The problem of Poland is that in the local governments, there are very few people who are skilled and have their knowledge, expertise in terms of energy. Energy becomes a strategic cost for local governments. Actually, what is necessary is it takes a lot of time and preparation and inventory before we kick off with any project. That's why at the beginning, all the analytical work with specialists and support from specialists, that's what we need to base on. False data will provide false results. They need to be efficient and profitable. Also, Attendee Industries is another company that we work with. We've got 13 local entrepreneurs and 846 people, plus 300 more citizens of our commune. Grants and pilot programs. It has become a huge polygon that we are testing a micro-scale solutions, and then they can be upscaled in other locations. This is, again, thanks to wonderful cooperation with the Academy of Mining in Kraków. Without going into details, if someone is interested, we are open for work-in visits and any contact to talk more about our projects. The first one, negative impact on photovoltaic installations on the power network. We are talking still about the single-phase systems. A few devices have been tested and equipment. The next grant was installation of energy storage, again to be discussed later on. And finally, a very important grant for us and a research project together with Academy of Mining and Tender, production and sale of energy coming from the PV installation. And the next grant, consultations were one of the 4 clusters that the Ministry of Development and Technology were consulted assumptions for the KPO program. And now the ongoing project is cooperatives, power cooperatives. It will be the first one in Podhale region. What do we have?
Jedna farma fotowoltaiczna około 200 kWp.
One photovoltaic.
Montowanych jako samorząd mamy 202.
We have 2 sources of 202. Then we've got 846 prosumer installations of 2 kilowatt peaks with the single-phase inverters and around 300 prosumer installations of 3 kilowatt peak and higher. And that's very important that since the time of the first project, then 300 of our citizens invested their own means for their own installations. We have everything our own. We have our own lighting. We can upgrade it as we please. It's up to us how we upgrade it, how we modernize it. We've got also our own water treatment plant. What are our objectives? Of course, lowering the costs of heat and electrical energy, then balancing of energy consumption of many units within the cluster. And here we're waiting for legal solutions that will enable the operation of the cluster at its full scope. Because so far the clusters have been operating mainly on paper, and now modern IT tools for balancing power. Previously, when I was an entrepreneur, I came across such a principle, which I like very much. If you do not measure, you cannot manage. So sources is one thing, then usages is another thing, but also calculating it all is at the foot of the profitability. And one thing I can recommend to all of my local government representative friends, it makes perfect sense to, at the very beginning, to audit the currently functioning system of the current power system of purchase and usage of power. This kind of job that can be done at your desk, however, by specialists. For us, after changing the tariffs, because it's all about the right model. For us, it meant savings at the level of 10%. The job was done within 3 weeks, and the cost of this job was nothing. It was 5,000 zloty for the analysis, and do believe me that the larger the unit, the larger the potential of savings. Without going into details, in 20 points, in 20 buildings, we found the saving at the level of 500,000 per year, zloty per year, just through changing the tariffs. How do we construct our cluster? What's very important is after the 3 years of analysis,
że najbardziej sprawdzają się układy
that hybrid systems make the best sense. So we cannot narrow our activities to just one resource. We need to assess our potential deeply. First, necessarily, once we are at the beginning of constructing any cluster, be it one commune or a group of communes, we need to take a perfect inventory. What do we have on the side of production capacities? What can be optimized? What are the chances ahead of us in terms of energy production? And we need to take the inventory where the demand is. This is the key, because each cluster is different. My cluster is completely different than all the other clusters. It's just an example. From our analysis, we can see that the options we have are as follows. First of all, the PV, obviously, installations, we've got the sources, and then 300 we have got already designed. Design again.
I zrobienie dobrych projektów.
Moment there will be money coming. Good projects can't be made within a month or two. Secondly, another crucial element is biogas. It's power or energy storages and cogeneration. Now details.
Instalacje PV,
PV systems, we've got installed 222, 300 still on the way, and the total demand is around 1 gigawatt. Prosument 726 installations, it's not 846, but 726, because they're able to produce as well into the network. All the other ones are typically off-grid, and 300 systems, 3 kilowatt peaks. If we add this all together, we can see quite a large power production power of PV. Then energy storages, super important. And thanks to our cooperation with all the mentioned before bodies, we installed the first innovative power storage, which aimed at solving the problem of disconnecting photovoltaic systems, disconnecting them from the grid. Because when there is too high voltage, then automatically they get disconnected, and then everyone loses. Neither Tauron profits nor the prosumers. So the storage was aimed at symmetrizing the voltage at the phases and storing the extras to sell. We have managed to collect 3 months of data. It's a fantastic solution. Actually, in this area where it's working, it has solved all the issues we encountered. And to make it even more interesting, the more important function of it is to stabilize the voltage in the network rather than the storage. Please pay close attention to this, because we've got a few innovative companies like Apator that produce the top quality equipment that have proved great. And another storage of energy already installed in our commune, it is ZPWE Włoszczowa. I don't want to go into details because it's already at it's only at the beginning of its operation stage.
Również planujemy uroczyste otwarcie.
Also planning to make an opening of this storage and to celebrate these wonderful, great Polish companies that come up with such great technologies. Now I'd like to tell you something about one necessary element of each cluster, which are biogas systems by our treatment facility. Why biogas? First of all, it's the only fuel in the world whose burning makes a removal of greenhouse gases. So these technologies, for different reasons, the biogas was kind of unwanted fuel source because it was profitable only by large systems, large facilities. Meanwhile, we found a company, AG from Opole, which is able and has developed a technology, an efficient, low-cost operation, also for small biogas facilities. Of course, it will be a cogeneration, like heat, and electricity. What is very important is one of the sources that stabilize the production of energy within the cluster. Necessarily, you have got the water treatment, you've got any substrates, sediments, which are very expensive now to utilize. So it's really a sin to pay for them. It's much better to invest in your own biogas system. And now the technologies do not mean any difficulties and unpleasantness for the society. This is cogeneration using natural gas. It will be installed very soon. That's one of our methods to deal with the energy crisis by one of the large buildings. And this system is going to produce electricity and at the same time heating for the building. It comes from the fact that the cost of gas is guaranteed for local governments at a fixed level. It's also a project implemented by a company from Opole. It's one of the companies that makes part of the Smart Energy Lab. Now, a very important thing, we are very lucky that literally on the other side of Dunajec, we've got a water power plant, like opposite of our treatment facility. We would like our facility to be fed by electricity from that facility. And now it's not possible due to legal reasons. However, we are trying to base on so-called legal sandpits, and then we will be able to achieve another stable electrical power source.
To, co Państwu obiecałem wcześniej, czyli
I have promised already, I'm going to tell you a bit more about the future or the power system of tomorrow. The IT company has developed software based on a model that there will be a dispersed model of energy production. So micro networks, prosumer system. So the local energy that is produced locally is consumed locally, and that's the main assumption. Now, this is the matter of energy safety. Well, we can refer here very easily to the situation in Ukraine. Energy safety is guaranteed by dispersed sources. And also it provides economy safety because such a system is more resistant to all sorts of threats, speculations and trends that may appear in the market.
Teraz, co ten system nam daje? Po pierwsze, w naszej gminie
We achieve thanks to the system. First of all, we have already dimensioned all the objects. So we have our own dimensions, so we can in real time read the demand and consumption. And we can analyze and optimize energy consumption, monitoring and analyzing of energy consumption, managing local sources of energy, and predict with artificial intelligence future consumption. According to the company, this is the most accurate model existing in Poland currently.
fotowoltaicznych.
Next, we can develop, and it has to be developed, applications that allow to affect the optimization of energy consumption in the scope of the entire communal society, when it's the best, in other words, to switch on a particular device. And then as well, modern IT solutions, that's why the efficiency of this platform is huge. Now, thanks to the fact, apart from the fact that we've got the full dimensioning and we make analysis of prediction together with this company, we are at the beginning of implementation of the first power cooperative in Podhale, which now is at the stage of registration. Now let's move to the final stage. This is the cluster balancing of energy consumption by many entities within the cluster. Finally, if you want to achieve the effect, either as an effect which hopefully will be supported by law and regulations, or you just simply would like to, within your commune, implement efficient in energy projects, the basis is the inventory and can't be skipped, and it can't be done without specialists. Second thing is the balancing between production and consumption. Finally, it's about auto or self-consumption, not overproduction, but covering your own needs. And thirdly, super important, economy analysis. Each activity has to be analyzed. When will it pay off? This model is super dynamic because PV installations, which still 3 years ago would pay off after 3 years. Now, with the energy prices, will pay off after 1.5 years. And now to my friends from local governments, 2 important pieces of information. First, we may be tempted to save money on projects. This also covers roads, bridges, installations, and other investments. So money is saved on projects without being aware that a poor project results in much higher costs when implemented. So if we save, say, 200 at the project phase, but then we have to pay more, 1 million or more. So it's super important to make sure that all these elements, inventory, balance, analysis, and the typically technical projects, either constructing of the sources, to be prepared, developed by specialists. Then public procurements. There are not very many specialists who are well experienced in terms of energy. Okay, you are about to finish. You definitely need to use companies who are well experienced in this scope to be covered at the stage of implementation of investment. Thank you very much. And if any questions to me or come over to visit us or for a video conference, thank you very much. I'm more than welcome. I would like to
add there is Dean Franciszek, you don't know, but before our meeting, I have this discussion when the dean came and said, it's my borough and my municipality. I like to say congratulations when it comes to your choice. I like to say that during the implementation of the project, the Silesian system of energy storage, we visited Oława, Mr. Jerzewski, to view the Oława cluster. Wojciech, you invited us. It's not going to be easy. We will definitely address the cities that we cooperate with. The governors definitely will be visited because you take part in it. This is the essence of that, because there is a reason why we do it, right? At the end, we'll tell you about our cooperation with the energy sector, because our operations, what you have shown, and what we read about, it's very significant. Not significant, but what's important is the good projects, especially the analysis of profitability, which is indicated. Going further, as you can tell, we have had what the Marshal in Silesia shown, what we see what's happening in Małopolska. I'd like to invite our guest, whom we managed to get recently because he's quite busy. These are the people who work a lot. Maciej Sołtysik from the Częstochowa University of Technologies are elected elements of an assessment of an impact of transition of power electricity sector on the participant on the market in the long-term perspective. We'll talk about further talks in the panel, and the floor is yours, Maciej Sołtysik. Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation and allowing me to present a slightly different perspective, because it's a rather market-oriented on this problem of the transition of this power and electricity sector. All of us here are really interested on one hand, and then concerned about what is happening in the electricity energy sphere. The prices of electricity, of gas, which would go up quite recently, and now they're slightly going down. So these are the elements which are cause for lots of concern. Yes, these are boots. I'll try to wear those boots and present various conclusions from the perspective of market participants, into the recipient of electricity, distribution companies and transfer companies. Initially, it's not going to be too pretty, but hopefully at the end there is going to be a light at the end of the tunnel. And in the context of the very interesting presentation that we've had, also about energy cooperatives. First perspective about the households, which is each of us, all of us here are recipients of such type, and what's been happening when the perspective was the last few weeks or months. We all know that the energy price that we see on our invoices is combined of two elements, the commodity and the distribution, which is logistics, and those fees follow many components which are obvious or not, depending. They are presented here, and I show them deliberately because when I talk about energy cooperative, I'll tell you which ones they will not include. So we have 876 zloty, which is energy for a household. Is it a lot or not? Well, you need to answer it yourself. But I'd like to suggest an analysis to just deep dive into this price. We have 876 zloty, 50 zloty, 508 energy price, and the other element is distribution, with the assumption that there is no excise tax. This is the situation that can change, because it's like 20 zloty, 4 zloty, 0.6. It just changes in time. So assuming that we have zero excise tax, we need to add the VAT, because the 876 zloty is a net price. So now we have several perspectives, so life is not too easy. We have the normal rate, which is 23%. We have the preferential rate, which will be effective until the end of this month, will be 5%. This is the situation when we have comprehensive agreements, and then we have two rates to make this life more colorful when we have no comprehensive agreement, but we have separate agreements, split agreement. This is the one part, this is the gross of our bills. And the other thing which is interesting, 436 zloty, which is the variable rate for electricity, which is a dominating factor. The other factor, 62 zloty, are fixed fees. The composition of this 466 zloty into two elements. Electricity per se, the actual commodity, 396 zloty, and power taxes, certificates of energy. So these are the additional costs which have been with us for quite a few years, which can make this system function better. And how it functions, well, it's actually, we can all see. On the distribution part, we have similar fixed and variable rates. With the yellow part, it's worth pointing out, these are the components that are supposed to support the development of RES and cogeneration energy. So I have 396 zloty electricity that is purchased by the sales companies, and this is the amount that we see on the invoice, plus the additional components. Is this the price that you can purchase on the market? Is there a real risk that we will pay more for it? The profile I'm showing you, this is the profile for a household, mine at home. I usually sleep at night, and during the day things are happening, so the usage is higher. So this product is provided by a sales company in two stages. The first stage, this is the purchase and terminal market and peak market. So this is the purchase profile. This is this purchase or resales on the spot and current market. So I've presented this presentation, and luckily the prices on the terminal market have gone slightly down, because 2 weeks ago it would be over 2,000 zloty. Now it's 1,074 zloty for this brand products, and then we had the other one for peak product. And if we wanted to check it by the recipient's profile, it's going to be over 1,000 zloty for electricity in the terminal market, and about 800 is the average for the current market, providing that the sales market buys half the volume on the terminal market and half of the spot market, we get 1,000. The conclusion is simple. The current price on the market for a product that is mine, it's 1,000 zlotys, and on the invoice I get just under 400. This is obvious that this price should go up. We're not talking about the elements such as protection measures and programs. We're talking about a rational market approach. The price should be higher. As a individual recipients, as households, are we in a particularly bad situation? Unfortunately not, because we have alternatives here. The C11 tariff, this is low voltage, one zone reception, small, like a tailor's shop or Żabka. 2,228 electricity with distribution, 2,500 net. This is the 1st of September. I'm not going to show the price later because this is the actual prices now. Slightly higher, a recipient over 40 kilowatts of mod, 2,167 zloty and 2,356 with distribution. So this is the situation, and we should wonder who earns on that. If we were to focus on the variable rate, the price that is, and the price led by the seller that we see for the tariff group C11, so we have 2,186 per megawatt hour. And this is the price. I've had this presentation on the 31st of August, and I had to update it on the 1st of September. And was this price increased by 600 zloty? This is the price from the 1st of September. And I had to wonder, why did it go up so much? And then I observed the spot market on the commodity market for August. And for such a recipient, I weighed the prices. And it happens that 1,409 zloty, because that's what you could buy energy for. And the difference is quite significant, right? We should add 50 zloty for certification for property rights and the cost involving profiling and balancing. And the difference which we will have will be over 700 zloty. And this is the margin on the sales to the tariff group C11. Is that the only place where margin is located? We could pose a question like that and go to the other part of the slide. 1,409 zloty, the price on the market. It comes from the energy prices and the sector of excavation and processing, depending what we assume and what CO2 emissions allowance. So that's the range we'll get up to 1,000 zlotych. So the margin in this area is not small either. We all see it as the final recipient on our bills. The beneficiaries of that situation are energy and fuel companies. This is the screen which confirms my assumption from the previous slide. The current situation on the wholesale market. There's a reason why I'm showing you August, September. Maximum prices are marked in yellow. They were observed at the end of August, at the beginning of September. From this moment for the products such as LNG gas, and we should be happy about it. Will the situation last? What are the reasons for the price and why is it going down? The first determinants, it's quite obvious. 79% of electricity in 2021 came from hard and lignite coal. So coal is the main carrier of this price burden. Statistics that you well know is E1. This is index for prices for system electricity of coal-based. Now it is about 12 gigajoule. An upward trend. Everybody wants to earn money on that. Also, mining sector. Therefore, in the spot contracts, coal is purchased for 50-60 zloty per megajoule. So there is huge aspiration to achieve the prices which are on the ARA market ports. Now we observe a drop, so the price peaks exceeded $250 and $60 per ton, and we have about $265 of the price, and this is from yesterday. The second important element, this is CO2 allowances. Deliberately, it's longer perspective to show you how unstable market it is. When the war broke out, within 5 trading days, the price would go down by 30%. And this is just a killer when we have an open position. I'm talking from trader's position because I used to deal with that. This is a killer when we don't foresee a situation like that. Similarly now, after those peaks that we had in August, marked in yellow, we observe slowdown. This downwards trend. Despite that, this is a speculation market, but it's also persistent market. We can expect that this is a growing trajectory as per principle. Now we'll have intervention on the European Commission side, so it is going to change. So far it was foreseeable. The CO2 allowance emissions market also involves. This is the slide that shows that impact, that income from 2016 until last year. It was 60 billion zlotych. So the perspective, what could we potentially build with that? 5 gigawatt in offshore farms, 10 gigawatts in onshore wind farms. What's been built? Not much. Prosumers in Ochnica, Barrow, and other prosumers, we have built the sources at the end of March with over 1 million of installations. So it is not system energy sector and money that should be devoted to it, but grassroots initiatives. This is citizens doing. The third factor, I like showing that slide because from the perspective in PSE, I dealt with such metrics and regular data. The problems that this slide shows. Long-term perspective, we lack power. So this is the brown or red color, average national demand. It keeps going up. This perspective has lasted over a decade. So we've had COVID situations, economic crisis, but we are observing an upwards trend regularly. And the second, the power in the system should be flexible because year by year we see a fluctuation. So this is the navy line. Apart from being an upward trend, it should be flexible. How can we provide flexibility when we have no gas? But if there is one, it's very expensive. And it's a problem of the operator has to deal with it. An average age of this megawatt system, it's still over 30 years, depending on whether we consider the new Jaworzno today and today after tomorrow. There is no stability in that at all. I do apologize for too much analysis and too many numbers on that, but the yellow part, which I've shown you before, the end of August, beginning of September, the wholesale market would change by 40% within like a fortnight. So I asked myself a question, was there any foundation which would show that's a rational change? -18, +18% on the wholesale market, terminal market, and spot market as well. So I analyzed the coal, gas prices, CO2 emission allowances. So there was not much motion there. There was only a permanent drop in the CO2 allowance emissions market. So the market price has been speculated as a bubble. So the margin space that I've shown you is the buffer which we can just give up and go to the rational situation. Now we're observing this drop. In my opinion, it is not caused by information that we will have the stock market obligo. No, it's not been discredited by the market yet. So this is the effect of the foundation that I've shown you. Even if the situation in Poland is so bad, maybe it's good enough. We could ask philosophically. This slide shows 4 months and the context of mean spot prices for peak hours in Poland and European countries. We see that even though if it's expensive here, our neighbors don't have a really convenient situation either. Their prices are way higher. So we are a system of connected vessels. So this implies on situation here. This is visible on this slide. We could be visible if the pictures were slightly bigger. But I wanted to show you two things. In the middle of the slide, we have the spot prices for Lithuania. Spot prices exceeded 4,000 euros for megawatt hours. This cap, which has been established by the EU with regards to the balancing market, this is plus minus 10,000 euros. In Lithuanian case, we exceeded 4. Very dangerous direction. On the right in the middle, we have Norway, and the bottom we have Sweden. I'm an analyst, and I've always perceived Scandinavia a lot of water, cheap energy. Nothing more wrong is because the price and fluctuations are quite significant, and that implies on our situation. If you asked me about the future prices, I'd show you this slide. If we were to go back like almost a century, I like collecting old books. This is statistics metrics from 1925. So the system was slightly different, but the power plant in Krakow and Tarnopol was 700, 900, and Tarnopol was, and the prices 1,100 for megawatt hours. So in comparison today, so what's the forecast from a century ago? Just similar to today. And being more serious about that. Many people, institutions wonder about this problem of long-term focus within my scientific and business operations. We also perform such analysis. For one of the many scenarios that we have analyzed, there is this projection of mean spot prices within 1 year, which show a downward trends, and I'm very pleased to see that. And all with the assumption that 2050 we reach carbon neutral climatic objective. The price of electricity and energy in this downward trend is just partial success, because the other side of the coin, which we've been observing our invoices for the last 3 years, this is the power market. In long-term perspective, the power market will go on and on, where the prices of adjusting the system for us, for the households, including the energy price, is just partial success. Going to the sections involving transition and the bottom-up initiatives at the grassroots, I wanted to pinpoint 2 elements with regards to what we saw 6-7 years ago when it comes to national energy policy. Back then, we had an objective that in the perspective until 2030, we'd have self-balancing systems and 1 million consumers. Number 2 was achieved in March. We are on the good course to double it and to get better results. But unfortunately, the 300 areas are in the group of our not fulfilled plans. I have some sad experience because I had an opportunity to assess the clusters of the former energy ministry, and there was like a non-business approach. Let's set up a cluster, there'll be money, maybe we'll do something. No, there was a cluster and money didn't appear, and most of those clusters, unfortunately, do not operate anymore. There are exceptions, so I'm very happy about that. Personally, I'm a member of 4 clusters. 2 of them function and 2 of them don't. So this is a challenge and a problem. And the long-term perspective of our system, nobody really knows. In terms and in the face of the military conflict, it seems rational that there should be nuclear and gas energy in the understanding of hydrogen use. In the 2050 perspective, coal will still be present with the phasing out trajectory. The objective involving the rational approach to the energy mix in Poland to develop RES is realistic. Yeah, I think it is. When we observe our German neighbors, so we see the current balance, 63 gigawatts in photovoltaics, nearly 146 or 47 in general in RES. Germans have slightly gone over the top with the balance. I'm not criticizing that, but in the category, but it is doable. So here as well, the sun is as intense as it is over there, the same wind movements, so it is doable. But we need to remember that excessive photovoltaics, especially in the system, will cause a total change of price profiles and generation, where the green area involving production from renewable resources is higher, the lower the price. Therefore, we should be potentially happy about that. But as I have said, it is going to affect the shape of the profile, the price profile. I was taught as a kid that energy during the day is expensive, so the washing machine, dishwasher should be turned on in the evening later when it is potentially cheaper. My kids will have to be taught differently because you should turn it on at 12 or at 1, not at 9 p.m. when we have price peaks. So like a mental and educational change that is going to emerge. As I have said, the 60 billion zloty was not used on those objectives that it should be, in my opinion, but luckily there are initiatives at the grassroots. I'm talking about clusters, the first cooperative in Podhale region. So I'd like to encourage you in this cooperative spirit. Now they are structured in such a way that it is dedicated for village and municipal ones. It can have maximum 999 members, and it depends on whether we're talking about individual households or those who are involved in business activity. So we have either 3 or 10. What's important that cooperatives should be self-balancing, at least in 70% when it comes to installed power. And what we have heard from before, it is auto-consumption issue is important because after a year there'll be an inspection, and they are going to check if this objective have been met. If not, the cooperative will cease to exist. Further on, this is real and realistic benefit, and as of April this year, the community, which has a right to operate in terms of law, because there was a resolution which detailed down the issues of settlement, and as of April we can set up the cooperatives. We have 2. I'm happy there'll be more. I'm not going to detail out those objectives. If you want to get familiar with that, the presentation will reach your hands. The only conclusion is that at the very start, from joining the cooperative, you have the effect of 35% of profit. Globally, there's like a price lower by 30% because the green parts in the left, does not refer to the members of the cooperative. So this cost does not refer to the cooperative members. So it's worth considering it in the perspective of energy cooperatives and energy clusters. The most popularity growth of the long-term energy purchase. This is PPA, CCA, because they have various subdivisions. Very simple illustration. Hopefully it's intuitive to show you how this pie divides. 278 price is the price from the regular auction from December last year for the resources which declared to build in a wind or photovoltaics and 1 megawatt. There were a few willing ones. This is the price which established it'll be effective for 15 years. On the other hand, we have those recipients. This is C11 tariff, who pay 221 for megawatt hours. So now the fun is that the recipient could be combined with the recipient. This is 1,800 zloty, could be shared. Now I participate in this PPA project. There's 12,000 points, connection points, and several offers, and this shared formula is available, and we're wondering which one we should opt for. I'm saying that because this is a formula which can be valid for local governments, not just entrepreneurs. So in a long-term perspective, agreement, budget would be more predictable and the price would be lower, and then you can manage it in some reasonable manner. We spoke at Tender Industries about other applications which may help in building the civic energy. I'd like to show you different alternative chain for energy. This is a platform which involves new solutions, which in tokening, blockchaining, which are very safe solutions, and also to provide services to society, and also what we've heard, to handle virtual prosumers. This is a creation which is legally already named, but it'll be in effect from mid-2024 when the CESIRA system will be introduced. So this is solutions which prepare us for certain issues which are already registered in terms of law, and they are just an alternative on the market. And finally, I have not bored you to death. So I do encourage you that you start thinking, acting, because the time flies. So the prices are slightly lower today, but tomorrow they might be higher again, and getting some security in this uncertain perspective is significant. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you need to talk further, I'm available in the lobby. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a second I'm going to have a coffee break. May I have the last slide, please? There are one more slide backwards. Oh, that's the one. That's what I would like to leave it. Ladies and gentlemen, about the aggregator and all the assumptions that were mentioned peer-to-peer, we're going to discuss it during our panel. But
Nasza praca nad Śląskiem.
I'd like to tell you, our work over the Silesian system of energy storage is consistently implemented. It is being implemented. How it is going to end, we'll see what unfolds. But I'd like to ask, and who takes this money from the electrical power? Because where is that money? Because say the $50, these are the stock market prices, but the other prices have been much higher. As we can see the results from the power companies, I've got nothing against them, just to make it clear. but we'll need to talk with them. Okay, we're having still within the schedule. Now we're going to have a coffee break at 11. Please come back here. A lot will be going on. I think it's worth it to continue the subject. The steam is up, and what we have assumed, we have achieved. Thank you ever so much for all your presentations within the main stream. We can see it all similarly. However, during the panel, we'll discuss how to achieve that. Now, coffee. meeting. Please take your seats.
Dobrze. Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, two changes due generally to being unwell of our panelists who were supposed to join us. So Professor Hanzelka is not going to come here as I have mentioned already. And the main contractor of our strategy, Mr. Julian Kujawski, I'll try to cover for him, but after the panel.
w kilku słowach, proszę się nie martwić, nie będę miał zbyt długiej prezentacji.
I hope my presentation will be too long, but I would like to share some of my and our thoughts, but also I would be happy to discuss if the path that now we are endeavoring to follow towards the citizens' energy is the right one. However, one thing is sure, if these are going to be cooperatives or clusters, I am also of a similar opinion. It takes a lot of determination to see the fruits of a cluster. So even more, we can congratulate to all of these who are brave enough to take this challenge. So you can see, we are still within the agenda and our schedule. The discussion panel makes a continuation of our meeting in Katowice, where for the first time we started discussing the strategies, suitable strategies for the nearest future of in terms of the Silesian energy storage system. So the Silesian system of energy storage, balancing, monitoring, managing of micro networks, as you can see, we are connecting and referring to this, what has been mentioned before. And please, Mr. Dr. Engineer Peter Olczak from the Institute of Mineral Sources, and he is the guy who, when it comes to dispersed energy, is the soul and heart of our activities. And over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to run this part of the panel. I can still remember yesterday's panels, discussion panels, that showed the challenges for the local energy and our citizens in terms of energy. And you can still remember the last two presentations of Mr. Kulczyk and Sołtysik, who mentioned the planning in the context of good beginning of construction of a good aggregate of energy systems. And now I would like to invite here Mr. Sołtysik from the Technical University, of this Silesian Technical University, who just has had his presentation. Mr. Dariusz Zagramak from IBM. Mr. Michał Wąchała of Tuyang Energy. Mr. Dr. Stanisław Tokarski representing GIG and the Center of Energy of Mining Academy in Kraków, and Tadeusz Kulczyk of the head of Ochotnica Dolna Commune. Mr. Wojciech Bryś, the head in the municipal office of Bytom. And when we are mentioning the Silesian system, energy storage, we also need to have here the representative of the COMEC Institute. So this is the Deputy Director, Bartosz Wolnik. We can remember the presentation of Maciej Sołtysik, and I mentioned we are so very impressed under the last slide when he mentioned planning. So my question is, what are the first steps that you would suggest for the Silesian system of energy storage regarding the local aggregate construction, or including some would it be rather some cooperatives, or shall we wait until 2024? As mentioned before, why would we wait up until then? So could you please develop? As I have shown you on the second last slide, do not wait, act now. In 200%, I can sign under the concepts of the presentation of the head of the commune of Ochotnica, where he mentioned the knowledge for any society or community is so measurements, and measurements again. Having this kind of information, you can very reliably prepare the balance of energy, set out the strategy, and then implement it. These objectives should also be connected with the building the independence, energy independence, and those technologies that have the chance within the frame of this community. And of course, that can be storage. Of course, referring to that presentation, there have been mentioned the energy storage that are being tested. I do cooperate with the energy cooperative, ASA, from Russia. This is the first such cooperative that set the track for this kind of operation, and it's been operating fully now because thanks to the current latest resolution, it is possible. And I also participate in teams that focus on prosument operations. And now we are developing a mechanism from the perspectives or kind of universal perspective that, for example, Tauron or PGE and Energa will be settling it all in their own different ways. So now we are working how to unify this all and speed up those processes. Now, from the perspective of an aggregate, be it a local leader or actually an IT application, knowledge is crucial, business objectives, and for the particular location, each cluster is different, each power cooperative will be different, so this has to be considered when building a given solution. Smart systems and solutions, and the willingness of the participants to make part of such an undertaking. My experience are not always positive. Two clusters are operating very well. Two other ones for a longer time have not been active for quite a while. So thank you very much for this question. So let me ask additionally, because you've mentioned how to construct it and what are the benefits what benefits can be achieved due to such solutions. So, for example, we have a representative of COMAG or the community, citizens. In the presentation, you have mentioned the economic benefits. And in the future, then we may need to face temporary lack of electrical energy, some blackouts. So would this be helpful in this perspective? Definitely yes. Some retrospective. Now, one of the clusters that were created around 2017, as I remember well, from the Upper Silesia in Katowice, there was a cluster that plant. Unfortunately, it's not operating anymore, but one plan was created, the construction of autonomous energy centers. So such an infrastructure was present in each commune. So such energy centers were self-sufficient in the case of any blackouts or any issues. And then if we add the option of energy storages, then we gain more benefits, because as well we need to bear in mind the legislation, and there needs to be suitable fluidity of the storages. It needs to be secured for the local community. So it also covers the improvement of energy safety and provides some commercial services. Therefore, it makes a very important element in this regard. So I understand that one of the important steps is the approach to cooperation with the large energy or power companies, but as well IT solutions or the bespoke solutions for particular given structures, local structures. Therefore, let me ask Mr. Seremak from IBM how such solutions, bespoke solutions or universal on the other hand, how do they look around the world and in Poland from the IBM perspective and other companies cooperating? When it comes to IT solutions in energy, dispersed energy, or some support platform, generally the flexibility of this energy, now our reference experience are based on the Scandinavian market, and in that market, currently, we can talk about Denmark, Finland, and Sweden. Such solutions have been implemented. Actually, it's after what we have seen in that presentation, I can say that the model of a definition of such a project is one-to-one compared with this what has been implemented in Scandinavia. So huge respect for all this work that has been done there. And when it comes to the approach or structure, it's very difficult for me to add anything more. So generally, deep analysis of to achieve data, so to have sensors or measurements for all potential elements in order to achieve as much information as possible, and then manage it and use, defining together with all potential players. I'm talking OSDNs, the distribution system operators, potential stakeholders of that market, analyzing together with them both of the needs and potential savings from the perspective of such a system, and as well defining given segments and branches where or industries where such solution can be implemented. Now we can say that after the period of deep analysis, from the moment of the kickoff of such a project, the project has been been continued for 3 years. Now it's fully functional, and actually it has taken 3 years to implement the assumptions that emerged from the analysis. So it's not this kind of a project that we can say, well, we've got the platform, we started, we implement, and we're ready. Without a cooperation of many players and stakeholders, and actually just the very solution itself is useless. So once again, huge respect. What I can add in the solution that we have in Scandinavia, apart from the balancing as well, we also have implemented the tokening. So that's what has already been mentioned by you, that we provide security and safety to all the members of the on the market. For a second, let me refer to the suggestion of one of our friends when it comes to AI or prediction models that are being used. If our IBM, other words, are better or not, I cannot answer this question. However, the service WeatherCom that we use, which is commercially used possibly by many of you as a weather service, and the so-called enterprise version is used either by the army or aeronautical agencies. So I cannot refer if it's better or not. Thank you very much. I have made the relevant notes. So I understand that the construction of such a system, like the head of Ochotnica has mentioned, is to make sure that the interests of different units are meeting together, both the large institutions and the large energy companies, but as well the energy planning. You have also mentioned the AI in the construction of such systems and using the WeatherCom system or service. Can the Polish IT system, represented by Michał Wąchała, are you working on such systems as well, or do you have any other experience? Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for your invitation. We've got our own perspective, but as well, we owe a lot to large companies like IBM because they have democratized our access to very advanced technologies. We in our models have got 2 elements in the micro management system of energy for companies, including price prediction, and we've got another project. Well, actually, we both got wonderful support from NCBRs, and we are cooperating with a lot of scientists from different universities and academies. With universities, technical universities. So we've got a large group of wonderful minds that are supporting us, and machine learning we are using because it has already been applied by large companies and now made available to us. And we've got all our own prediction models. This has helped us to provide our solution. We perceive this because we originate from typical bespoke solutions. We've got our startup experience. We introduced our products to different countries. On the other hand, we hadn't known our power and energy systems. That's why we have developed our knowledge in this area. Now we are trying to connect the large companies, minor companies, and in the multidimensional transformation, we can observe a lot of changes, and we have observed a lot of examples during this conference, what we need to change and what has been so far available easily for us, like the fixed price electricity, to such a stage that some traders were saying that energy markets were boring. Now for sure they have changed their mind. So now we have connected these two worlds of automation and automatics in the companies. That has led to take some reactions regarding temperature change with large-scale solutions that were trying to model the market and plan for the future. And now we are trying to support both the balance and the smaller players or recipients to find their place where they can optimize their costs, where they can secure the energy safety, or as still in many countries up until lately, remain relatively neutral when it comes to emissions and carbon footprint, or develop towards this direction. You have mentioned cost optimization. Could you please clarify, develop what measurements are being applied in those systems? When some years ago we started talking with some enterprises, different businesses, what they're talking about a simple return from investment if they install a photovoltaic or storage. Back then, some years ago, it was quite difficult to discuss it. However, today, it becomes much easier if we can manage it well enough. So first of all, we take economy measurements, the return of the investment, as mentioned, and the ongoing costs per month. When we are talking about CO2 from the, for example, from the Irish experience, it was quite important as well in the UK. When we cooperated with those markets, now we're able to measure it based on the companies that we're cooperating with before the application, after the application. Thank you. You have mentioned the cooperation of the Polish companies with both with the large concerns and the representatives of science. Now the question to Ochotnica Dolna representative, what are the findings and first steps you could recommend to the authors of the Silesian energy storage system to start to kick off well with such a system based on your experience? Thank you very much for this question. I wouldn't like to provide too much advice. I believe you'll find your own good path. I can say where what I did first. First thing I did, I went to the Academy of Mining and Metallurgy in Kraków, because what still is underestimated in Poland, usually the answers to questions can be found in the intellectual environment at the universities. And these environments are not being listened to enough. They're not being respected enough. For example, there are some strategies of energy development in Poland. However, it is not being incorporated. This refers to many areas. Intellectually, we can develop wonderful leading models. However, afterwards, they have no chance to get implemented. That's why it's crucial to bring together all the elements. That's why, as I mentioned already, took my first steps to the university to analyze it, discuss it. It's not always that simple that after a 5-minute discussion we come up with a solution. We outlined some problem and then we are trying to find many solutions for one problem. An early Asian approach was that in the culture, in the Asian culture, there's a large discomfort if someone fails. So rather we should follow the model from Israel when constantly new solutions are being searched for. And this is what is happening at the universities. And there's a huge potential, intellectual potential, needs to be emphasized, that is at the Polish universities. And then what I did next? To incorporate some ideas. This is the world of politics. And then this type of positive lobbying, talking politicians into taking right solutions, should be done both from the university side and the business side, because the good surroundings, environment for clusters and other solutions, it is actually being created by politicians in Poland. So that's what we are trying to make people realize. Just very simple example. If a fish lived in water that once it's salty, once it's sweet, once it's cold, once it's hot, then it can hardly survive. Then it's very important that all the politicians from all the fractions and sides to realize what their role in the system is, because actually they define the conditions in which we are going to develop. And I must say that the politicians, I'm talking about the this term of office, they have been convinced to many things. However, it takes constant endeavors in order to push things in the right direction. I must say we have been waiting for the cluster solutions for quite a long while, and I think that the latest crisis may speed up these activities. And the third very important is the element. It's the business element. And we're talking both the large-scale energy and small-scale energy, both the producers and consumers and IT companies. Here I can say I can feel very safe. I shouldn't worry. We have a huge potential. And on the software side, I think it'll be a huge escalation, even explosion of solutions, which using the latest technologies and AI and all sorts of our solutions will be creating very good products. We need to bear in mind that each crisis is a huge chance at the same time to take a step forward, to move ahead. And what we are in now is 5 minutes for energy, because let's face it, by all the players, energy has been some sort of a margin activity. Now it has completely reversed, now the fourth player, where I also turned to, is my political background, which are the local governments. So when we're talking about cooperatives, it is so spontaneously by different environments in large cities. But outside of the large cities, everything what is new, what has to be innovative, has to be initiated by the local governments, and it takes the local governments to take this step forward.
Problemy z tym związane. W zasadzie z grubsza to tyle.
Shouldn't worry that anything may go wrong, because these are the steps that need to be taken. I have a huge support of the commune when it comes to the steps related with energy.
Thank you very much. Those solutions are available at IT companies in order to be implemented, as you have mentioned, cooperation with the local governments, which we are going to get back to, cooperation with the scientific circles you've mentioned, Mining and Metallurgy Academy. We have representative of that academy, of that university, and the main mining institute. So what we want is to show us how the perspective of the energy center as at the AGH University, what is the issue at Ochotnica Dolna? Is it one of the many projects, or will this project continue to be developed in Ochotnica or in other locations? Thank you very much for inviting me to the discussion. Here, I look at it from the perspective of large energy sector, which is my fundamental life and professional experience, and now from the perspective of the main mining institute at the AGH University. A couple of things that I wanted to say earlier. First of all, at the main mining institute, we conducted research at the beginning of this year, we asked them what the motivation was, why you do that. So there are 2 rounds of tests. First of all, the first group was saying, because it's profitable. I got 5,000 zloty for that, because I could it was partially tax deductible. So it was the first part. The second round of research showed when the Ukrainian war started, there was high energy prices subject. I got it not because I get some extra money, but I'll have cheaper energy. And in the third round, it's because I might need to feel energy safety, because then with this energy storage, I could survive if there is a blackout, basically. So there is motivation for any action. So I'd like to say that not every municipality has to have the same energy storage. It depends on some sequences. We have areas available. We're in Silesia, in main mining institute, we have projects when we evaluate the resources of those areas. We have projects on what's going to happen after coal-fired power plants and mines. So that's where it's worth to having those investments. And then there we have the economy of decision, which is undertaken or not. And then returning to the question of the university AGH, Professor Hanzelka's team, which has the lab of energy quality, is the leading national leader. It's the leader. It's a unique when it comes to virtual power plant solutions. This is contains a group of engineers, of professors, mainly electricians. So with that meeting, I did not participate in the first meeting of that group, but I think this is a huge lab for the entire Poland on how we can build such units. But I'd like to warn you maybe that we shouldn't build a system where we'll be completely independent from those grids, that we are only special, that we can be self-balancing, there's going to be snow, and those distribution networks are going just to fail because of the icing, and we're going to manage. No. We need a form of symbiosis of the large-scale, local, regional energy. And I think it is going to continue developing. And this revolution or evolution will head towards renewable energy. It will affect in local potentials which are economically viable and justify. So together with the symbiosis, which has not been eliminated in the world yet. That's in terms of cooperation within this area of virtual power plants. I wouldn't want to speak for Professor Hanzelek, who deals with that in detail. I wouldn't want to talk about it more because I'm not that familiar with the details. But I'd like to say that under those contacts and a positive assessment of cooperation with the institutes and scientific environment in cluster projects, there will be some specialties. That's why IT companies develop software solutions for energy management, and it's the area of their specialty. At Main Mining Institute, we are involved with mining inspections, preparing ground for renewable energy resources on the premises of abandoned mine. When it comes to management, the power plants, it is verifying the electrical potential. So we need to build this team like here. It was smart lab team. Such an arrangement of various institutions is necessary in the cluster which wants to build in the energy storage, which COMAC wants to build. All those competences and cooperation with those values units will also be necessary. Mr. Governor, you mentioned that is 5 minutes for great energy sector. How do those energy power plant concerns approach the system where we had initiatives of energy cooperatives in terms of growth and decrease in the requirement of energy. And you also deal with energy mix distribution in Poland by 2040 or 2050. How does this large energy sector view the local solutions in terms of symbiosis? Or are those 300 self-balancing areas that Maciej Siotysik mentioned, is it something positive for large energy sector as treated as a collab, or is it like the necessary evil for our energy sector? Because Martin has experience in large energy sector, just like me, also in a big company. So I think that our observations today, which come from outside the large energy sector, I think they are similar. We are learning each other. We need some time for this symbiosis to be fully consumed. Here, understanding the issues, and it's a very good example that one-phase installations in Ochotnica changed the voltage on the phases on the grid, and so we built the storage, and the function was not storage, but such distribution of energy and its redistribution, so we could keep those the storage on the grid. And this energy in the next few years come. There will be a growing number of dispersed sources. It's good to build them, so they could learn to rebalance locally, because otherwise, if we build 100 years photovoltaic farm, if we have 100 impulse on the grid, who's going to provide stability? Because these are obligations of the large energy that is not going to get free from. Because this is learning, cooperation. This is not selection, which is not required. This is a direction that we're not going to reverse. This is one interesting thing which we saw yesterday, because I opened the conference of natural resources and energy in Zakopane yesterday. There was a discussion, that event that we are facing now, energy crisis, which is it an event which should change strategies? Because setting the clusters of cooperatives does not directly stem from the crisis. It has kind of sharpened. It's an imminent and long-term perspective. The other side was in 2018, Jerry Rifkin in Krakow Impact presented his book, Zero Final Cost Society. There was presented a vision where we pay 50 zloty for phones. For energy, we're going to pay 100 zloty per month, well, at some point in the future. So that does not change the paradigm, but we shouldn't really undertake too drastic decisions, because we keep living in this lasting term of crisis where we need to change our perspective on that. We are in between those two visions, and now those high energy prices and the vision of returning to stable process. Let me remind you that the energy prices on the European market 2 years ago below 40 euros per megawatt, and now we have over 200, 300 euros. So we need to remember about maintaining the balance in the paradigm. You've told us about the growing prices of energy. I'm going to get back to the subject of I'm going to ask Mr. Woś, working for the Bytom Town Hall, present the energy problems in your municipality. We heard the governor of Ochotnica, who told us about the structure of the facility of energy distribution and what is it like for the municipality of Bytom, the structure of potential production, the use and dealing with the high energy prices on the basis of the city and municipal companies. If we analyze it and we just take a look at it from a distance with general conditions, let me tell you that this situation in our municipality and the governance is not the same. We are determined to implement the very same process, and we have very similar objectives, but our situation is on a slightly different scale. This scale is different, and the problem that we are facing and the conditions that we have, because it is not a typical problem. The conditions are completely different, so the model that we're going to implement, it is going to be slightly more complicated. What for us, for the local government, lets us survive easily at the moment is the joint procurements for the authorities. We still have the electricity price at the level what was negotiated last year in November. So we are still talking about relatively low cost, but we know that the adjustment at the end of the year is going to be drastic. It might be even 1,000%. We know that the city has got its own problems, and it's been diagnosed as a city which loses its social functions, because if nobody indicates the substitute for this mining for mining industry, and for the 30 years of the transition, nobody specified a substitute. We want to define it ourselves. We've defined it as the new energies, and we wanted the city to have this new identity involved with the energy. We've always been there, but we've always provided either coal or steel. So now we can function as the provider of energy. We know that for entities which will be interested in that, there'll be two basic factors which will determine whether they will be interested in cooperating with us or not. One is location, which is obvious, and the other factor is related to energy. I'm not going to say that it's supposed to be cheap energy or green energy. For business, the most important is that it's stable, energy with stable conditions. If it's a stable factor and not as dynamic as it is at the moment, then they will invest. If we are able to provide the business in general, if we're able to provide it with stable energy supply at the stable levels, at stable financial conditions, then they will be interested to invest, and they will bring in their investments. And the way we perceive it and what it's like on our part, if we analyze two ends of the axis, on one hand we have the traditional energy, and on the other hand we have the model of dispersed energy sector. And if we want it to be the target model, then we are yet another stage on the plan of implementing it. The municipality has shown how it can be achieved. Our conditions are slightly more complicated, but we will be another stage, and we will have further stages which will be this path to implement it on the scale of the entire country. We've heard it on several occasions that it is going to be a change which is going to be bottom-up change, which is generated by the market, by the prosumers. But as we are the next stage, and we want to be the next stage of implementation of the large task. Thank you. You've also mentioned stable energy prices. I remember 1.5 years ago when we had the energy storage system being born. So the prices were relatively low and stable. So congratulations on foreseeing the future, really, and the idea where the storage system really can function in terms of economy. how did Comac Institute, where we have Bartosz Ponik representing it, how do you perceive the steps in building the aggregator and as a Silesian system of energy storage? Because as we have heard mentioned, cooperation with large energy, with settlement, with the prosumers, cooperation with the scientific circles. Unfortunately, due to the illness of one speaker, we will not hear the strategy. But if you could tell us further steps in the construction of such aggregator as performed by the Comac Institute. Yes, this strategy is going to be there. It's not going to be discussed in detail as the vision, and I hope it will be sufficient. Okay, I would like to thank the guests, because you've told us step by step what can be done, and I liked what we heard from on the example of Ochotnica. You just stole the show really. But I've learned lots of interesting things from all the panelists. So it's interesting that lots of things are happening and they can function, and they show that our activities within this regard, or the decisions on development of Silesian energy storage system and the milestones which we successfully implement, they make sense and they're heading in the right direction. But going back to the aggregation, this is a very complex phenomena. We've heard that the amount of data, that everything that needs to be monitored, measured, and it changes. If we analyze the world, Poland, then there are tailored solutions, because any location, any town, any municipality has got different needs, opportunities, and potential, and stakeholders. But if we talk about aggregating, we need to have something to aggregate. We see that Mr. Governor already started aggregating, but our Silesian energy storage system, we've got energy producers, we've got prosumers, we have professional energy to a higher, lower extent developing. So this part is provided at the beginning. We don't have the second part. What is the most important aspect for it to function business-wise, socially, in terms of energy safety, which is storage. We don't have it. It's at the crawling stage. So we are supposed to be a response to that and support it. So this aggregation can function at all. Distribution networks, distributors. This is in professional energy sector. Well, we need to understand we have professional energy. We have the Tauron Dystrybucja, and we are not going to separate ourselves from it. At this moment, when we take the first steps, it would be highly irresponsible trying to separate ourselves from the professional grid. If we talk about those steps in this very direction, then we start with the prosumer and the local governments and the towns. And at the first step of the aggregation, we would like to provide energy stability. It would be for the prosumers, for local governments, and trying not to deep dive, because aggregation is quite broad, starting from forecasting, balancing, and network stabilization. But the first factors are providing energy and business for those prosumers, for those local governments as well. Example of the aggregate, I read it from France. It was professional energy which cooperates with prosumers. Their solution was as follows. A company that was responsible for that was responsible for professional network stabilization, because prosumers bring in the green energy in their amount and they destabilize their network. So the company gave to the willing prosumers equipment. They just gave it for free, and the equipment was supposed to manage the energy at their households or small institutions, small companies, small businesses. And that's how they stabilize the network. And this equipment decides what and when is activated and disconnected from the grid. This is one of the solutions. But if my household, I told my wife that, she's baking cake and, and somebody switches off the electricity for 10 minutes, I'm not sure she'd be happy about that. So this is the higher goal and perspective of this professional energy. So thousands of prosumers just headed in that direction in France, and it did work. If we analyze the COMAX steps from the forum that we had in Katowice a month ago, we made a decision to set up a company, COMAC Energy, which is going to deal with this aggregate, and they're going to undertake the individual steps and substantively focus on that. It is not going to be the role of the institute, it will be COMAC Energy. Apart from that, as you have mentioned, that cooperation with the academic circles, because we have universities here, we have also established cooperation with the Energy Center at the university, the AGH, which is Mining and Metallurgy University. And as you have said, your opinion was an objective one. There's been good cooperation. That's why we are very thrilled that it is going to work. Let's not seek for one solution to a problem. Let's seek many solutions, because no solution is going to be perfect. Let's not limit ourselves. So yet another step is this cooperation. So this aggregation can function. We need to get that competence. We need to establish that cooperation. As such an example would be what has happened a month ago, which is signing the agreement of cooperation with an agreement with Bytom within the strategy programs, where we see a lot of opportunities, because the city has got huge needs. So we would like the project and the next step we wish to take, not like self-sufficient, but green, relatively no emission city would be Bytom, because Bytom is really active, really motivated. But we also set up clusters, because the role of the clusters is that it accumulates people as groups of stakeholders. And we've also established, as you said yesterday, we had an energy cluster with Zabrze. So those steps are being taken. We cooperate, we start cooperation with producers of energy storage. This is what is missing. We analyze the potential location. We are not just closing off to them. We are trying to have those missing links emerge. What we are very happy about it, the clue of that, because knowledge is the key and good measurement, but the IT tools are there. You have mentioned about it, you spoke about it, and they do function in the world. They must be tailor-made, and those needs need to be identified very well, written down, calculated, and that's going to be the next step within aggregation, which is supposed to emerge. Just, in a nutshell, that's it. Thank you. Now we get to the second round of our discussion. You have mentioned the IT solutions, which are tailor-cut. Let me start the second round with the IT representatives. Dariusz from IBM. You have mentioned 3 years of building the system in Scandinavia. What is your forecast for that? What is the time period for construction, the tailor-made system for the Silesian energy storage? What time are we talking about? What obstacles can we foresee with regards to the IT sector? So we understand that those IT solutions must be in response to the current legal system, which changes, and it makes the modification of the system available.
Thank you. This is what you have kindly mentioned. The general problem that we encountered when discussing with our friends from Scandinavia was about the conditioning, legal conditioning of our Polish market of energy. We presented to them the status quo of law, and after the first recognition, say that it's not possible simply to just clone a solution that currently is in force in Scandinavia. Transplanted one-to-one into Poland. This would take serious changes in terms of law. However, when we're talking about the time aspect of this kind of implementation, It is also connected with this what Bartosz Polnik has mentioned. We actually are still before the investment stage and investment cycle. So regardless of the fact either we say that we can clone some existing solution and after some adaptation, theoretically, it might work. After a year, it might be fully functional, then temporarily it will be kind of useless. Because in order to make sure that IT provides a tangible result, it needs to have something to manage. Rather, the question is then, what the investment cycle will be like in the Silesian region when it comes to the construction of the Silesian energy storage system. Now, from the IT side, I wouldn't worry because my colleagues here can say that considering the investment cycle, physically, the IT solutions will be dramatically shorter. Now, question to Michał. Bartosz Polnik has mentioned some solutions of dynamic management on the recipient side. Now, Maciej Sołtysik also mentioned before that this solution seems to be in a contrast with the prices, depending, of course, on the tariffs and depending on different day times, weekend, evening, morning tariffs, etc. Are such solutions being under development that some dishwasher, washing machine may enter a standby system that, for example, at a particular time, it needs to take a break and then start again. Are there such solutions already somewhere in the world? Can you see the future for such solutions? Well, first of all, such household recipients are relatively small recipients. However, as a group, yes, they're quite big. These examples are very interesting because indeed such solutions are being under development. We still have smarter dishwashers, but the application is very interesting, which we know from the UK market. Quite a lot of water is being heated by electrical boilers. And that's something what, on one hand, we can plan, and we do not need to switch off the oven, and we can control it ahead. That's how we see the development of the IT solutions. On one hand, a lot of data, on the other, very specific conditions. As well, from the perspective of the network balancing, if we want to transfer to clusters, virtual power plants, or aggregates, then this makes some sort of new competences among the recipients. And this is definitely kind of a new challenge from the IT perspective. And our view is that we are trying to move ahead as far as possible into the future. We do not want to leave it all to the recipients to control it all from the smartphones. People are busy enough. What is important, how we can predict and moving forward. For example, thinking ahead, 24 hours, we can try to balance it out. And there are such devices which we can control, knowing how it can be shaped. The prices of energy, we used to have 2 peaks during the day, and on average, we roughly could know how to optimize our own devices at home. Now, since August, the prices are crazy enough, and they are unpredictable enough that not many of us can deal with it. Now we are trying to find such answers and solutions.
Teraz na przykład we wrześniu.
Prediction coefficient is quite high. However, an average John Smith at home will not think now if they should switch on the washing machine at 9 or 7. So the aggregated solutions are very important at the moment, and it takes storage in different forms, and it's great, it's wonderful that Comac are developing different solutions, and physics knows answers to a lot of these questions, and now this is the time where we can put it into practice. Some of our models work with machine learning, with linear programming and optimization. And what we are trying to describe quite clearly, it includes a few thousand of elements of data that we use. That's not something that every half an hour we are able to change for dozens of operators. I remember a month ago in Katowice during the panel, the representative of IBM mentioned that the individual household recipients make this group that into larger scale can change the profile when it comes to the demand for energy. So this all depends on the given working hours, and the savings are also possible depending on the time during the day. Now, the head of Ochotnica Dolna, Michał Szczęśniak, has mentioned already those changes in the recipients that can be positively or negatively perceived. You have mentioned in your presentation that the system that has been implemented in your commune is already giving some recommendations for the recipients. This policy of communication with the citizens, does it have any future, or are people still skeptical? Now, answering your interesting questions, one comment: the system is under implementation. We haven't received the final stage and the final effect. So it hasn't been fully implemented, so it's not finished. We need around a year for this. This is, of course, related with the investment cycle. The sources need to be set in the right places, as it has been mentioned. For example, to make it possible to start a cooperative, power cooperative, then it needs to have at least use 70% of its sources. However, you have touched a very interesting question, which is particularly important in the countryside and village areas, where the trust level is still lower than in the cities and generally in Poland. Well, on the other hand, we must say that Poland is a very innovative country in this regard. Now, two important things resulting from my commune's experience. My citizens very quickly got convinced when it comes to innovative solutions. For example, the sensibility of PV installations. Of course, mainly from the financial point of view, because the energy is cheaper, but as well it's the matter of comfort, because some of that energy is used for water heating. And thirdly, or the third aspect is ecology. Firstly, let's not be afraid of that. People very quickly, even from smaller village communities, get convinced towards, warm up towards these solutions. Of course, it is problematic when it comes to very digitization of such solutions. Now, when it comes to the IT solutions, this is the key role of the local governments. At some point, I need to come out to my citizens. I just need to tell them, guys, do trust the solution. I'm telling you, I had to be there in person and say, guys, do not be afraid, sign it. Sign the declaration on cooperation regarding the additional measurement in your buildings. It's not against you. It's for us to support us how to solve the problems with excessive voltage in the network. And sometimes we had to convince over 70 users. Of course, there are some risks that sooner or later that the head of the commune will encounter some unsuccessful solution. It's inevitable. However, we need to analyze very carefully at what point, and it's a question that a lot of companies ask themselves, at what point can we tell the clients, the customers, purchase our product, it brings you savings? So now I think that the applications are intuitive enough, and the knowledge and education, is particularly in the young generation, is high enough that it shouldn't be any problem with the absorption and application of those apps, the usage of those apps. And the solution needs to be getting more and more automatic in order to make sure that as many things as possible are being managed automatically. For example, where we produce where the consumption takes place. I'm not saying these tools are ready at this stage. However, we're talking about the objective and what it consists in. And now, finally, I would like to mention two very important things. Firstly, mentioned already by the professor from the academy, super important is to understand that the power system, energy system, like any other system, is like a body. There is a place for bigger and smaller players. It's not against anyone, like the big energy, or this is like the hand would like to act against the brain. What can we see on the stock market now? So when we can see that the margins of the companies are too high, but there's something different when we try to correct it, but there's something different that when we want to eliminate a player, two different things. And we very highly value our cooperation with Tauron, for example. Well then, but so what if we can produce a lot of energy, if we can transport it because the networks are not ready? So very often we sit together with Tauron when we explain here or there, we can build another source of energy. At the same time, Tauron is thinking how to reconstruct the network to make it available for this new source of power in the network. So dialogue is crucial here. And finally, profitability, economical profitability. Before I became the head of this commune, for 20 years I had been an entrepreneur. It has to be profitable, and for the local governments I need to draw your attention to the fact that each such activity has to be analyzed regarding the profitability and financial context, because very often there is such a tendency for creating solutions when we get some bailout for some sort of single investment. Fair enough, we can quickly create something, but then there's servicing, maintenance, continuation. So all these elements need to be brought together. And we, as the good side for us is that we can wait a bit longer for the return of the finances than a single consumer. But optimistically, in Poland, when we're talking about producers of power storage, there is enough in Poland, enough of potential to solve the power issues in Poland. There is enough potential among our scientists at all universities. We have modern, in this aspect, society, which very quickly gets used to IT, newness, and is moving together with the spirit of time. And if you have a look into your units and provide for analysis them by specialists, then you will see that just in the area of optimization, we are able to save a lot. So that what is optimistic is that we have a huge potential for the positive transformation within Poland to protect ourselves for the future, but we need to communicate together. The dialogue is required, and that's why I'm super happy that we have such conferences where we can exchange our views, because without such dialogue, there is no progress. Thank you very much. I also would like to ask Maciej Sołtysik how you involved in a few initiatives like clusters or energy corps. How do you perceive the awareness of the users? Do you also have such an optimistic perception? And how about adjusting our decisions, our habits regarding usage of energy and regarding the usage of applications, when it is the best time for using energy?
Czy inne jednostki na to reagują?
Discussed how other units are reacting to this. I wish it could be like that, that we could discuss this level of education, but I can observe something different. I can see some disheartening in the participants. And I remember when we got the redefinition about clusters some time ago, and the clusters are not receiving enough support as they would like to get. That's why we are getting a bit annoyed. We are losing our patience, and that's why we can observe some declarations of leaving the clusters. That's definitely my experience. So from the level of detailed education, as a doctor has mentioned, we have not experienced that yet. When it comes to the energy corps, it's almost an untouched area because we've got just 2 of them. At least in Russian, that corp includes just 4 members, so that's just a pilot activity. And they definitely have got different perspective how to consume energy and in what hours. There are 2 sources, production sources. There is a charger and a magazine. So there is a full spectrum for making the or building this experience and exercise it. However, as mentioned, education definitely will be necessary at some detailed level. Not yet. We need legislation. We need mechanisms. It's absolutely necessary for clusters, and for sure, many times you might have heard from the representatives from ministers that by the end of the year such support should be expected. So fingers crossed that the new reality for cluster support will be received, and then the education will be there, and automatically it will be animated. So now naturally, moving to our 3rd member, representative of the local government representative.
Wojciecha, czy pan patrzy bardziej sceptycznie?
Are you more optimistic or pessimistic regarding the legal support for clusters? And on the other hand, how this optimism is spreading among the officers or municipal representatives? To tell the truth, we need to observe or to see what the situation is like. Both are very extreme examples. On one hand, we can talk about extreme optimism, or on the other hand, extreme conservative approach. Which is strongly related with this, how people react to changes. On one hand, some will aggregate the change and they would always be very optimistic. On the other hand, these who we are trying to force that change on, they will always be skeptical. And that's them who in the first place we need to educate and talk with. But that's a one-way ticket, or there's no way of return. And we still want to follow this path. It's only a matter how soon, how quick we can implement it. If we can convince those who are skeptical, And based on our expert knowledge, and in those countries where the experience is more extensive, then the entire transition will be much easier. And I know that every day, with each talk, with each discussion, with each examples provided, and presentation showing how it works well, then the skeptical ones are reducing, that group is reducing. So once we are well prepared and consistent in the implementation can be doing. There is an English saying, the success can be achieved when the prepared ones get the opportunity. Once we are not ready, we will miss any opportunity. When we keep waiting for something that should solve our problems, that will never be successful. Now, when we get consistent and we implement the guidelines that we set, and we do our job, then when we look at implementation of any project, we can't say that there are good or bad conditions. They are as they are, and we are at this stage of project implementation. It needs to be reliably prepared. The background needs to be strong, and the cooperation with the R&D units is super important. And just the diagnosis prepared by them, it took 1.5 years. And before I learned the conditioning within the city, it's 1.5 years minimum of intense work and learning about the city. And then this knowledge has to be transferred to the R&D units, and then the solutions can be developed. The larger commune, the larger requirements for energy, the more complex it may be. But then still it is the path to follow, and then we can achieve our objective. Thank you very much. You have mentioned the opportunities that are before such solutions. And a similar question has been asked to the Deputy Director of COMAG. So now I would like to ask how COMAG, when talking to many entities and local governments, is there a large level of optimism for such balancing solutions, considering such large differences in energy prices? Or is there maybe more of skeptical approach due to a very long preparation for some cluster solutions which have not been successful as for today? Well, both, that's what I can say. But it's still very positive that still the majority are positive. And of course, some disheartening is large because the cooperation between different companies and local governments have been on for a long time. When the final results not necessarily are always successful. On the other hand, from the perspective of our institute, how we are operating is that our solutions, our projects are such ones that are implemented because only this kind of cooperation can secure future cooperation. And for me, it's quite difficult to understand that there is some project or initiative that it is being put on the shelf. That, for example, some company or any entity involved, be it on the city side or any company, just leave it as it is because there is this stage finished, the project is finished, thank you very much, end of story. It can't work like this. Now, the optimism is still high, and the situation has forced this approach. We can also see with the representatives of Bytom, Zabrze.
Bardziej gotowe, bardziej otwarte na tą współpracę.
Of course, there are more and less determined centers. We can't say that they are their approach is negative. They possibly need more determined. They are more reserved. But each and every next meeting, discussion, provides them with more conviction, with more examples, with tangible results for the society. And as well, it makes them stay in the locations where they come from. As I can remember, the migration is huge. It's absolutely dramatic. What a huge problem it is to get investors due to the fact that we don't have the green energy, which makes the basis for everything. So these are the arguments are convincing for the cities strongly. And the solutions that are around the world and in Poland. We also discussed the technical matters. We still have present companies here that can prove wonderful solutions. We've got great technical thoughts. We've got wonderful scientists, engineers. We can get this all together and build something great. And when, if not now, because that's the best time now, because this time will not repeat again. And of course, we're talking about those means. Without financing, without money, it can't work. But everyone, every second person is repeating, how long can we wait for those for the financing? It's not about that. The investors, as well Polish investors, who are very much involved and interested. So the cooperation of all these entities is crucial. There is an optimism. The cities are interested. We are trying to convince them more and more. We are trying to prove it's sensible, and this mechanism is working. It was exactly like with thermal modernization and photovoltaic. By the time when the first neighbor installed the panels, then the next one wanted to do it as well, because it proved that it is balancing financially well. So one commune can set an example, then the next ones can follow. And let's stick to that. Thank you very much. One more question in the second round of questions. And in a moment, I will ask you to summarize briefly. And coming back to the question of balancing, local balancing, how such balancing is perceived by the large big energy players, also considering technical possibilities. It has been mentioned additional measurements introduced in Ochotnica. So the prosumers who have the photovoltaic installations, very often they have got the dual readers. Not all many have got this kind of devices. So how the large energy players are looking at that, as well from the point of view of the plans implemented by the Office of Energy, and from the point of view of different instruments like the SE, which were implemented quite lately, not as tests. It took place just 3 weeks ago. So can the energy companies see in the future like controlling a bit of that demand among the clients? Well, I think it's a very good question, and I also would like to take this opportunity that our minister is here with us. Okay, when it comes to this, what took place on the 21st of September, so the Polish networks had to switch off those entities that were ready, declared the readiness for disconnection, and we will need to bring this opportunity to the distribution companies. Namely, we can imagine such a system that these entities that have electrical appliances like aircon, boiler, there can be a connector or slot card, system slot card. So during the peak, they can be switched off at some conditions. So, for example, when such a boiler can be switched off for 2 hours, or aircon that, for example, that the temperature cannot raise by 2 centigrades, say, at home. And then it will be possible to save 1 gigawatt of power. Because on a local level, distribution level, I'm able to disconnect in given conditions to disconnect some recipients, and the companies are not very happy to do that. But I believe that the minister has got such tools to start this kind of and introduce this kind of solutions. Now, when it comes to Ochotnica, I understand Bismarck is installing the measurements. Well, the problem is to get actual savings in our bills. Then the house meters, would have to gather on an ongoing basis information on the flows, energy flows in the houses, which is not the case now. For example, the intelligent readers of Tauron, they provide the 24-hour with 24-hour delay information on the energy consumption. So it's useless. So the online reading would have to be made maybe every 15 minutes. Well, gathering this number of data would completely explode the system, and maybe 3-4 pieces of information a day online, and then the minister, it would make sense to work stronger on the dynamic prices, even if we make them 2. So they've got the night peak when the prices are high, and then such systems of energy management in the local households. Then I would know if such system should be started, or the system would start it or not. So we need dynamic prices to make savings in our bills, and we don't have them in our country yet. We're talking about the EU, but still we don't have this. And then some local demand control at the distribution level would be required. And the second one, this solution is easier to be done, but it takes determination for sure. And definitely it's not required by the distribution companies, because for them it's a huge area of activity. But then it definitely would secure savings in energy, either in the energy unit or could be disconnected in declared moments. So, to sum up, I believe that the experiment in Ochotnica with the double measurement, double reading, it would make the basic meters, and it should be connected with the other system and the local storage within the corporations. So if the co-ops are able to store some energy, if some high energy consumption has to be done, then something heat up something, then between 11 and 4 during the day for these 5 hours, when we have a lot of energy, then we can say we can order this kind of activity, operation. And in other parts of the world, it may be it is performed. So this is my experience and recommendation from the central level.
Now we go to wrap it up, and I would like this wrap-up to be started by Mrs. Polnik, maximum 1 minute per person, and we can go dynamically through that part. We're wrapping up the panel, right? What new knowledge, what doubts have arisen, what risks offer, or opportunities for balancing within the Silesian energy storage? I'm really motivated with what I've heard on this panel. This example of Ochotnica, even more so, it shows that it does make sense. Of course, since we do know that it makes sense and we're hoping for that, it is obvious from our perspective. But all those hazards, all those that you mentioned, the legislation aggregation in this system is based on the law that is effective, and the solutions adopted in the world, well, it's not going to work like that because law is different in different parts of the world. So this is the new element here. And then debating. Yeah, let's keep debating. Let's keep talking. Let's notify. Let's show that it does make sense. I'm really pleased and motivated. And I'm so pleased I could sit on the panel with such prominent speakers. Of course, we need to work. We need to cooperate. Thank you. Maciej. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to meet, to talk, and discussions in the lobby. I'd like to encourage you that with regards to this crisis situation that we have in the world in terms of energy, so we could draw on from it, because we can't draw like good conclusions from it. It could be an impulse to do something bottom up on the citizens level, local level, whether it's going to be a cluster form or energy cooperatives or collective prosumer, which is already functioning. Soon it's going to be virtual. Let's not fear that. Let's do it together. And all those elements that I've been mentioned here, I would add. I'm not sure if the discussion took place yesterday, the issue involving energy poverty. And since civic energy is an opportunity to eliminate energy poverty, so we could have another panel on that. And I really organize that with the next edition, maybe they could try and go in that direction. Thank you. Wojciech. My first experience is that this critical mass that we need for that transition is growing. And this effect of the snowball, we could say just a bit more, is going to bring the effect that we're all expecting. If I were to convince anybody to do anything, it is openness, sharing either your experience, and not treating everybody as competition, but so we could sit together and, as we say, within Silesia, as we could organize this transition, because nobody is an island. We can't do this transition on our own. We can't be an energy independent city which is separated from the national grid. We've been really divided into grids, and we are part of the grids when it comes to the metropolis, which is an ocean, an entity which involves us in the grid. If we have the same objectives and we talk and we implement them together, then it must work. I wanted to sum it up in an optimistic manner. Thank you for the invitation on this panel. I think that, yes, sure, Poland faces a huge challenge involving energy, but also it faces a huge opportunity, and we have a great potential in creating solutions which can be scalable, which can be sold in the world. So we're facing a huge opportunity to create products and services which may elevate us higher up or help us catch the wave or yet another technological revolution which is happening in the world. We are at the face of yet another technological revolution and war, which unfortunately escalates and speeds up those processes. So like 2 years ago, I went for a consultation in the ministry and I started talking about hydrogen. It was sort of cut down immediately. They were saying, oh yeah, you know, you're talking about some absurd, unrealistic future. And now everybody talks about it. The whole world is working on hydrogen technologies. It is going to happen in the energy sector. We should know that this potential does lie in Poland on the part of those producers and energy storage, but also on the software part, all the IT companies, as we have representative of that. We have a large intellectual potential, which is at university. We have everything, but we need to start acting when it comes to the legal aspects. I'm also waiting for the changes on clusters. We all know that all signs shade that it should start at the turn of the year. The error, the mistake was that those who backed down, who got discouraged, I know such municipalities, I know that there will be clusters or not. Every municipality has got the same tasks to do that they have in the clusters. I can say that those 3 years, because it costs time, I devoted those 3 years to be ready to absorb those funds. I can say that I am like 99% ready to use the fund, and I'm also happy that this playing field is there to test all those solutions. And I'd like to invite you to come visit us. Is there anything for you to test? If you want to draw on from our experience, then do. And University AGH, then I'd like to thank you very much and for creating this system of cooperation together with business and political circles, where I need to emphasize we managed to convince them to implement very important solutions. We can't just get discouraged that things aren't going to happen. We need to do everything that we managed to make words turn into actions. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass it on to Professor Hanzelka. I'm going to say, I just, was slightly active. So that's my contribution. But wrapping it up, I'd like to congratulate COMEC that it's entering its scope of operations. But I can't say you can't do it just as a byproduct. No, there's been like a conference, and tomorrow is going to be Silesian energy sources. No, this is systemic work which will require many years and of personal and financial involvement, so we can succeed eventually. What I'd do if I were to start, well, I'll try to organize like a virtual setting when it comes to understanding the energy resources of production and 2 or 3 sources, maybe somewhere in the town, maybe in Bytom, where we could start. We could try and learn how to manage energy, and we could get the first effects from savings, from management of that. And then we could scale it, and we can iterate in another town or city and adjust some and the network. If Bytom refurbishes some school or public building, and then we can have this energy management system, the BMSs. So without the knowledge what's required and how we need to do it, it's not going to be a solution that brings economic benefit, because the show of activities make no sense. They need to involve economics. That's it. Thank you very much for inviting me on the panel. That's I'd like to add to the added value that we create here. Michał. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really privileged and honored to sit on this panel with you. I'd like to just sum up a couple of things. Yes, this is a moment where the brave ones can just become leaders. It is the bold solutions, the attempts with some slips on the way, but these are the potential to create the solutions for the future. This is the moment, and it's happening right now. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, though, if I may encourage you to do something, we are an IT company, and we have such experience. Without the support of scientific consultants, we wouldn't have those programs that we're creating now. And I'd like to encourage you to cooperate with us. We do have tools in Poland. We are the beneficiaries and the funds of National Research for Scientific Development. We cooperate with scientific circles, universities. We would not be here if it weren't for that cooperation. Third thing, if I may, the dynamic prices for the consumers, it's something that we are able to show biggest return on investment and savings, since they generate some anxiety or maybe some resistance, and they are just being shelved. So maths do not lie. We do see that this is the key to give financial benefit to the producers and distribution, but also to give some opportunities and offer them for the end users. Thank you very much for the opportunity to sit on a very inspiring panel, I'd like to add that IT will just be a service. They are so advanced, they have such a set of tools that with well-defined assumptions they can create any solution at this moment. We could say that sky is the limit. If we define the assumptions really well, if we have good frameworks, good schedules, then the ITs can do anything. That's why what's very important is the multi-level cooperation, starting with the institutes, scientific circles, universities, municipalities, local government units. And I'd like to encourage you to cooperate. Let's try, let's test, let's have pilots, let's have prototypes. On the basis of such experience, we're going to create one of the best solutions which can be copied all over the world. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the panelists for sharing their experience, opinions, and the perspective of cooperation for the future. Each of you have emphasized how important it is to cooperate with regards to energy for the future, with solutions for recipients, cooperatives, clusters, or with the main beneficiary with the Silesian system of energy storage. Thank you. I'd like you to ask you to stay. Now I would like to ask all panelists to stay here. We could have a picture taken. Michał's there, Wójt is there. So let's just take a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a request, because I was listening, there was the communication murmur going on. I do observe that. I know what you think. Yes, you are going to have coffee, but I need you to give me a quarter of an hour. Please take a smile. Yeah, if I was to stand there, I'd just cover them up. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you just, sit in the front row, it'll look cool too. I have a request that we have the short film on, so we can see that. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of words. We've heard on this stage that we could finally say, what is this Silesian system of energy storage? In fact, the panel in this part of the summary, it did show it, but it also showed. Come on, guys, sit down. And how are we supposed to organize an energy revolution? Very important thing. We need to say it quite clearly, and you can't leave this room unless you have this peace of mind, what we really want to do. And it's a huge challenge. We need to observe it like that. You see here, we have visualization, which subliminally is being passed on to you during all those panels. When we built this strategy at the very beginning, I'd like to thank the minister, because he's been with us from the very beginning of those works, and the involvement of towns stems from the fact that we can see that the ministry has a serious approach to that. Because I'd like to tell you, I can share a secret with you. The minister is here with us today, because tomorrow he's going to sign a Bosco-Stratega application. Hopefully, it's a second attempt. Hopefully, it'll work. Bosco-Stratega is going to be involved with the National Assets Ministry, COMAG leader, Institute of Management of Natural Resources and Energy Consortium, and SRK. SRK. And this is done so we can take a look at where the problems lie when it comes to making the post-mining areas available for such operations, such as energy storage of all sorts of types. What's very significant for us is that we seriously believe that this is the Polish route to transition in terms of energy, but also in terms of civilization. Yesterday we had Professor Tajguś talking about German transition, which way Germans went and how they used their areas. Maybe they didn't have the technologies that we have now, but I really would like to be convinced, and I am convinced, that those green energy islands that Professor Prostański mentioned yesterday, especially that the cities do want that, and that's significant, and they are going to be created. Now I'd like to show you a bit of a history how we approach this strategy, because exactly what we've heard in this panel, what we spoke about the Silesian system of energy sectors. We set up clusters. The clusters will operate and we will develop them. We'll develop dispersed energy. The city told us that they don't work. We don't know how it's going to function. Let's talk about projects. And here you see the visualization. This is a poetry by our graphic designers. And behind them, we have pre-feasibility studies. They are not completed yet, because at this stage we are facing the projects. So this is some visualization which was supposed to show the town that we've got an idea. Take a look if you like it. As we see that Zabrze Sports Hall is going to be created, and we hope that's how it's going to be provided with energy. This is a range of equipment that we would like to have produced at Comag. Only turned out that clusters are not going to solve the projects, and it's just a concept with projects. We started wondering in which direction we should follow. And this panel was to show us what is the essence of our cooperation. What I would like, together with you, as Mr. Tokarski said, we'd like to manage what we've got. We've had a huge debate. Huge energy is just huge energy. Not everybody wants to let others in the business, but there is an opportunity there. We want to be at the low voltage, and we want to help stabilize the large grids. So I hope there will be an opportunity like that. When I spoke to the professor, energy should agree to that. This is something to be learned. So therefore, the idea and what has been created, there was a decision that the company, with Comag being a 100% owner, ZDK would be transferred into Comag Energy, Comag Energia. This is the operator which will talk to the cities about various projects, not just energy IT projects, but also what we're really interested in and what we will hear in the evening panel, the ecosystems, biodiversity, lots of IT, and monitoring of this amount of data. The plan is we have filed an application to the Marshall Silesian Center of Experimental Techniques in terms of energy. We would like it to be created at OMAG so we could develop this Polish thought. If we could have the presentation, please. And I will show you some pictures that have been transformed into this visualization, what's ahead of us. We will need cooperation, definitely. That's why we have this broad dialogue that we have, technological dialogue that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, what we would like, and Dr. Pawlik has already mentioned, we are very happy. We are from the Energy Center at University AGH of Mining and Metallurgy University. So we will talk about the after the conference, because the Energy Center of EGH represents in all the letters of intent and the cooperation with the director, we try to sign up and talk and create a broader alliance. So what we are going to do, the next step, I'm just eyeing Wojciech, because we're going to knock at your door. We'll see who's going to be first, what we would like to have. We'd like to organize together a project. It's not a concept. It'll be a project together with Energy City. I'm not sure if we're going to be Rzeszów because talks are in progress, but a place which uses those technologies and tries to support the advanced IT in this dispersed sector, because there is huge management emphasis. I think we'll get there. Why should we do it? The representative of Ochotnica said 98%, as you have said, is convinced that to do it. Well, it needs to be done. It can't be just a visualization or a concept. It must be a project. It must be well calculated. It requires some budget stock taking, and then we need to have funds. Even if us joining the organization of European Association serves that purpose. So at some point we can just present a particular subject. Well, Comac Energia would like to be the aggregate for that. I don't want to talk about it because we spoke about Professor Tokarski with regards how much can I say that by the 2030 the Comac will, how much energy is going to have by that day. As Professor has mentioned, easy, take it easy. We'll start with one, but it needs to be done. Now I'm going to show you several pictures so you can see that what Director Prostański was saying yesterday. We want to start with ourselves. What I would really like, as we have spoken with Director Prostański or Director Polnik as well, that those two institutes of ours, you will see soon, that they would be those that, like in Ochotnica, where you invite people, come over, take a look, let's do something together. Luckily, both institutes are before the thermal insulation, and we'll see. This is a visualization, what it's going to look like. You saw it yesterday because professors did show that building. Of course, these are the real things that we have tried to adjust. And those photovoltaic panels also on the walls, that we will use the new technologies for the employees. I would like to be a passive building where there is aircon, where we involve recuperation and other options and answers that would serve the employees. Good and modern solutions. This is a take from different sides, and that's yet to. If you've been to Katowice, this building has been slightly constructed. On the left, you see the containers with energy storage, the charges, Zabrze Stadium. What's significant, the infrastructure, because that's what the city wanted. This is after consultation debates with the city. So there will be an opportunity to charge up the cars. Here, Makoszowy. This is a green concept, I would say, but as you know, they're huge areas. Those panels, you can imagine, will be on the roofs. I could recommend, and you know there are no technical problems to implement such solutions, but here we decided to leave that area. As you saw in previous visualization, there is like a moonlight landscape rather. It is Bobrek, not Makoszowy. So we had questions on that. What did we come up with for Bobrek? Because here we try to be very gentle, so we don't infringe upon that infrastructure. So the idea is that the metropolis, and that's another challenge before us, because we keep saying that the hydrogen buses will operate in Silesia, that in between our various locations, those buses could go in, charge up the hydrogen, and just go on. So these are very well all communicated, well connected areas, so that shouldn't be a problem. So this is a take from like a bird's eye view. So this is like a flagship of Silesia. This is Powstań Kutców Śląskich coal mine. We observe the solutions in the world, but it must work. That's the only difference. When we don't just try to change it into something else, which would not be properly used business-wise. So there is more and more. And now the charges. We think that nothing stands in the way of an aggregate, which would be Comac Energia, which could be involved together with cities. Because I can imagine that we have the Silesian energy storage, we create the concept so we can support each other within those terms. Comac tries to develop their own solutions, but I'd like to show you the visualizations, new options, and our employees are most important. So that's the car park, and it's being created, and this is the solution. In general, we talk about warehouses. These are the solutions of the entire team that worked on that strategy. We're thinking with Professor Frostański that it would feature in the book, which we would like to leave as a concept. Thank you very much. Let's have the animation. Yeah, the concept that the Institute would like to leave, the key element that during those work we have established really strong relationship with the cities and not only. And since if we talk to you about it, this shows the direction that we have undertaken. If everything works as we have planned, on one hand, we have the strategy where we think about changing the regulations and which path we should take. And on the other hand, we have cooperation with the cities initially. As I would say, we would like to be really transparent and to talk about it and notify in a transparent manner. Then I think we will not have a matter. I'm not sure if it's going to be in 3 years. As you saw with designing and projects, I would like to invite you to cooperate. I think it's worth it. And Comac shows that the Institute of Green Transition wants to be a part of it. I'd like to thank you very much for this panel. This was my pleasure to meet you. I think that this is the first and not the last one where we show our strategy. I'd like to thank all those who were involved in organizing this material. And I hope that if we have the Global Congress of Energy Storage, will be more involved to develop it. Thank you very much, Minister. I'd like to thank you on behalf of the organizers, because you were really careful when you provided help in those projects. Thank you very much.
Kawa, tak. A obiad już? Na 3 minuty obiad, zapraszamy na obiad.
and we'll be listening about power, site development, and related matters. We've got very interesting presenters. One slight change in organization. The 7th presentation that was supposed to be exactly 7th in line, due to independent reasons, will be in the 2nd position. All the rest remains without any changes. And to our presenters, kind request, please stick to the 15-minute slot. What we are not able to say here and now, please, we'll discuss it later on, off stage, and please try to stick to the 15-minute regime. Now, energy safety and the potential of post-mining areas. With us, there is today Mr. Director of the National Cluster Chamber, and is going to do presentation on behalf of the previous original presenter. And over to you. Good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Tomasz Trzał. I'm the managing director of the Renewable Energy Clusters Chamber. I'm going to tell you about this. What you can see in the first slide. So the Polish dispersed energy. This slide and two next ones are actually the most important ones that you're going to see today, to remember, to take with you. So first thing, the Polish dispersed energy. This is what safety consists in, and it is also shown, or it has been proved by the situation behind our east border, and half of Ukraine are already afraid to have the electricity. Now, when there is a photovoltaic farm is bombed, it still can work within 90%, and damaged panels can be rebuilt within 2 weeks. Of course, the dispersed energy doesn't have to be based only on renewable energy sources, as well, for example, biomass. Some stabilizer as well is required, and we cooperate with COMAG, as we believe that the energy mix here should be based a stabilizer on coal. All the rest we need to produce from the so-called renewable energy sources. Of course, so-called, because energy, sun energy, solar energy is not renewable. We know the rules of physics. This is the second slide to remember. It's very bad, and it's going to be still worse. And we should be aware that things are going to go down the hill. Not without a reason, we can see winter in this slide. And slide number 3, human being as well as the legislator this is the Murphy's Law, one of my favorites, is taking reasonable steps only with all the other options have been exhausted. Well, we haven't exhausted yet as a country and our government, but as well local governments, all the options that we are given before we start taking sensible steps. In our belief, this is the limiting of energy costs rather than subsidizing the high costs. We produce energy at such a cost as it is, regardless of the fact if these are windmills or coal or whatsoever, the market price it is. However, we have got some additional costs, and for sure you can realize it very well as well. And when you have a look at your bills, these bills are very complex because they include all the components that result in the final price. We've got also some hidden prices, transmission prices, final prices, a cogeneration price, and of course from the 1st of January, the price from the 1st February of last year. What can we do to have cheaper energy? Next slides are going to show this. But as we're talking about the potential of the post-mining areas, therefore this Gorzelec cluster example, President Spiridowicz was supposed to present it. I know this cluster very well as well, and now a few slides explaining what that cluster of Zgorzelec is about. Because clusters in Polish law are regulated roughly within, or the regulation take about half a page, where the energy regulations take some thousands of pages. And maybe half of the clusters work efficiently, the other ones are more just on the paper. This is an agreement of local market and agreement of local participants, where we have independent sources of energy and highly efficient cogeneration for heat and electricity. And it covers 1 powiat or 5 surrounding communes. We're talking about the current regulations, because as some other amendments considering renewable energy sources and the so-called cluster law has been under discussion for a few years already, and we still don't know what the results may be. And this area provides some potential, because not each commune may have a sufficient potential to produce energy or to have sources of energy. But when we have got 5 communes, neighboring communes, of course, then we may try in one of them find some production options, in the neighboring one the reception potential. So why and how can we cut some costs in transmission? Because we understand that a cluster works covers a relatively small area. For example, we are not pushing the energy from Szczecin to Białystok or wherever. We produce it in one location, and we try to balance as much as possible, up to 1% within, based on hourly rate, the consumption and transmission, and take some load off the national power system. In the case when we've got overproduction, and take as little as possible when we've got underproduction. There is a coordinator for each cluster whose job is to balance that final result, that we may have one entity per one cluster. So that's roughly how a standard structure of energy cluster looks here, based on the Zgorzelec cluster. We've got the communes here, we've got the universities. There also can be PGE, KGHM included in cluster, and Silesia. It also happens. Now we are running a project of starting a cluster in Bogdanka, in Łęczna commune. So it's also possible to participate for such large entities within the cluster. In the very Zgorzelec cluster, we have about 90 companies, a distribution company operating within the cluster, 2 companies from the modern technologies clusters, and of course local governments. When it comes to the safety and potential of energy, for example, here in Upper Silesia, local governments are great recipients of renewable energy sources, because it would be difficult to cover OZE without renewable sources, without the units of local governments and all the dependent units, including schools. They can wonderfully covered using the local sources. Another slide with clusters. We've got electrical cars, for example, and we're about to finish that project for an electrical car, not to be confused with Izera, which is not completely well thought. However, now this project for delivery vehicle, we are winning here, and the company from our cluster is going to produce 2 electrical cars, delivery cars, and the price should be guaranteed at such a level that it would guarantee its competitiveness, and they should be competitive for the market. Also in terms of price, a new model of electrical power market. The old one is in the top picture. The new one is in the bottom picture. When we have a local market, it gets more mixed, it gets more complex. You can be producer, prosumer, a recipient, and the flow of energy and money at the level of cluster, it looks different. It's not centralized. The sources can be multiple. Therefore, the model is significantly different. Here, as I mentioned before, the assumptions for the cluster law, or theoretically, should support the dispersed energy concept. When the Minister for Climate and Environment was still Michał Kurtyka, his concept was to create around 300 self-financing areas in Poland, what, as a matter of fact, reflects the number of clusters and powiats in Poland. So those 300 areas would make some areas which internally could balance out and would be most neutral for the national energy system. The first slide, considering that law, shows how many restrictions there are, and is it profitable to create a cluster versus the benefits coming from cluster? First of all, we have some restriction within cluster up to 100 megawatts. We're not able to make more. One of the most important restrictions is the second point, like restrictions of connecting sources lower than 110. And this is the highest number currently in Poland. This is a restriction because this law has been under proceedings for a few years. Nothing has changed yet, and possibly once it once it is in force, possibly this restriction will remain, what will restrict and block the sources within clusters. So we don't know if it will be that beneficial, that helpful. However, still, we can hardly see any end of these proceedings. If you have a closer look, we have some conditions for entering the system, and there will be a list, ministerial list, to enter the system, and one of the conditions will be 30% of renewable energy sources, and the cumulative power cannot be more than 110 kilowatts, and if these conditions are met, then, there's another slide explaining more conditions during the operation of such a support system. So after, say, a few years, 3 or 4, because the date of the 31st of December 25 will still change within the framework of the support system. We will need to achieve as much as 50% of energy coming from renewable sources. And the third condition, having the storage for energy at this stage of 2% of total power installed. So for 100 megawatts in the cluster, then we've got 2 megawatt storage to have this support system. And the slide, as I have mentioned, to bear in mind, to remember, to have a takeaway, it's bad, it's going to be worse, because we can hardly expect any lowering of the costs of energy. If the clusters develop, then just on the transmission and distribution, I think about 30% the distribution costs we are able to save. However, below 110 kV and 100 megawatts is the restriction, and then balancing. So per saldo, in total, it gives us about 70 zloty cheaper per 1 megawatt hour. We're not talking about the production costs, about this what the state is paying extra after a lot of conditions are met. Thank you very much. That's all from me. Thank you very much for clarifying the subject. Would someone like to ask the director, taking this opportunity? So let me ask, because I have one. What actions are taken by KIKE towards changing those provisions and to make sure that the conditions are better, more friendly, in order to reduce those costs? And is there any green light for that? Is there any hope, any light of hope in this tunnel that this may happen at some point? Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a lot of actions. Of course, it may look quite empty, the statement. However, a lot of discussions are being taken with the ministry, but also with the State Assets Ministry and many other players, because their perception is that each and every megawatt hour produced from renewable sources, this 1 megawatt hour less coming from their sources. Everyone just wants to have as high share as possible. Well, they are not building, but they're already blocking. Unfortunately, these who would like are not able to connect these sources in Poland. And on the 24th of February this year, we sent a very clear message that everyone has to be active there, everyone has to participate. And we could foresee it easily that coal will come back, will have a great comeback. It may be expensive. Gas is passé, at least the one that's easiest available, that one from Russia. The major part of Europe was wrong. We need to be clear about this. Putting it all on the Russian gas, and Germany and the EU, because that they made such a huge mistake, it doesn't mean that, or it doesn't make our mistakes smaller. And here in Upper Silesia, we should analysis how from we can get energy, be it biomass, solar energy, coal, water. We're mapping, we calculate what is economical, and we produce as much energy from it as possible. And then next step is the holy grail, is the storage of energy. And we all know that who is able to store energy and manage it will be the winner on the market, not the one who is producing it. We still have got some finances to support the storage. I mean, with all respect to Huawei, our partner of this conference, this can be batteries, but so it can be water, various options. And apart from this, that we're talking into such solutions, we take a lot of steps. And kind request to each of you, we all have some opportunities to contact and talk our legislator to raise some blockages, maybe temporarily, but let's produce, let's store this energy. We will definitely not lose on it. And apart from the entrepreneurs who actually are producing energy and the sources, we also have got our distributors, of course, private distributors in our chamber. However, still the key is in the hands of the large energy, the power producers, the so-called the grade 4 energy, grade 4. Okay, applause for Mr. Director, and cooperation together we can do much more. Thank you once again. And now the presentation of our friends from COMAG, the meaning of research and certification of production units for securing safety of energy supplies. Good afternoon, Andrzej Figiel. I'm the head of the certifying unit within COMAG, and together with my colleague, a specialist from the laboratory, with Andrzej Niedworok, I'm going to tell you more about research and certification of production units. For COMAG, it's a new area, which here I would like to emphasize. We started with those matters. We got into that as a result from an impulse from labs, which defined such a demand on the market. There was no such a unit on Polish market that would be able to research and certify modules of energy producing units. Here we need to start from the requirements coming from the resolution of the EU, the NCRG network requirements, and how the code requirements have been implemented and considered in the certification and research offer of COMAG. We're going to discuss the process of research and certification within COMAG based on this document. So far at COMAG, we have been focusing on research and certifying many groups of machines and equipment, including electrical ones. As mentioned, so far, our experience covered analysis electrical vehicles and related devices. So the natural next step was extending that offer by models of energy producing models in the context of the network. So these are the devices that are able to produce electrical power of particular parameters of frequency and voltage. From the technical point of view, the most important within the process of verifying of the ownership of such products is the question of a resistance against stoppages or failures in feeding, in order to make sure that they are able to produce in an undisrupted way electricity. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time to go into more details. And to give you a little bit more details, we also need to mention the division of the production units into 4 types, A, B, C, D. And at COMAG Institute, due to some infrastructure restrictions, so we focus on A and B units. The ABC, the voltage is defined as we can see in the table, between 800 watts in continental Europe to 1 megawatt in Poland. That value has been defined differently. The value between 800 watts to 200 kilowatts. Type B, it's above 200 up to 10 megawatts. The technical requirements for the products depend on the classification. The higher class needs to meet the requirements also for the lower types. The Association of the Operators of Electrical Producers has defined the procedure for connecting the modules to the network. According to the above, to make sure that a given product is implemented, it needs to obtain some certification. So the units and components used in the modules of energy production are subject to certification. However, they are subject to certification which can be reliable, can be trusted. In other words, it takes an accredited activity. Only then it provides the security of some reliability level. Beforehand, there were no such units that could, in Poland, that could be accredited to perform this kind of operation. The assessment criteria include all sorts of guidelines for A and B. This is a standard which was also implemented by our lab in our institute and our certifying unit, apart from the EU resolution, of course. At COMAG, actions have been taken aiming at implementation of the network code, and they consisted in creating a research infrastructure and accrediting this activity. Same as activities that were about developing a certification program and obtaining accreditation of the Polish Accreditation Center in Warsaw. These activities were successful. Both the lab and the unit obtained relevant certs. And now we can issue already certificates with an accreditation based on accredited research results. Now I'd like to ask my friend Andrzej Niedworok to present how we approach this kind of research of these products.
Andrzeju, szanowni państwo, nazywam się Andrzej Niedworok, reprezentuję.
My name is Andrzej Niedworok. I represent Lab of Applied Tests at COMAG, where I work and carry out tests of development units on the basis of the accreditation by the Polish Accreditation Center. As to the best of my knowledge, we are the first lab of this type in Poland. During this presentation, let me briefly describe what research is obligatory, what is performed for the production units of Type 8. As Andrzej said, these are the generation units up to a certain level of kilowatts. This is with regards to the grid code, as Andrzej mentioned with CRG, and the requirements which are included in the PNN 59.1. There is a research which we do. This is confirming the operational frequency, which for the continental Europe is from 47.5 hertz up to 51 hertz. The next one is checking the ability to be connected with the grid and operation with quick frequency changes, Rokov test. Then it is to confirm the operation of answer to the active power, LFSMO. Then we perform an assessment of allowable active power with regards to the generated power with a drop of frequency. Then we have functional verification of the interface, which the generation unit should have. What the basis of the basic operation is stopping the active power after the 5 seconds of the command being given. Then we assess the point of connecting the energy in the normal state without failures, and then once the connection is connected in the trip mode. Since we have flexible norms of accreditation, and we can function under other generation norms. I'd like to mention the 50,438 from 2013, which currently is an out-of-date norm, but it is the best from the point of view of presenting the matters of implementation and research methods. We also perform tests with the Germans. According to the German standard, we can also test, which is not integrated with the grid network, but also a loss of mains, which is defined by a particular norm. Also spoke about this research last year. And in the last year, our lab performed like a huge equipment delivery, which provides us to provide the test up to 250 kilowatts. The pillars of our research solution is PowerWave simulator by MTS, which for AC can generate power, simulate 250 kilowatt amperes with a maximum 360 volts. It can also work in the DC up to 250 kilowatts with a 1500 volt and 333 amperes, and with 500 volts with a limitation up to 1000 amperes. This can work in two directions from the point of view of such units which can be connected to the grid, and we can generate it back to the network, so we reduce the cost of such tests. Due to the low THD, we can perform tests and analysis of electricity harmonics. The other element is the set of two chargers with together 214 kilowatts with a maximum power 1,500 volt, where we can provide 3 units with RES. This is a two-directional. It shows minus 240 up to plus 240 amperes, so we can charge and burden the equipment. They also work in two directions with returning energy to the grid. We can also simulate the work of the panels and test the MPPT algorithm which are implemented in generation unit. I'm talking about those units which operate with PV. We don't have much time to talk about it too much. Let me just present 2 tests. An example, it's a grid transformer for water power, hydropower plants with 100 kilowatts. In this instance, we did not use our measuring equipment because the specifics of its construction just prevented that. So we constructed a system in the circulation power where the generator normally works with the synchronous generator, and they operate with Kaplan-Francis turbine. In this instance, it is programmed in such a way that it can generate artificial grid, and the transformer which we have installed makes us eliminate our short-term commutation, short circuits which happen in the DC circuit for both transformers. First of all is test of resistance for quick change of frequency rock-off. Let me just present it. Works with the significant power for 2.5 hertz. As you see in the first instance, the speed of the change of the frequency is 2 hertz per second. The phase electricity is still present, and it's there. When the frequency is 2.5 hertz, when it exceeds the settings, then the active power generation is stopped. The generation unit did not manage to persist, so it was cut off. The next test I'm going to show you the functioning of LFSMO active power with a higher frequency. So I'm going to present two cases where the setup of this algorithm is done. That activation F1 is 50.2 kHz, which is in accordance with FCRNG, and the change of the power is set to the 5% value. In the first instance, for 50 Hz, we start with the starting power 100%. It is 100 kilowatts. When we exceed the first threshold of frequency, which is the threshold of activation, we change it, and we have activation of this rhythm. As per the status, we have power reduction. When we return the frequency back to the starting frequency, which is 50 hertz, then we have the power returning back to 100 kilowatts. The maximum error of regulation that we received in this instance is 3.5 kilowatt, which is lower with regards to the required or norm allowed power deviation, which is up to 10% of. We're talking of active power here. In the second instance, we tested when we have the 50%, when we've reduced the power of 60 kilowatts. When we exceed the activation threshold, 50.2 hertz, we free power of particular unit down to on the unit. The algorithm remembered it, and they introduced limitations. And when we go to the power, initial power, we have the 100%, and the generation unit is in accordance with the gradient, which is no more than 10% of the actual power per minute, and then it gets back to the previous data. And the maximum regulation error was actually lower than previously. Let's finish at this time because I've probably taken too long. I'm so pleased to be standing in front of you, that we've managed over that period of time, we've managed to implement the equipment that we purchased, get a lot of knowledge, because even though the tests are not banal, they require a lot of analysis of all sorts of documents which are not coherent with regards to each of them. So we started to compete with large players of foreign bodies, which have huge knowledge. We've read this TIFU, and we are able to do it within this country. So as far as I know, we're the first lab, the first certification unit, which can do it in this country. So I must say that we've kind of exceeded the expectations in terms of tests, because when we employed up to 200 kilowatt system, then we started receiving orders for higher power units, such as BC, cogeneration, CHP. We need to operate them and test them in an actual environment. So now we are in a situation when all of us are busy down with work, and we need to transfer them into the operation in the real environment on the grid, which requires a lot of operation in cooperation with our customers, because somebody wanted to modify the software for that and adjust it on spot, on the location, which we did with regards to the implementation of German standard of medium voltage. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy panom Andrzejom. Szanowni Państwo, widzicie, Comac się rozwija.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see Comac is developing laboratory-grade investments, and it's more and more interesting. We maybe have no time to ask, but you can get in touch through me or directly. One more thing I'd like to add, what Andrzej said. Slowly, we are becoming equal with the European units, us here in Poland. And I'm going to emphasize it once more. We have great technical ideas and potential. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm even more proud when I go to all sorts of foreign fairs and conferences when we establish cooperation with the industrial partners, and they ask us, do you have enough time for tests? Because those European units are so busy, their schedules are so busy that you need to wait for ages. Thank you very much, Andrzej. Going back to the next speech, I'm so happy that we have Łukasiewicz Network, Electric Drive Comel. It's an institute that we work with. We've done lots of subjects together. We've presented creation elements for hydropower plants, and Mr. Gawron will present systems to create electricity from small hydropower plants. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to stand before you. I see here our colleagues from the lab have already left. I've observed this presentation, aghast really, why we will show you later on here in this presentation, because I am involved in electric machines development, and I am interested in systems for electricity generation on the basis of water, hydropower. If you don't know our institution, just a couple of slides. What we deal with: we design, we produce, development, research, everything that involved with electrical machines, including transformers. And for over a decade, we've been implementing the systems for RES, which in Poland is treated with a pinch of salt, but I'm quite close to that notion and that subject, and I must say that this is unit which doesn't develop so well. It's hard to say why, though. As I have said, we generate generators with fixed magnets for engines, for oil and gas pumping stations, for a range of special machines. If they are done, they are performed and manufactured at our implementation plant. They are usually single and dedicated units. And once we've got that developed, we need to test that at our labs. And once it's tested, we need to show those results at our annual conference this year. It was the 30th already, and I think this conference will keep developing. And 3 more slides before we get to the essence of my presentation. These are electric drives for vehicles. We've developed them in 2006. The driver for the green car in the top left, which is an electric, it was a false start. That was way too early. Europe was not ready for implementation of the systems. It wasn't particularly expensive, and for a few years we were showing various uses of electric drives in various applications, special applications that I've mentioned, related to mining drivers and also for boats and in aviation. Here, this is a leisure drive for paragliding. Special machines. We operate on the military market. We also participated in modernization of Leopards for azimuth elevation in the control systems. Let's get down to the essence. Energy generation. We focus on fixed magnet machines. They have the highest energy efficiency, the highest density of power, if we can say, from the volume units, which in the machine for power plants is not particularly necessary, but in aviation drives, as I've mentioned, it is very important already. There are usually simple structures which don't require rings, brushes, slip brushes, and they generate electricity at any torque, and you can use it very well in hydropower plants. And the field of cooperation with Comac Institute can be developed due to the lab, which I saw the September accreditation, which is, quite a fresh notion. And now let me get back to efficiency. Now we have two examples. These are drawings, two water turbines. One is with a mechanical gear and induction generator, and there are many of those. And if we talk about energy generation, we need to understand that electricity power should be generated in a more efficient way. So this all electricity generation is with the 66% of efficiency. If we have the frequency change, this system can be with 6, 8, or even 10% more efficient. The higher power, the higher savings, which I will show you on the next slide. Today we have two examples. There is a generator of 30 kilowatts, which we have two charts. The blue one is efficiency with regards to, in comparison to the power generated from the fixed magnet generator. And the red one is from the induction generator. As you can easily assume, 8,000 of operational hours, because hydropower plant is very predictable. You can, to a very broad scope, simply use it, and it generates energy. And 8,000 hours per year is about 11 months. The energy price is 1,600 zloty for megawatt hour, because in the beginning of July it was 2,500 for megawatt hour. So that was the shape of the energy at that stage. So if we reduce the losses by 3.6 kilowatts, so the annual benefit would be 46,000 zloty. The situation is definitely different with higher powers. This graph in the bottom left shows a power plant which has been modernized. Top left, it is generated with induction gear. At the bottom, with the green, is the fixed magnet generator free from gears, and we reduced losses by less than 30 kilowatts, which we got with today's prices a yield of about 165,000 zloty. Let me add, as per contrast, that in the world there's about 50% of hydro power plant energy, like in Venezuela, Brazil, and Canada, It is a great result in comparison to Poland, where a hydropower plant is just 2%, and the energy resources in Norway, it's 98%. So, if we talk here about the distribution of the generation unit in a broad scale, in all sorts of locations, this is a very good idea, because that electricity should be used at the location where it is being created. But let me add that the energy power electricity transfer must be from an industrial power plant, such as coal-fired. It is transformed at least 3 times through the transformers and the grids. So any transformation of such type is between 2 to 4% of that energy. You can calculate quite easily how much energy we lose when we have the transfer over many kilometers, while this energy should be used right here where it is possible to use it. We don't have water everywhere. We don't have such potential everywhere, but this can be completed with wind farms and biogas plants and other equipment. Let me present. We have here some strange images. Let me show you the development of hydropower plants over several years. I'd like to focus top right corner, 6 kilowatts. This is a generation unit which was installed in Bielsko at water mains plants. And we have the simple principle: the unit reduces the power in the grid. We have 6 kilowatts gains today. At the prices, we can say 78,000 zloty of savings for the water mains facility. That energy that would have to buy. The system is simple. We have a pipe, a cross-section of a pipe, 2 flanges. This is sealed. The ducts are fixed externally, and then with electronic transformer transferred into internal grid. You don't have to report it anywhere because it's small power, and this is used in 100% by the plant which would have such a need. There are plenty of such examples for sure, but everybody's concerned because they worried where it's installed. We've had such an equipment installed, and it's worked for 2 years, and we can declare help with for other locations. Today, it's not too visible, but let me refer to the suggestion of water recovery, energy recovery, which is lost. Here on the map we see it. At the top it is Bytom, at the bottom is Katowice, and this is Bytomka River. Here it looks quite good because this the rust is visible in red, so the water is pumped out from the mine. And here, where the road starts on the left, there is a huge slope. I went to view that, and there's about 6 to 8% meters of a slope. So if we're to install that, so we have several kilowatts on a regular basis of energy recovered. So we have many examples of such type. I don't deal with seeking such locations where such equipment could be installed, but I think that in cooperation with you and COMAG's auspices, we could locate such places. And this energy, initially not too much, but still it could be reused. These are the slogans which I've written down, but hydropower, these are the principal objectives. There are several of them mentioned. A very important element is small retention, keeping the water within the rainfall area, and a range of other things, and I just recommend that you read that. Thank you very much. Should you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. We have enough time for one question. Would you like to ask a question? Congratulations on those solutions. Let's just introduce it into the system. Are there any questions while we have the specialist here? I'm sorry, the speaker is not using the microphone. The interpreters cannot hear them. Good afternoon, Glemczak Ola from Town Hall in Zabrze. I wanted to ask about Bytomka, because here we saw only just a snippet of it. We have the source is in Bytom, but it goes through Zabrze. Is there an opportunity that in Zabrze we could also use the potential of this water? Is it also available in Zabrze? If the river flows there, yes, but the land conditions are significant. Whether there's a slope. Well, here, a friend of mine found it, and he showed me, and we walked there, and it is there. We went to the Bytom town hall. We tried to communicate, and it's been for 3 years that nothing's happening really. I know. All you need to do is side viewing and map the land, just survey it and see where the potential is. Then yes, sure. I think just right after the conference, I will try to implement and we're in contact with Olga, with Mr. Bryś. It's a shame we didn't know about it earlier, because I think it wouldn't last 3 years. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have about cost of optimization, which is less pleasant but necessary subject. Now Kamil Talar from Energy Project, who's going to give us cost optimization of energy purchase by designing implementation of the EMS energy management system on the basis of industrial and multi-scale energy storage. Good afternoon. I represent Energy Project Company, which implements energy storage in Poland. We produce and develop the projects of multi-scale, large-scale storage. Today I'm going to discuss the EMS, which is Energy Management System, which is just the system as the name says. This is two inverters on the left. They are fixed in the containers. They are connected with the links in lithium, ferrous, phosphorus storage, which have large lifespan, and they feature a very stable operation when charging, unloading. In terms of systems, we talk about inverters and battery system. The EMS system is energy management system. Thanks to that system, our customer can achieve measurable benefits and they can manage energy in an enterprise. An example of an EMS system which you might know, which is developed cascade or a medium voltage field. The EMS in the SCADA system are being implemented, but what's way more popular right now is the EMS system in the basic class where lower units are managed. Our EMS system was developed, was improved to such an extent that the customers who usually are small enterprise or farmers, they can manage the energy storage themselves. Going back to the battery system, in Poland, near city of Łódź, that's where we produce our packages. The Energy Project had bases in smaller packages. The battery cabinet S138 kilowatt hours was recognized during the European Economic Congress in Katowice this year, and was awarded as the Decarbonization Product of the Year. Showing you the EMS system could involve lots of words, but in the instance of our EMS system, which is already in Poland, is in operation, we can control the active power, the dead power. We also observe the electricity of individual phases. We can decide when we can charge and load the energy. We can manage a photovoltaic farm by controlling the drivers, the generator of the EMS system. We also trace natural time, the acceptance moments, and the system is adjusted according to the schedule up to our expectations. We had a forecast for the following day. We can also fit into the forecast with regards to whether we know how much photovoltaics will be used. This is the meter information. So here we can view those from various points of the grid, and we can have them in our system and manage them on the basis of those measurement points. In this instance, we can view in our EMS system to BMS, which is the battery management system, which, as the name suggests, and here we can view the balancing. So we can design the system for the customer with regards to the schedule to fit their needs per hour with the appropriate voltage. Let me show you the operation of such system and implementation on the customer side, and I'll tell you what the customers expected and how it was implemented.
In the case of this energy storage, the system was EMS. It was developed with Apator company. They supplied that system, which was above the system, supervising system, battery. This is the system in Ochotnica that has been already presented, explained, and our battery system in that Apator energy storage is operating. The aim is stabilization of voltage within the network, and here EMS Apator enables this stabilization and elimination of asynchronizing by multi-phase issues. Other systems are systems fully produced and supplied by Energy Project, and here it is just the latest last week implementation where the client has got a production company and ordered this for the production section, and the company produces clothing and works from 4 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. They've got photovoltaic system, 50 kilowatt at peak. It's been extended, and we can store this energy and give it back when it's required the most in order to reduce the peaks of energy demand and the nivellation of the peak when the this facility kicks off, in order to not exceed the values. And in the case of advanced electronics, there may also be a problem of unstable voltage. Our storage of energy at the clients can also provide emergency connection, and another storage can be a bit larger. Here the cabinet, 138 kilowatt hours. It will be a poultry farm. The aim is to obtain 1 kilowatt hour, and now they have got 750 hours peak. And here we also can storage the energy in order to use it in the afternoon in the afternoon and at night. This system is going to mainly supply the ventilation system. It's very important to keep the energy feed at a stable level, and we also we use the weather forecast, and then we can adjust our schedule both according to the weather forecast but also RDN. So the market of the following day. So we have the energy price for the following day, and then we can adjust when the storage can purchase the energy if the following day is not going to be sunny. And then if we know that there may not be enough energy produced, and we have to produce the energy for the network. The next implementation, next project, they all come from the last quarter of the year, and we are going to show all the spectrum of possibilities how to manage the energy within our energy project. For production, another production company is the same company mentioned before, a similar implementation, 50 kilowatt power and peak shaving. Also, here it made sense to invest in the stabilizing of voltage because the devices would switch off if the voltage was unstable. How does it work? At night, we charge the batteries, as we can see the red light, and at 4 in the morning, when the company is starting with the work, and then it from photovoltaic is charged again in the afternoon, and it is being discharged for the own needs of the facility once the power from photovoltaic is lower than the demand of the facility. And that's the daily cycle has been operating for half a year. The next projects for the next year, we are developing quite large projects, and we have been developing them for several years. One of our clients, with reference to the Silesian system of energy storage, has purchased a shaft, and that's where EMS we are going to set, and that's going to be a virtual power plant. And in the case of that shaft, it will be power provision guaranteed for the facility, for the enterprise, and as well the objective is to provide some flexible services like stabilizing and frequency support. In the case of that shaft, what something that you as Silesians you may not see. There are a lot of installations which are sturdy and hefty, however, they are not being used. And at NRG project, we do not want to destroy and damage that landscape anymore. However, we come up with the installation of these cabinets, which received the award, got the award at the European Economy Forum, and this is the design, the project for installation of these cabinets, and as well for installation of inverters. This is the use of that resource that we have, and not necessarily we need to cover a large landscape with the white containers. Moving on, a similar situation. It's an industrial area in Silesia that has been installed with energy storage, a large scale one, to support a big business, a big company. And in the branch, the COMAG is setting the trends. and is the designer of many solutions, of trends and solutions. Meanwhile, we are trying to adjust them for the needs of entrepreneurs and businesses. In the case of energy storage and like post-industrial areas or shaft, I would like to show deviations of frequencies in the network and how it looks. How it looked in the 2021. On the left, we could see the deviations of frequencies in months. And we can see here that they're quite significant when the photovoltaic was working at its strongest and its highest, because as well the temperature drop affects how the system works, and then we can see the deviations become higher. And when the inverters switch off, we also have problems with frequencies. And our storages will also serve in order to stabilize the frequency. And on the right, you can see the daily image. So when the demand is higher in the morning, and then the frequency drops, and then we can see those two strips dropping down, and then we can see how it works. Then, for example, in the middle of the night, it goes higher, and then there's the demand for energy is lower. So at its aim, the energy storage will be stabilizing those deviations. And when we can face such a situation like in the middle of the night, and the battery starts charging and is loading the network, this is the daily image, and it's also correlated with the prices. Of course, it translates into stabilization, the differences in prices per day. Here in red, we can see the frequency dropping when the demand for energy is high from the network. Then the battery is supporting the network, and it supports the network. Like so, in the evening, at 8, 9 in the evening, then we can see the frequencies dropping. In the large-scale storages, will be making profit on stabilizing. So this is the aim of having the virtual power plant that is following the main concept of energy storage system. And for example, in Germany, next Kraftwerk, we would like to implement this kind of solution as well in Poland. Thank you very much for this opportunity of making this presentation. Thank you very much. Kamil, we are right on time, so any questions can be asked privately. And one word of comment, defending the Silesian land. Maybe not everyone can see it and this potential, but in most cases we can see it. And one of the assumptions has been to keep the industrial nature of the region and use the existing infrastructure just for the needs of storage of power. For example, looking at the shaft. And one more thing, it's worth moving a little bit down, and we also need to consider it from the winter or summer, and 5 minutes to stretch our legs and having a cup of coffee and then come back. review of solutions for energy storage connected with renewable energy sources. Over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject of my presentation is the review of hybrid solutions for energy storage connected with renewable energy sources. We're going to define the current status quo in Poland, Europe and Poland. Then we are going to present the main technologies for storage of electrical energy, and we're going to present the hybrid solutions. The dynamic development in this area, also connected with the larger and larger world population, means increased demand for electrical power. Currently, it comes from conventional sources, mainly fed by coal, gas, or natural gas. It also means a strong dependency on the suppliers of these mineral sources. Therefore, to counterbalance this, we may use the renewable energy sources. An annual consumption of the world annually, it's for 2019, makes about 22,800 terawatt hours, which means about 1.7% year-on-year compared with 2018. The data, as mentioned before, covers the year of 2019, and as we can see here, 10 countries with the highest energy demand are presented, and the EU, which after China and the US is the largest recipient of energy in the scale of the world. The main factor related with energy demand, electrical energy, is the economical development and the population size. The largest consumer currently in the world is China, which in the year of 2019 was the second largest economy in the world and the country of the largest population. The second largest consumer is the USA, which in 2019 was the largest economy in the world and the third largest population in the world. The first position is India, which in 2019 were the second largest population, and based on the current data, it means the largest, the highest populated country. First three largest energy consuming countries are responsible for the intake of over 9% in total of energy. Meanwhile, the other 10 countries are responsible for about 10%, 70% of the energy demand around the world. The energy demand of the EU, based on Eurostat data in 2019, was around 2,480 terawatt hours. The slide presents the 10 largest electrical energy consumers for the years 2018 to 2020. Based on the Eurostat analysis, the largest recipient within the EU are Germany, and globally they take the 9th position. The second place is France. Meanwhile, globally, France takes 10th place. On the third position is the UK. However, after taking into consideration Brexit, the third largest recipient within the EU remain Italy. Poland in the statistics is on the 7th position in Europe and 5th in the EU. In total, the production of electrical power in 2019 was around 3,000 terawatt hours. The slide presents here 10 largest energy producers between 2018 and 2020, and based on Eurostat, the largest producer are Germany, France, and the third position takes the UK. However, after Brexit, the third largest producer of energy are Italy. Poland is on the 5th position, and within the EU on the 6th. In 2019, the total production of energy was 1,600 terawatt hours. Now we have the 10 largest green energy producers based on Eurostat. The largest producer of green energy are Germany and Norway. On the 3rd position, there is France. Poland in the statistics is only on the 13th position. Meanwhile, on the European scale, we are taking only the 10th position. Currently, we can observe that the renewable energy sources are becoming more and more popular in Poland. And here we can see the dynamic development of the sources of green power. Particularly, we can see the development of the renewable sources based on wind and solar energy. In particular, the solar energy, in solar energy, we could see particular development.
We can also observe that currently we cannot act with such amounts of renewable energy resources within the current energy system, because the system is not adjusted to such amounts of renewable energy, because most of the installation are prosumers, micro installations in the form. The solution could be energy storage, due to the fact that they can reduce negative impact of renewable energy due to its unstable and periodical system of operation. We have the following energy storage: mechanical, chemical, thermal, electrical. Each of them have particular unique features. Lithium cells which have high energy density, but when they are scaled, it involves a cost increase. So hybridization becomes an option of energy resources in order to achieve proper parameters which would be suitable for the user. An example of such hybrid energy storage could be the energy demonstrator installation, which operates at the research center KEZO. In the slide, we have the hybrid energy storage. Is a part of a microgrid of the entire research center, and its main target is to balance energy created from RES under the installation. The entire system is made of the following storage: batteries, transfer batteries, lithium, phosphor, ferrous battery, carbon lead battery, and acid lead battery. And the demonstrator is at the center research center at KEZA. We also here maintain high efficiency of the system and shelf life of individual storage systems. Another example of hybrid energy storage is installation, which could be dedicated to the operation with speed rail. The system visible is railway condenser and energy storage, which has a battery and magnetic storage of energy. This system has been applied because the grid with the installations involving high-speed rails, there was a series of negative impulses on the network, and the development of the technology, there was an increasing cost of traction substations, which involved changing and readjusting the transformers and ordering more energy connections. Due to the use of hybrid energy storage and together with the railway conditioner that allowed to reduce the peak energy consumption, the cost of the transformers, improved parameters of the grid, reducing the impulses which had a negative impact, and the hybridization will serve an increase of efficiency of the battery energy storage. Another example could be the solution presented by Merkel. They presented electroenergetic storage of MPS, which allows integration of the structure, such as photovoltaics and wind turbines with different storage and recipients of variable current. The system presents couple of smaller subsets, which is U1 and U2. Subsystem U1 is responsible for transfer of energy between the energy storage and renewable energy sources, and it happens through fixed current bus rail. And the other one is responsible for the integration of energy grid and the operation of current for the recipients. Another example of hybrid energy storage, which makes it available to integration of renewable resources, battery storage, and hydrogen technologies, is a multi-port DC router, which is composed of 6 basic ports, network, energy of wind, of energy, solar energy, and battery and 2 electrolyzers for hydrogen productions. This presented system was developed in order to provide best conditions for hydrogen production with the potential of grid supplies. Hybridization of energy sources was also applied in the instance of fast charging of electrics. The patent in the slide is like roofing with renewable energy sources over it. We had photovoltaic panels and wind turbines. Additional element is the energy electronics boxes and storage. This system is connected to the grid by a 2-way transformer AC/DC. This presented system makes it available to charge electric vehicles through direct current and through the transformer AC, DC-AC with 3-phase alternate current. The hybridization here involves combining battery energy storage with supercondensers. Such connection makes it available mainly to charge batteries from the energy accumulated from RES, and at the same time connection with the energy connection which does not exceed 20 kilowatts. With the development of the sector of RES, it is necessary to develop, implement, and use modern energy storage in order to eliminate the risk of destabilization of the electro-energy systems. Currently, the most expensive component of electricity is the cost involving transfer, but also energy production. That's why it seems necessary to depart from the central energy storage for the sake of small local energy storages which are connected with RES installations. Such configuration of the energy grid minimizes the risk of energy disappearance at the moment of a failure of one of the elements, because the other ones can also work and function independently. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You've exhausted your time perfectly on time. We can have questions in the later on after the panel. Very interesting subject. Also, this is the subject of part of your doctoral thesis. Ladies and gentlemen, great round of applause for his work. And now, I would like to, because we have our prominent guests from other countries,
and our guests from abroad, and we are very glad that we can host you here in Szczyrk. And I can wait your session, which will start around 5:15. So mam nadzieję, że Państwo również zostaną i będą na sali, bo sesja dotycząca...
To stay with us because biodiversity sessions are going to be really interesting. But now Mr. Hila has sort of directed into the other options like other storage, energy storage and chemical ones. And now I would like to invite Krzysztof Kaczmarczyk, Piotr Dobrzaniecki to present their speech as energy storage with compressed air. This is yet another alternative and idea how to store energy. Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me show you some issues involving the potential of energy storage in such as compressed air. This subject was undertaken on the basis of talks with one of the companies, a company which deals with construction exploitation of photovoltaic farms. This company, due to its location, was able to develop a farm of such kind. We see here in this table the development could be 6 times as bigger as what they had at the farm at that point. But due to the size of the connection, the potential to provide the energy would be limited, and this farm would work, or it would generate surplus of electricity. Here it's been presented over a period of a year. So we've used the available data here, the data coming from this company. This surplus is presented, and we see the characteristics of the photovoltaic panels in our country. The average per month, starting from March until September, which are the months where this farm generates most of its energy. A daily production could even reach up to an average of 32 megawatt hours. In a year, this value of that surplus could amount to over 7,500 megawatt hours. And considering the price here, I've used materials made available on URE website, and this value of the energy could amount over 2 million. We're talking about złotych, Polish currency. This is the value that we should use better. Here This slide presents the daily distribution of energy production over a month, and here it is March. So this is the surplus distribution. This has been presented like that, so we can address the issue of the power of such warehouse that could cooperate with the fund. Because one is the capacity and its power. That's another issue. This warehouse and as we can tell what it can do with regards to the surplus and how much it can store. This has been adjusted on the basis of assumptions, and we've decided that an optimal power could amount 3.2 megawatts, with such an assumption that in this month there would be 219 hours working for the benefit of the storage, where 109 with real output, 155 below this power output. This has been presented with the colors. We have hourly distribution. We have the values of energy. We can treat them as power that this farm operates on within a particular hour. And when we think about energy storage, we mainly think about the battery ones. And in the world, it looks slightly differently. I also used graphics which comes from the WWF graphics. It comes from the report. It's that 96% of the energy stored in the world, it is stored at of the pumped storage plants, and the other ones are just the ways of energy storage. We can only get such information from literal basis, where our Western neighbors, which is Germany, they also had in the concept the idea of the connection between the countries. The surplus from photovoltaics generated in Germany could be stored in the pumped storage power plants somewhere in Norway. So that stemmed from the geographical conditions. Such power plants, due to those conditions, are available to be constructed. If we are talking about the 4% of other storage than pumped storage, we also thinking about storage based on the compressed air. And here, the most recognizable ones are power plants Huntorf in Germany and McIntosh in the US. And here I would like to show you those two facilities. When it comes to Huntorf, this was developed in 1978, and initially its task was to store a surplus of energy from the nearby nuclear plant. With years, its significance was going down, but the increase of the meaning of the RES energy also changed the meaning of that power plant. Here, we see this is a power plant which uses gas turbine, where air is delivered from the compressed air energy storage, which is stored in two caverns under the ground in salt workings. And the advantage of this system was that it was not necessary to compress air for this turbine. It is assumed that a third of energy generated by the turbine is used in order to compress that air. In this instance, that point was eliminated. Full efficiency of the power plant was estimated at 42%. And in general, If we think about the currently gas steam turbines which are in operation, it is not like some huge value, but back then it was a huge saving. The development of that idea of energy storage in the form of compressed air, it was McIntosh power plant in the US. It based on the experience on Huntorf power plant, but they also used the heat recuperator, and this application reduced fuel consumption by 20%. In this instance, we had one cavern, one underground chamber. Here, in general, compressing air is a rather energy-consuming process where a lot of heat is generated. This was also observed by all sorts of research institutes. That's why we had also a project implemented in Switzerland, which involved combining the compressed air as storage with thermal air storage. And here, this project was called Advanced Adiabatic Compressed Air Energy Storage. And there were around 20 entities involved in that project. In this project, the turbine or generator were not installed. They were installed, and their efficiency was assessed at the level of 65–75%. Installation which was implemented where compressed air is used as well as the heat which is generated during compressing. An example could be a plant constructed by Hydrosteel in Canada. Here we see the overground part. Its parameters are 10 megawatt-hours of stored energy. The power, it's 2.3 megawatts of charging. Starting power is 2.75 megawatts. During the implementation of the compressed air storage, we also analyzed a potential if we could use the sets available on the market, pneumatic engines and the compressor, put them together, and those bases we could construct such storage, because those solutions that we've seen presented, they refer to like professional energy for smaller installations. We could maybe combine those two units which are just broadly available on the market. I'm not going to focus on those parameters which were calculated or assumed during those simulations. In general, 3 options have been implemented. We've put together compressors and engines, and here in the first option we have pressure compressor and tooth engine, and efficiency of such system was established at the level of about 10%. We kept searching a solution. In this solution, the compressor was used, the pressure compressor with a tooth, like cogwheel engine with higher parameters. What we saw further on are the values which are satisfactory due to efficiency and energy consumption involved with air compression. Next to the tables on the red, we see those indicators which show the value where we have power to the generated flow of the airflow. We see how energy consuming the compression process is. One more option which has been analyzed and a transfer compressor and shaft engine. It stems from the fact that the shaft engine operates on slightly higher parameters. Its efficiency is higher too. But due to the exploitation of the use of such engines, it's more problematic. Summing up, this research of those solutions that we base on the storage of compressed air, they show that all the solutions that are available in the world are based on underground chambers, and they use the existing infrastructure, and in general they are dedicated to a particular place and surroundings. But we need to remember that they are mainly the solutions which cooperate with gas turbines. Here we use the excess of air in order to increase its efficiency, eliminating the need of compressing the air during the operation of the gas turbine. The highest losses are the losses involving the operation of the compressor where a lot of heat is generated. An example for a compressor operating at the power of 250 kilowatts, such a compressor generates about 190 kilowatts of heat. The compressed air storage are a solution, but they must be dedicated to for particular uses. Here, experience shows that in cooperation with gas turbines. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for showing us the subject. We see the storage potential is huge. We have time for one short question, but a very, very short one, if somebody wishes to ask at all. If not, then, later on in the lobby, you are free to discuss this interesting subject. If what you've heard is interesting, now we're going to be having an out-of-this-world subject, very interesting subject. And one of the initiators who said it, then we thought, well, why not? But the engineering works showed that it's not as easy as it might seem. The subject of household slow-rotating kinetic energy storage solutions. Sebastian Janas. Good afternoon. As we have heard, this is not a simple subject. This is an attempt to answer whether kinetic energy storage can be introduced onto the consumer individual market. Does it make sense? How can it be presented in terms of technicalities, of usage for an average? Mr. Smith. The answer was not an easy one, as we are going to see in a sec. Initially, let me present what are the solutions. Colloquially speaking, we can say that kinetic energy storage is a subject that we're familiar with. We've known it since the 60s, when in public transport cars they tried to have the flywheel on the roof. So it's not something new that would be surprising. And today, the top left corner picture shows this is a flywheel kinetic energy storage which is used by Volvo in the cars. and they introduced it onto the market 15 years ago, if not more than that. Its nominal revolution is 60,000. What's interesting, the drive has been transferred, but Volvo doesn't want to talk about it too much. But engineers can imagine, left bottom corner, we have a set of kinetic energy storage, which are used in Los Angeles, and underground, which recover the braking energy of electric sets. Because when it wasn't there, let's say this energy, the braking energy, was transferred into heat on the resistors, and it was lost, or if there was another traction set, it would receive this energy at the moment when it was starting. But they were non-standard cases, and most of this energy was being lost, so they decided to have a solution that with a third rail, the energy would be transferred to a kinetic storage, and this kinetic storage in a brief time would produce this energy, so trains could start drawing the energy from the storage, which gave the effect of energy consumption at the station even reduced by 20%. So it makes sense. The image on the right, those three sets, they present the application in a medium power loco. This is a heavy energy storage because the flywheel itself weighs over a ton. So this is a slow rotation storage, because the previous ones were a fast rotation, over 10,000 revolutions per minute. So this is defined over 10,000 revolutions. They are fast rotating. Below 10,000 revolutions are slow revolution. The one on the right has the system of is equipped with stabilization, so have Coriolis power reduced during the startup of the train. And if we did no reading, no searching, then kinetic storage is implemented, but in industry, in industrial applications. It is hard to find, or actually it's impossible to find commercial, individual applications. I've not seen anything like that in Poland, haven't heard of that. Maybe somebody has got it in private. Maybe in Rębilice Królewskie, one person built his own wind farm. What assumptions did we have in order to create and try and answer that question? First of all, it's supposed to be slow rotation storage, and that stemmed from the fact that it would be cheaper in use and exploitation and creating than the one with high resolutions, with fast rotating. Then the structure would be different. The simplicity of use, it would be no man use, because an average person at home, they shouldn't just touch it at all. It should work independent of anything. It should be just plugged into the system, connected, but the user would not need to handle it. Its size should allow to shift it, that it could be fitted or transported to different locations, like standard connections. We assume that the minimal time of returning energy should be 60 minutes, so there'll be some profit, because previously the industrial storage, which I presented here, for example, at Volvo, it is an energy storage which works no more than a minute, 1 or 2. It's supposed to return energy, so the car can accelerate, and during the brake, it recovers the energy. And they're perfect in cities where there is huge braking and starting cycle, and such energy storage, fast revolution are perfect in its role. And here we would need a little bit more, so it could give back the energy. There might be a situation when it is going to stop, because we have a huge energy recapturing, so we assume 150 minutes because of the power of the machine, because it needs to have huge power in order to start up. So we don't have the generator being too big. So it has to have a larger startup points and module construction, so we can shift it and fit it, preferably at the ground level, but it's not doable always.
In order to approach this subject suitably, there has been created a group of characteristics based on which it has been attempted to define within what area, in terms of mass, we're going to move. Like, okay, if we're going to have a slow rotation storage up to 8,000 at maximum, and in order to know what kind of mass and dimension we should talk about, we have defined a set of characteristics for 6 kilowatt hours, 5, 4, 3, and 2, depending what kind of the diameter we're talking about. And then we have as a result the curves, and depending on the rotation and mass we can use. And referring to this area, because we assumed that we're going to have gathered, stored 6 kilowatt hours. And this is the result that we can see here. It's a bit below 8,700 rotations. After some preliminary calculations and analysis as well, we also were performing calculations for tearing. That's how that's what we got the results for the shape of the storage. And why? How did we end up with such shape? Normally, we would have a cylindrical shape, which would be a result of the applied materials and high rotations. For rotors, normally we use composites. Meanwhile, when we're talking about slow rotation, we can use steel. However, they cannot have the shape of cylinder, because then we would face a risk of tearing. And then this is the level disc. This is the shape that we've ended up with. It is close to that shape, but in our case here, it is a little bit extended vertically, because it was also about having a suitable mass that would secure dealing with that energy that we need. Higher up, we've got the generator. In yellow, we can see the frame that keeps this all together. Number 6, it is the 678. This is the unit of the rotor and a generator. Here we can see the cross-section of the upper node. In the upper node, it works like this, that the rotor, to make sure that it doesn't get stiffened, then the bearings are not stabilized externally. They are stabilized on the axis of the rotor, but vertically they can shift, they can move slightly. How come? Here we can see it here, because the axis bearing, we have applied a magnetic bearing, hard magnetic bearing. And it's quite difficult to define where exactly on what level it will be sitting, because it needs to set. And then naturally it can adjust its position within the casing. So that's how we approached it here. Number 10, we can see the clutch, and this is the friction clutch. This is the electromagnetic solution. It can be connected or fixed firmly. However, then the idle run of the generator needs to be considered, which takes away some of the mechanical energy. When the electrical power is not produced. Number two, it is the main structure that supports the generator. Number five is the connector. It is important because it is also a sliding element, and it is based on the shape connection to make sure that the rotor can set itself. And the bearing, the bearings that are currently set by axis, they only maintain the rotor vertically. As such, they do not transfer the load as in classic solutions. So here we assumed that the resistance are minor. They hardly play any role. However, there are such solutions which can be checked and can be implemented in such machines. There are also magnetic bearings. And, well, it could also be applied in here. In the case of an axis bearing, it is set a unit of magnets, and here the gap that we have here has 11 millimeters. After the rotor sets and stabilizes itself. It was calculated in software, suitable software for fixed magnets. And here we, in number 10, we can see the bearing that keeps the axis in place. Using the classic bearing, mechanical bearing was out of the question here. Potentially a ceramic one could be used, but still it would mean quite significant losses in rotations. This all has its mass. It weighs 680 kilograms plus generator, the clutch. So to make sure that it can be resistant enough, the resistance analysis just of the base has been made, and it gives us the at maximum 60 megapascals. So the safety coefficient is met. A classical steel can be used. And the storage, which we tried to create a vision of, some design, its dimensions would be quite large. In the case of 6 kilowatt hours for kinetic storage. So the dimension 800 millimeters of the rotor, and we end up with such dimensions. The frame has to be strong. If some material or some issues with production, with manufacturing, if something falls apart, the frame has to keep it all. Otherwise, the damage would be absolutely horrendous. We can find on the internet some images how torn apart rotors, both the composite and metal ones. It doesn't look well, so the frame has to keep it all together, even in the case of the failure. However, it has to remain inside in the casing, and that's what dictates and implies the sizing. The energy has been calculated that at this mass and with those nominal rotations, we can make it with this 6 kilowatts, and after 60 minutes, the rotations will drop to about 2,500, and that would mean the end. Then it may drop still, but then it makes no sense to take energy from it. And as well, what we are showing here is a purely mechanical matter. We also need to consider the electrical issue and control in order to, when the rotations drop, we can still gain some energy. As I have mentioned, 150 minutes of startup, then it determines the power of the electrical machine. For example, if we would like to start such a rotor within 20 minutes, then the power would be over 70 kilowatts. So a slow rotation storages have to be started up slowly. The power of the machine, 5 kilowatts, connected with the 150 minutes. And here, the density of energy may be as much, or on average, 21 watt-hour per kilogram. Any materials used and research performed show that can't be reached higher in the slow rotation storages than 40 watt-hour per kilogram. It's not a bad result for sure. We might squeeze out a little bit more from the rotor, but this would take additional analysis and research. Summing up, in our national market, at least here in Poland, we do not have such solutions. So there is some vision. We may try to develop the subject, but it's not an easy one. We can reduce the diameter, but then we will end up with less energy stored. Or we would have to face a high rotation storage, which is far more complex and complicated in its structure. In the slow rotation solutions, as mentioned before, the higher energy collection means larger massing and dimensions. It also means additional cost. The high rotation storage could mean the reduction of the dimensions, but it's more complex and high cost of the operation of such equipment, and it is not a low maintenance one. It has to be controlled, and then it also takes some expert. It's not for an average user. The energy density on average, as I mentioned, is there, and the time can be extended, but in a cascade, by a cascade approach. And the cascade solution would mean that once gives away energy, automatically it's taken by another one. But we still need to remember that the other storage is still moving, rotating without energy, because it's waiting for the first one. And in the meantime, it's already losing some of its energy. There may be 3, 4 storages, not more, but we still need to bear in mind the losses in such a solution. Well, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. He has used the maximum of his time. As you can see, there are some alternatives, other possibilities. Technically, it is possible. It works in the industry, but could it work as a household storage? Well, we should answer ourselves. And to finish and sum up, for the most persistent of us, another subject, safety. Safety of operation of batteries and energy storages. I'm very happy that such a subject can be present, and this is about the threats coming from accumulators, batteries, and methods of neutralization of such threats and dangers. Thank you very much for the invitation. Jacek Świątek. A few words about APC Energia. We are a Polish company. 130 million, this is the level of our sale. We are not well known here, and we are better known in the large energy power sector. The subject of my presentation are threats. I don't want to scare you. I would like to inform you. I need to pass on some information and knowledge and how we can eliminate threats and prevent them. I believe that the lithium ionic methodology is being validated, and when all the conditions are good and met, then there are no threats. However, it's not always the case. And the presentation, at the beginning, I would like to say what we should do in order to avoid such threats, and then we can divide the presentation into two parts. One, the acid-based batteries, because in hybrids, where the capacity function is present, acids can be used. And I'm going to talk about the lithium ionic batteries and the regulatory functions. Thermal runaway is going to be discussed, how we call it, and how the zones are being set, and what we often skip, what still poses some threat. And we are going to say a few words about this, what happens when the battery burns. It's not discovery. For each type of battery, we need to operate them according to the conditions of the manufacturer. We cannot overcharge them. We need to make sure that internal unity of the system is provided, and if these points are not met, the issues may happen. Of course, ventilation and short circuit has to be avoided by all means. It's a broad subject, so I'm going to explain this phenomenon of potential fire and setting up the AX zone, because I believe that the ventilation is very often omitted. And if such calculations are, then it's some damage. For those batteries, lithium ionic batteries, the thermal runaway, and the main failures are due to temperature and overcharging, and deep damage of separators. The thermal runaway for acid batteries. The key is the image where we can see those three lines. So the higher temperature, the higher the voltage. However, there is a limit point. It's 45, 50 centigrades, where the configuration of LED phases changes, and the resistance drops, and then the voltage drops. High temperature has its impact, and it becomes we have got the Ohm rule, Ohm right, and then the Joule right, and then a drop of voltage. And this is the cyclic process of uncontrolled increase of temperature. How can it be avoided? The battery cannot work in critical conditions. Keep the battery in the cabinets. Of course, there are systems cooling down of the batteries, but once the rectifier doesn't break the process of loading battery, which ends up as a very dangerous situation. The batteries produce oxygen and hydrogen. And of course, the key to set the X zone is maintaining the hydrogen concentration below 4%, because this is considered as the lower limit for explosion. This is the relevant standard that describes that situation, and this formula. We set the indicators and the capacity for 10 hours. Then, depending on the type of battery, depending if it's open one or a closed one, I do such calculations for about 15 minutes, and 99% of batteries meet those requirements. However, I can observe that these calculations are not always performed, and then we may be in a critical situation. So then, ventilation grill, we need to calculate if we need to provide a suitable airflow by gravity, or we need to provide forced gravity, forced ventilation. We can also install devices in the battery enclosure, provided that the values are maintained. This how the X zone looks. So we said there's a red zone where we absolutely cannot approach with any spark, well, which we need to keep away from. That's all when it comes to the acid. And then what is not very well known, alloy batteries, like alloy like poly with polymer. And here the electrochemical system is the same. However, the internally the contact slightly differ. The batteries use the integration integration phenomenon. We have different types of casings, and that's how the batteries look. And for titanium batteries, of course, it differs when we've got intercalation, membrane stops them, and then we receive electrical power. What are the features of these batteries? They can work within the large temperature range. They have some of the highest powers. They are highly reliable, and up to 25,000 the cycle can be. However, they can be supervised by BMS. They are very sensitive to overloading, and it's very easy to cause the thermal runaway in them. BMS is in charge of the battery safety. It measures temperature and voltage. It sets the longevity of the battery, and it equalizes the potentials. Basically, it's looking over the balancing. BMS should take over this job. If BMS is well selected and adapted to a given battery, then it shouldn't. It should prevent from overloading. it should disconnect it in the case of potential overloading. However, there is some risk that the BMS may not be selected properly. I have heard in the lobby that BMS got disconnected from the battery and then there was fire, or maybe Second Life devices are purchased. Well, it's not the safest option. You need to think what to do to eliminate such situations. As I have mentioned, all these points, like preventing overloading, unification, that's all what, and thermal conditions should be controlled by BMS. For thermal runaway batteries, that thermal process, which is uncontrolled temperature increase, it's a chain reaction, and it means the increase of pressure and short circuit. But there's an interesting point there. The side effect of the fire, it's production of oxygen, which is a chemical reaction. So this battery produces oxygen itself, and actually it cannot be suppressed. They start from producing smoke, and then the fire appears. However, the gases that we have there is hydrogen. Some burning may happen, may get burned, and fire suppression methods have to be implemented, suitable ones. Yeah. Temperature increases, then the components get released, then the pressure gets higher, and oxygen appears. This is the image where we are showing how in an area, the white one, which can be that. Then, so the scope of temperature is 20 to 60 degrees, and the voltage of the batteries between 2 to 4 voltage, depending on the chemistry. However, above, the dangerous processes start occurring, and they may damage the battery. And what happens in the case of fire? In the beginning, we wouldn't recommend using water for suppression because lithium is active, interactive. However, it's still a good method of suppressing fire because we need to cool down the battery, and it burns out, and it has to burn out. But Germans, what they do when an electrical car is burning, they put it into water. It still keeps burning there, but the temperature is still lower, and other elements, other components don't get on fire. Preferably, it should be water sim.
Samochód przykryć kocem gaśniczym, oczywiście ograniczamy dostęp tlenu.
Limit the oxygen access. The temperature goes up to 1,000 to 1,200 degrees. So the temperature goes down to. Then we get the blanket, and we have reignition. And we need to remember that lithium needs to burn out. And whatever we do, this reignition is going to happen with a bit higher oxygen excess. And then after some time, lithium is going to burn out. There is a lithium iodide HD extinguisher uses vermiculite. There are granules which at the level about 900,000 degrees, which allows stops the oxygen excess. So they create like a sort of like a casing which prevents further distribution. It is hard to cover the whole system, but some fragments of the battery are going, well, it's suitable for them. There is one by Siemens, which is recommended. So many of those elements from the elements of Siemens are recommended. It's for the wiper. It is for the gas neutral containers, and we don't quench it. We just limit oxygen access, and quenching with granules. We can surround the batteries with the granules which melt at the, about 1,000 degrees and then create the casing again. So the battery burning can just be completed, and that's what it's like. And we can compare here various fire extinguishing carriers. And the blue one is water, and observe that water receives heat fastest and causes the drop of the temperature. On the higher axis, we have temperature, and the extinguishing element, the higher it is, and the higher heat distribution, the less efficiency. So all of the powder extinguishers do not manage with that. Of course, this is Group B fire. We have liquid electrolyte. It is good. We have description of water extinguishing with F500, which distributes the heat in quite a good way. And finally, the last slide. I hope I have not spoken for too long. Quenching is one thing. Safety is another. There's one more thing. Fire density indicator, whether it's a container, whether it's a building. We need to get in touch with the firefighter who's going to calculate the fire density, specify the areas of fire hazards and the number of hydrants, fire exits. We also have installations where the battery is inside the building. We don't do yet again the fire density, although we should have an intensification. We have the battery calculated in the container. I'm not a firefighter, but I'd like you to pay attention to certain facts, because all of that is your safety, and then it helps with the whole quenching system. And here I would like to thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję panu dyrektorowi za to wystąpienie. Miód na moje uszy. Cieszę się, że nie tylko my się zajmujemy kwestiami bezpieczeństwa, ale jeszcze...
So I'm really glad that it's not only us who take care about safety. It is important. It's not very well spoken, but yeah, for some time it became to be quite normal for us. We've got batteries, we've got everything, but it's not like we don't want to threaten anybody. And God forbid, I'm sure that you're not scared right now. You need to be aware of such a thing, how to fight it, how to secure it, how to make it safe. And thermal runaway is close to me enough that I'm convinced that I'm the very first victim of the situation. Well, because in 2012, when there was the very first examination of such a lithium cells, I was burned by it. So I know what I'm talking about, and it helped me a lot. It showed me a lot. Thank you once again. So this is the end of the session. Thank you very much. Very good presentation, that you kept the time. I'm glad that I could be with you. I could lead this session with you, and I would like to invite you for the next session, which means the new ecosystems, the modern ecosystems, increasing the biodiversity of the landscape, industrial landscape. I will be led by Mrs. Magdalena Woźniak from the Silesian University. 5 minutes of a break, and then we'll have very interesting issues, something different, something for the environment. Thank you very much.
and all the participants of the session. And I would like, not to cause other delays, to open the session dedicated to the novel ecosystems and their role in the post-industrial landscape, probably mostly on example of the Silesian region. Let me allow to start with a presentation to show you some pictures presenting how the heaps look like and how the vegetation is developing, and then we will go forward with the other presentation and lectures. Można prosić pierwszą prezentację? Okay. So the first topic, the very important question is about the novel ecosystems of the post-excavation sites, including, of course, coal mine, as a factor of rising biodiversity in the urban industrial landscape of the Anthropocene epoch. As you can see, there are many authors of this presentation because we are working in a very big team, and only because of the cooperation the achieved results were possible. The question is there any reason why we should... Sorry. Too much slides. I have to be more patient. Now our knowledge about ecology and how the ecosystem are functioning were built for a lot of time. So we are expected to know a lot about the role of the biodiversity in... I'm afraid I need some help. I need to go, okay, on the next one. Oh, good, fantastic, thank you very much. So everyone knows that the biodiversity is the main factor responsible for the ecosystem services for the people. And the expression like environmental protection, restoration, reclamation, revitalization, ecology are used very frequently, very often, are present in many papers, in many presentations, in many projects. But do we really understand what we are talking about? I would like now not to lose too much time, would like to present you probably an extreme example, or maybe not as extreme.
Tego absolutnie nie dotykać.
Oh, and here we have the extreme example how the idea of revitalization or recultivation or reclamation is presented, how the money dedicated to such processes are used. And you can see that this is presented as a great achievement of the revitalization of one of the city center. And of course, what we result as the final fact is that it's possible to scramble eggs on the middle of the center because of the heat we are achieving during the sun. So on the top of the clear not understanding of how the natural processes are dealt and how the natural processes are ruled, we have additional phenomenon that has been described not so far away in 2013, and this phenomenon is called as novel ecosystems. in our team, when we are working, we have observed these processes for a very long time, probably since the 90s. But it started to be described by the authors in 2013, and now we have the ability to refer to those processes. What is the main point, what are the main factors that are characterizing the novel ecosystems? The first is regarded to the habitat. It means that in a habitat you have to cross a threshold, an ecological threshold. That means that the ecosystem that have been at that place before is never been existing again. And the first response of the natural processes is the existence of non-analogous species composition. It means that the assemblages, the communities, the living organisms are composed in communities not known from the previous natural and semi-natural ecosystems. Of course, it has to start with the primary producers, with plants, with all organisms which are autotrophic, because all the matter building starts from autotrophs, from the producers. And all the later processes are regarded and related very strictly with the composition of the primary producers. When we are looking on our landscape, we can see coal mine heaps almost like environmental islands. It means that they will be, what we find out also during our discussion, that they will always work independently and they will always in some ways isolated from the rest of the landscape, from the rest of the environment. So this is why they have also to be treated separately. Now you can see the picture, it's in the south of Katowice city, and it's difficult to say that we are in the Black Silesia. The feeling is that rather in a very nice place. Not only coal mining, we are talking about general natural resources and mineral resources like quarries. And this is an example of a sandstone quarry. Again, the same situation, we have an isolated environmental island which will develop and recover in each own pace and each own system. Always we start from the primary producers. On coal mine heaps there are very common algae. The algae starts the process very frequently, and we have also some set of primary producer vascular plants, not necessarily grasses, but the pioneer elements. All these sites provide an enormous diversity of habitats, starting from small or bigger water reservoirs, with, of course, water plants and water organisms, up to places with very high content of salt, and we can observe the salt during period of drought when the salt is coming and showing the white stains. Even there, the adapted plants are able to grow there and to develop vegetation patches. They are also different in terms of extent. Some of them are covering very big areas, and some of them presenting a mosaic of different habitats, and each of the element of the habitat mosaic is covered by different vegetation patches. There are also dynamic processes, what means that on a very primary vegetation, after the girl in this picture is now 21. So it means that after 21 years you can get a forest like this on the other picture. However, it's not a dense forest, it's just a place where a lot of trees manage to establish and growing, filling up in a slowly way. There are also many places filled with water. The water can be collected as the rainwater in some places, or the water can also come from the subsidences as a groundwater. In each cases, after a few years, we can observe the development of very nice water ecosystem with a lot of reptiles, a lot of amphibians, not mention fish, not mention insects. Of course, all of these processes are going spontaneously. We can also observe what I think is very important and what I would like to underline, and very high adaptivity of different organisms, particular plant species, that can adapt to each situation that is provided by the environment, either presenting such big area of biomass, in the understanding it's of course Phragmites australis, and they can also spread probably slowly and in a different way by rhizomes on very dry place and even salty place. That means that the plants can adapt to very different situation. And always, even when we have no signs of possible full forest ecosystem development, the place ending up with tree stands. This is an example of the Halemba coal mine in the south of Katowice. Now it's exploited again by the firm Haldex. This is an older picture, but it seems that after some year, again, something like 20 years, looking on our children, how they growing, after 20 years, you will get in each side such kind of tree stand, regardless of the habitat conditions. So what should be our task now? We observed, and we need, for sure, we need coal, we need other natural resources, other mineral resources for our living. Those exploitation of mineral resources causes changes in the environment. We cannot avoid this. But the question is how important is that the human will do something against, how much we should focus on understanding the processes, the natural processes that are going on those sites, try to find the mechanism and using the natural mechanism, particularly the adaptation of plants, adaptation of other organisms, and adaptation of the relations that start to be created in between, for example, plants, mushrooms, plants, bacteria as the main relationships, to enhance the processes in order to provide better ecosystem services for the citizens. We know that all the ecosystem services are dependent on natural processes that are going on in the habitat. So, due to your presence today, we will be able to try to find out how much this Lynn's presentation and Chaim's presentation will support the idea of understanding the mechanism, how they are working. So we can start from a level of vegetation and some more general level, but also we have partially focused on, because they are probably the basis of all the changes, focus of what is happening in the cells, like Ioannis will show us, and what is happening on the biochemical processes, like Jose will present us today. But we also have to go to the level of processes, so how the carbon release is responding on how it's proceed in those new ecosystem services. And if Franco would be with us, we'll also discuss the role of arbuscular fungi diversity on those sites. And collecting all this knowledge together, we can try to understand how important the natural-based solutions can support us in processes of recreation ecosystems on those change sites which are left after the mineral exploitation all over Silesian region and all many other regions in Europe which are changed in such a way. And then applying an interdisciplinary approach, what is absolutely necessary to understand all the processes, and using the ability of understanding the processes from very low level, very even molecular level, using the transcriptomic methods, up to very high level using the hyperspectral images. Thank you, Tomasz, for coming. Because only in this way we are able to understand the whole, try to understand the whole complexity of how the natural ecosystems are developed on post-coal mine and post-mineral excavation sites. And having this knowledge, we can then really serve help to the society by supporting and enhancing the processes and providing better quality and better amount of ecosystem services which are crucial for the population, which is going to reach up to 50% of the human population living in cities, what starts to be more and more important. So I would like to thank you very much for the attention, and thank you very, very much for the whole team who I have the honor to work during a long time, and without them it would be impossible to do all the jobs. So thank you very much for all of you. And probably the question for the further presentation and for the further discussion is, are there any limits on the living organism to adapt to any environmental conditions, regardless how severe they are, and what we can benefit for the knowledge of the living organism, looking them how they can adapt to the conditions. Thank you very much. Sorry, but I think you get now a better. If I can ask Lynn, please, Lynn, if you can present your talk and explain us about the method of hay meadows.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to talk to you, as Gabby said, about creating hay meadows. Creating hay meadows and considering what kind of ecosystem services they provide within a natural system. So I'm Lynn Bechenier from the University of Wolverhampton. I'm an ecologist. I've looked at hay meadow creation for a number of years now. So I've got some examples here of meadow creation in post-industrial sites in the West Midlands in England. So the contents of my talk are essentially looking at a number of different kinds of post-industrial sites. I've tried to focus on mainly coal mine sites, but there are a number of other sites that are perhaps old quarries or other kinds of factories, industrial areas as well. Ecosystem services, I've given a consideration of that, and then looking at how to create the meadows and how to manage them afterwards, and then looking at the different kinds of biodiversity that are contained within those areas. So Wolverhampton is in the Black Country, so it's an area very similar to Silesia. It has been very black in its historic past, so we're going back to the 1700s. Since that time, there have been a number of different changes in terms of coal mines have become empty and have become defunct, and there have been changes in terms of using coal to create iron. So this is the area that iron making started off from in the historical past. So it started here in the Black Country, started in Ironbridge and moved out into this kind of area because there was a propensity of coal and iron in a similar location. So the two pictures show the historical view of the Black Country in including Wolverhampton, but Birmingham essentially is very close by, but isn't part of the Black Country. So people from this area are very touchy if you say Birmingham is part of the Black Country, but some of my examples actually include Birmingham as well. So looking at some of these post-industrial sites, they are actually sites that include quite a lot of biodiversity. So they have been havens for nature recolonisation over many, many years and have been left intact. But in some locations, they've had a little bit of help from humans. So in terms of our coal mines in the UK, most of them became defunct by the end of the 70s or even before that time at the end of the 60s, and coal mine spoil heaps were flattened and then topsoil was strewn over them, and then some seeds that usually contained only about 3 different species, perhaps 2 species of grass and some clovers, and that was the restoration at the time. So I think it's much better to try to do a natural restoration that includes providing the natural biota that live within that area, if that's at all possible. But some of these sites, because they're very old, have some services for humans as well as the biodiversity that are in the area as well. So humans are now using them for recreation and for cultural purposes. People are interested in the historical aspects of coal mines. Perhaps their family members have actually historically worked there in the past. So we're also looking at this consideration of using ecosystems services as a way of accounting for different values that nature is providing for us. So a wide variety of different contents, essentially looking at this process of hay meadow creation and then looking at how to manage it, and then looking at the ecosystem services that are part and parcel of those processes. So in terms of hay meadows generally, we've probably got quite a few of those left here in Poland, but we've lost 97% of our naturally occurring meadows. So these are semi-natural systems that have come about as a process whereby humans have actually been responsible for their management, and usually to create hay that as a support system for livestock to be eating during the winter time. So this is a list of the different kinds of ecosystem services that people have considered fairly recently. So it's an accounting mechanism that allows us to perhaps put a financial value to the services that nature provides in different circumstances. So mainly the supporting circumstances are providing soils, providing plant species that are photosynthesizing, that then are providing carbon, and generally speaking, providing systems like water retention and water evaporation. Provisioning services provide foods from the primary production that plants have provided for us. So other things like fibers, different things, substances that we get from nature that we can put to our benefit. So pharmaceutical things, biochemical things that we're using from plants that have been put to better use by humans rather than just looking at them from their beauty point of view. So then there are regulating services, so regulations of soil erosion, regulations of water evaporation, provisioning for water generally and the circulation of water, regulating the amount of nutrient flow throughout these different systems. And then there are also cultural services, the services that nature provides to humans directly. So that could be aesthetic, or it could be an appreciation of the landscape, or it could be a wider context of the geography and that feeling of place and of belonging to a particular locality. So people who have worked in the mining industry in Silesia will have a belonging to that region. Like there's people in the Black Country feel as if they belong to that area and appreciate the landscape of, let's say, coal mine spoil heaps within that locality. So this is a diagrammatic form of what ecosystem services are. So there's a large list of different services that nature provides to humans that we tend to take for granted, but because we take them for granted so much, scientists have started to think about a way of making those more valuable in terms of putting some kind of financial assessment to them. So looking at the amount of area that's put over to that and how many hectares are providing food for people, or providing water resources, or providing carbon retention, and thereby trying to put a financial value to that. Once you start to put a financial value to all these aspects of nature, you start to have a better appreciation of how much we rely on nature. So this is the process of creating hay meadows. So I've been looking at this for a number of years with my supervisor, who's in the middle of the lower picture down there. So it's something that's been happening at the university since the late 1980s. So creating meadows in areas that have had previous historical uses. So old factories, old coal mines, old quarries, old mining areas, etc. So it's something that people can actually get actively involved in. So people have taken this from the scientific point of view and are now looking to bring in hay from rural areas. So that initially we started off using a site that was about 50 kilometers away. We found sites that are a bit more local now, that have meadows being operated by local farmers, and we buy the hay from them and then strew it in an area that we've prepared beforehand. So sometimes the area doesn't need any preparation, but it really depends on the soils and how much nitrates and phosphates and potassium are in the soils, whether or not that's giving rise to an existing vegetation type. So ordinarily that vegetation type can be very poor in terms of the species that are in there, or it could be reasonably species rich if the soils are actually nutrient poor. So this is a way of renewing local areas in terms of putting diversity back into the locality. And it's also a way of provisioning biodiversity, because when you bring in the hay, you're not just bringing in the plants and the plant seeds, you're also bringing in the associated invertebrates, you're also bringing in various types of fungi, including mycorrhiza, you're also bringing in a variety of other things. Bacteria as well are actually there. So it's providing not only the seeds, but a covering to protect those seeds as they start to grow as well. So the more you can involve the local people, the more they feel that they have a belonging to that area and will perhaps help to manage that site as well. So obviously some of that needs some hefty machinery, but people can also get involved in picking up the hay and strewing it as well. So some of these places have resulted in being classified as nature reserves, so that the diversities come back so well that they're considered to be of value from a nature conservation point of view. So the local wildlife trust, which is a charity, have been not so much selling this as a method, but they've been passing on the word and actively being involved in creating a large number of meadows over time. This is a meadow creation project at the campus, one of the campuses in a neighbouring town called Walsall. So hay is brought in by a big digger or on the flatback lorry, then moved about by a digger. So it's a big round bale, and then it's pushed out by your volunteers. So one of those volunteers is my son on the right. 2 students always make good volunteers as well. So essentially you're starting off with a blank canvas and you're trying to bring in an assemblage of species that you know because you've previously surveyed the previous hay meadow. So you're using fresh hay, so it's cut that very morning and it's brought onto site and it's distributed within, well, ideally within a couple of hours. So we usually try to test the soils in the area as well. So we send those off to a laboratory, particularly looking for how much nitrates, how much potassium, how much phosphorus. So too much phosphorus and too much nitrates particularly often make the project inviable because they're too rich. So that was investigated by a previous PhD student. So ideally, in terms of costs, you're looking for a source of hay from not too far away. And this is obviously providing opportunities to bring in local species into a new blank canvas, essentially, a new area that hasn't previously, or has had previous biodiversity, but it's been lost over a number of years because of various uses that humans have put it to. So this is a creation project that was done in an old quarry in Shropshire, not too far away. And these are the bales being unloaded. So the existing vegetation after the quarry had been infilled, so the quarry company sold that to a local bird charity for a penny. And then the local bird charity organised for it to be filled in. They also created 2 ponds at the same time and then allowed some vegetation to become established. And by looking at that vegetation, we were able then to see how much nutrients were in there. And then a creation project took place in 2000. And very soon after that, species were established quite quickly. So within 3 or 4 years, we can have a species-rich assemblage of plants that's almost 90% similar to the donor meadow that we've used. Oops, sorry. So these kind of sites as well need to be managed. So we need to bring in machinery to cut them. So that's the minimum requirement of the management, is that they're cut for hay at the end of July, early August, and that the arisings are removed. And then ideally we have to math graze. In other words, we try to get some livestock on. So at Venus Pool we manage that because it's in a rural area, but quite difficult to have livestock in urban areas. So we've looked at trying to manage those sites by just cutting perhaps fortnightly until the end of October, or even, depending on how rich the soils are, we might even not do that, perhaps 1 more cut in the autumn period. So these are some examples now of meadows that have been created. So Stowlawn was an old coal mine in Wolverhampton. So now it's very much a green area within the town. So it's surrounded by a large amount of housing. So the green areas for recreation for the local people. So species-rich hay was brought in from a neighbouring area, perhaps about 5 or 6 kilometres away, and hay was strewn in the area that, one of the areas down here, over to the right. So this was before we classified our nature conservation communities, our plant communities, and the mixture of assemblages was put together by our professor, and he bought the species in, so they were bought as seeds in different measures in terms of percentages, how much of different species were in there. So this isn't actually created by strewing green hay, but it is a collection of grassland species that would normally be found together. So now it's a public open space. It hasn't been very well managed, so the coal mine company sold it to the local council and they're responsible for looking after it. But the local council contract people to mow the grass, and that's not always, they don't seem to be able to understand the instructions that are given to them, so it's not always managed very effectively. So this is a site in Birmingham that used to be a factory. They built aircraft. The Spitfire, that was very successful in the Second World War, was built here. So there are some levels of toxicity that were in the soils, so they tried to wash those soils to try to improve them. There's some elements of toxicity still left. So this is inner city Birmingham. It's a little bit east of the actual city centre, but it's very close to Birmingham. Again, it's in an urban area that's mainly housing, so lots of houses nearby, a few factories as well in place. So again, a number of, it's quite a large site, to be honest. It's one of the biggest sites that we've created on, and it was done by the Wildlife Trust, and it involved a number of local people. So it was a community involvement project. They did 2 different hay meadows were used as the donors, and hay was strewn on 2 different Saturdays in July that was brought in from the local area. And now it was also a PhD student looked at improving that method by perhaps strewing twice. So strewing early in the season and then doing another cut at the donor meadow and strewing again later in the season, maybe late July or late August. So thereby trying to ensure that we've brought in all of the different species that flower at different times throughout the meadow, throughout the flowering season. So somebody has recently surveyed it and found that not only was it very floristic in terms of we've also brought in quite a number of orchids, but we've also got a large number of different invertebrates there. So sadly, invertebrates are a little bit neglected in our region. We don't have very many specialist invertebrate identifiers, but local people were involved in a survey and they found 7 different species of butterflies, 3 different species of bumblebees, 6 different types of fly and some mining bees, not to mention various beetles and other species as well. So they're bringing in a service of pollination that is, without those invertebrates doing the pollination, we wouldn't have any seeds, and that would be the end of the plant species. This is another meadow in Wolverhampton, again an old colliery. So various different aspects to that. So tried different kinds of management and various things were fairly successful. This was quite damp, so it had a bit of a depression in there. So a pond was created as well as trying to use a meadow that was a bit more damp than some of the others that we tried. So these are the top 15 flowering species that were found at that site. So it just shows after 14 years, there were a number of species, almost all of the species had finally appeared, and in almost the same quantities as were found at the original meadow. So again, this is another green infrastructure project that looked to diversify the existing 2 or 3 species that were in the majority of the grasslands and trying to make it a little bit more diverse than what we found, particularly targeting the Psyllium psyllaeus species in the top right-hand corner. So in addition to the pollination services that we're getting from these hay meadows, we're also provisioning soils there. So in terms of the old collieries that were in these locations, they were covered with topsoil mostly. Sometimes we had to remove the topsoil that had been put there in the 70s in order to be able to reduce the nutrients in the soil, and then looked at trying to provision with providing seeds, etc. And over time, the seeds and the plants have decayed and added in an organic component to the soils. So that's also another service that the soils are providing in terms of carbon recycling. And similarly, as I said, they're bringing in valuable mycorrhiza that are present on the grass that's coming in those bales, and that's also adding into the soils and provisioning the ecosystem that lives within the soil system. So in terms of regulating these pollinators, they're very important in terms of the ecosystem services that they develop, and it brings in many different species. So these species are declining nationally across the UK. Part of the reason for that is the fact these neonicotinoids that are sprayed on seeds in agricultural areas, those are the ones that are killing off huge amounts of biodiversity. And at the moment, we had a moratorium on whether or not we would use these neonicotinoids. Now the government are thinking of reneging on that deal and are probably going to continue using them. But it's not just invertebrates that are killed by those. They do have a bioaccumulation effect in the ecosystem, and it's birds as well, and small mammals are being knocked out by these chemicals. So the government also commissioned their nature conservation group to suggest that we should have a national strategy for pollinators. And what they found was that there were not very many pollinators, or there had been a loss of pollinators over the years in rural areas where we'd expect to find more diversity. And in fact, those post-industrial sites within cities were actually reservoirs of biodiversity in terms of the different pollinators that were found there. So still a lot of biodiversity in these very valuable post-industrial sites. A few more examples. So those are the ones that have been found there. So the Wildlife Trust, in conjunction with a different charity who focus on raising money for invertebrates, were looking and have devised a map of the whole of England, and they've put in like what they call bee highways. So they're looking at provisioning seeds for various plants and flowers to make like a motorway of different road routes that have provision for pollinators. So they're actually looking at mapping different parts of those routes that they've planned and looking for areas where they can increase the verges of the roadsides by providing seeds, either sowing seeds or by using green hay to bring in the seeds for those species. So in the locality of Birmingham, then an employee of Bug Life, the charity, was actually spending quite a lot of his time surveying sites and trying to improve those, but also to try and get on local communities. So people were involved in spreading the seeds and also then trying to count the invertebrates that they found there afterwards. So in terms of natural improvement areas, the two charities together were looking at trying to improve these different parts of the Black Country. So that's the map of the Black Country that includes Wolverhampton in the northwest and the 4 other towns of the region. So the idea there was to map out the region and try and improve the very poor areas that have had lots of previous development on them, and also to work carefully with local authorities who are provisioning houses in this locality. So where we have poor areas that we can perhaps focus planning for housing. Conversely, we can have biodiverse areas where we try to prevent housing being built. Sorry, this was a link with a paper I found that had been published by some Polish people who had looked at biodiversity and ecosystem services and found that in terms of pollination, 90% of the plants are pollinated by animals, the other 10% are pollinated by the wind. And we need to think carefully about how we structure and how we plan. So as I said, our charity, the Wildlife Trust, were linking with our local authority. So it's perhaps in terms of areas that need developing, we can think carefully about these ecosystem services that are being provisioned by nature that we would try to increase. So similarly, in terms of ecosystem services, we have to remember the human element. And as I said, people are interested in the history of the site, people are interested in using those sites for recreation. So we need to provide them with some information, or we can get volunteers perhaps to research and provide photographs or old photographs that we can display at the site that makes it more interesting for people in general. So the ecosystem services are cultural there in terms of people being able to access the sites. This is an old colliery not very far from where I live, where people use it very heavily in terms of walking dogs as well. So those are my references, and if anybody has any questions, I'll try to answer them. Okay. No questions?
Lynn, thank you very much for the very interesting talk. And before we come to the more molecular and more processes functioning part of the presentation, I would like, 2 minutes, I would like to thank you very much to the organizers, to Professor Prostański, to invite us, because the thank you very much. Because Professor Prostański decided to do a very hard job to consolidate, to join together the coal miners and the environmentalists, and we are all sure and know that this will take a little bit unless the both society manage to understand each other without any problems. Probably the good start for such understanding is the book that we managed to write together. The big part of the book is prepared by the coal miners, by the Coal Mine Society, and also part of the book is prepared by the environmentalists, including Lynn, who did a very nice chapter in this book. So hopefully this is a good start, this conference and the conference which is coming in December. So welcome, Professor Krawczyk. We hope that we together will manage to do this in a very good way. And what we have also the ability to discuss before our panel with Dr. Jasiulek, to think in advance about some ideas how we can merge those different and from first sight very complicated and even separated issue together. So starting with this panel, and again, thank you very much for all the foreign guests that agreed to come to Poland and to share with their knowledge. We hope also very much that we'll be able to meet again and to continue our brainstorming, probably even in December or in the next years. So I think that the both first presentation showed us that what we need necessarily to do is not only to look by the overlapping or the first sight, what we can observe, but we have to look very deep inside the living organism, inside plants, looking also in the biochemistry, in the molecular processes in the next speech, and then try to understand how it's possible that those living organisms behave in such a way. What was also, I hope, clear from the first presentation and Lynn's presentation, that we have to understand that the poverty, the oligotrophics, the low nutrient content of the post-mineral excavation sites is a very important value in the world that we have now, which is absolutely in each aspect eutrophic, over-fertilized, over-nutrient, and such places with the poverty are very, very important to enhance and to enrich the environment. So now I would like to invite Professor Jose Miguel to present his speech about the dendrochemistry in trees and shrubs and diocots concerning adaptation to different habitat conditions.
Okay. Well, first I want to appreciate the invitation to be here, and I'll try to explain. I'm not working on coal mines or mines. I went to a tool where we can understand the story of the recovery of vegetation in many places. And for that, we are going to explain and work on the potential, not only of trees, but also of forbs, also of grass, not grassland, but forbs, and also shrubs in the annual rains to get information of them. I'm going to show an sample of the things we can do with it. Okay. But first, everybody knows that trees have annual rains, and you could debug, and you make fire, and you can see how old they are. It's not so commonly known that not only trees, but also shrubs have annual rings, which is known from the 19th century, but also many forbs, perennial forbs. I mean, the dicots have annual rings. This is Eleburus fetidus. It's close to Eleburus viridis. It's here in Poland, and they have very nice annual rings. And they can be very old or very young. You never know until you cut it. Okay. The thing is that this presence of annual rings in these plants provides us a lot of windows, doors, to see in the past and the history of those lands, of that species. For example, very, very simple question. How old are the plants? They may seem trivial. Maybe it's trivial for a tree, but do you know how old is a shrub that is in that land? Do you know how old is the plant in a grassland? We don't identify shrubs or forbs as individual entities. We just see they are there. But sometimes you know how old they are. And how does the age differs between different places. And if you go in this direction, you can see many things. For example, the age structure or the recruitment patterns. For example, this case is a cross Armatophylla, cruciferae, and we worked there in Spain, central Spain, and we went looking for the age at the left. We saw that most species have 40 years, and they have recruited all at the same time, basically. What happened 40 years ago? Well, they removed the seeds, and so everything come. So we can see in any place or in a quarry when the species came in terms of general time, but also like at the right, I think it's the light, well, at the right, which year do they recruit? For example, to the right, we see different sites with different species in a very dry site. And the recruitment is the same for the different site or for different species because it's determined by the rainfall in the spring and summer. Or sometimes when we are talking about facilitations, so how can we help some species to grow? This is a gypsum environment. We work a lot in the past in gypsum. And this gypsum environment is a big grass. This is Stipa pennata. This is a very large one. And we think it may favor plants. And at the right up there, you see the recruitment, and the recruitment, when you put seeds, recruitment is much higher when you are near to the plant, and very low when you are far from the plant. But when you study the history of the plants, the growth down to the right, you see that the plants have recruited near the stipa, near the grass, grow much less than the plants have recruited far from the plant. So sometimes we can get the time history of the plants and see what is really good for them, not just at the beginning, but through all their life. And in this case, then we go to Canary Island. In this case, this is this white flowered plant is a broom that have very nice rings. It's the cutting. And we can see, for example, how does climate controls this species. And well, there's a lot of bars, but basically it says that this plant the growth responds very, very strongly to the total rainfall across the growing season. And this and in fact, in this work, we saw that there was a big mortality of this plant. That nobody knew what happened about the mortality. And when you study the rings, you saw that the mortality always started after a drought. After a drought, the plant started to decline, and then it died. And we didn't know why. And so this potential, can you assess how the environment controls growth and mortality? Also, when you think about annual rains, you say, well, how many they are, the age, how big they are, how much they grow, and also the timing. But also we can look for more things inside of them. And basically there are two main things. First, the anatomy, how they change along the time, along their life, and different sites, and also the composition. And you have two different things. One are the composition in terms of which minerals are in the annual rings, and the second is the isotopic signal. I'm going to show some example of them. Just to show here this image, this is a very small shrub. This is Bupleurum phytocentrus, this big. And this is a young one, but you can have 40 years. When you look at it, you cannot imagine that single plant is 40 years old, because you expect a big tree. Well, here in 40 years you have 20, 30 meter high trees. And this is very important, particularly in very harsh environmental coal mines, where the plants grow very slowly. For example, just to have a look, this is a cut of a very small shrub, Linum subfruticosum, also growing in gypsum. And what we do is we identify if the years are very easy to see. You see more or less the lines. And you see there are the white things, that's the vessels. In fact, plants are a big pipeline with water moving from the roots to the leaves. And that vessels change within the year and between years and along the life of the plants. For example, that at the left you see, at the right, we see how it changes out of the age of the plant. And we can have how good it grows. And we can, for example, in this case, this is in the southern Spain, this is Sierra Nevada, it's 3,000 meters high, so it's no forest, and this plant is an endemic plant from there. And we wanted to know how it responded to the environment, how the anatomy of the plant responded to the environment. And we look at the density of the vessel, how much vessels were every year, but also on the size of the vessel. That's very important, because the vessels, an increase in the vessel have 4 times the increase in the conduction. And also how this the groupment. They can be together or isolated. We saw that it changed depending on the south or north position, how high they were, and also there was interaction on these factors. And also we can question how these factors combine with other parts of the plant. We see later, I say it later, but our technique is destructive. So in this case, we related the vessel anatomy with the leaves, how thick the leaves are, how many leaves are, how the shape of the plant. So we can have information on how the plant varies a long time, and also how the plants varies between sites. For example, in a coal mine or outside. This is another question. This is also in the mountain, it's Central Spain mountain. This is a silene. Here also silene, Silene ciliata is an endemic plant. It's a southern limit of the species in Spain. And it's a species that is on a big risk because of climate warming, because these mountains are not higher than 2,400 and it reaches to the top. And in this case, we measure also the vessels. We can identify the years and measure the vessels. We relate with different things, how it changed out of the gradient, and how it relate the vessel quality with the growth in different sites. And so we can see there you can make complicated hypotheses on how the plant works. I'm going to go to detail, but we saw, for example, that the best places for the plant were in the middle of the growth, not in the lower sides, which was very dry, but also not in the upper side. So we found that the phases was going up, was changing the distribution. Also, we can look for functional things in the plant. For example, the isotopic ratio. The xylem of the plants is produced 1 year and it's forever. The wood is something the plant produces and dies very fast. So we can the anatomy, not only anatomy, but also the composition of that wood doesn't change a long time. So we can reconstruct the the isotopic composition. And there's a very easy relation between isotopic composition and water use efficiency. So we can know how much molecules of water the plant transpirated to produce every molecule of carbon. And in fact, like seen at the right, we can reproduce that on time and see how this is improving, how it's changing. This is born from the previous work in the Teide. But also, we can relate in much more sophisticated ways and along the species timeline to relate, for example, how the rainfall, in this case was the controlling factor, affects the water use efficiency, how the water use efficiency affects the growth, how these factors affect the characteristics of the cells of the plants, and can have a good integration of different factors at the same time. This can be done also with oxygen, which is related to the water source, with nitrogen, which is related to the nitrogen source, where they have nitrates of ammonia, and also with hydrogen, which is also related with water source, like oxygen. So we can have a very good information about the physiological process that occur in the plant. And just to finish with the things we can do, and this is very important, this is a work from the Czech Republic, we can go also on the temporal pattern of mineral composition. Some minerals doesn't move along the plant. They get fixed and in 1 year and they won't move. This is the case of lead. And this is a very nice work on the Czech Republic close to here, where Novak and collaborators, they reconstruct the contamination of lead along the whole Czech Republic in terms of time or terms of space. For the many things this paper does, which is really a very nice paper, this graphic is very nice. In black, in the upper part of the graphic, you have the leaf composition in the annual rings of the trees. And you see perfectly how the heavy industry development, the increasing leaf, and how at the beginning of the communist era, how the heavy industry disappearation and the decreasing leaf. Even in another graphic, they could relate which part of the lead was related to the heavy industry, which part was related to the use of benzene with lead, because you used isotopic of a lead. This can be done now very easily with the different techniques like eye tracks, where you have the composition along the annual rings of the minerals. Oh yes, and this is basically everything. I want just to see a couple of caveats. This is, well, you know, for many more of film, because something is not perfect here. We had two problems here. The first problem is the story is written by the victors. When you sample plants, you only sample the living plants. And the graphic there, before I did this thing, I was counting plants. And it was in central Spain. In one case, I counted 1 year, 3,000 of plants, of seedlings, and the next year I have only 100. And if I was sampling for the plants, or other plants, I only miss sampling the plant had survived, not the one had died. And the second plant, this is a silene. This is a silene we sample. When we sample forbs and many shrubs, we don't sample wines in their life because it's destructive. So there's two problems with this thing, so we have to deal with. You can only do with very common species. And yes, that's all. I was just to appreciate a lot of people who have been working with in our group. And just to have one take-home message, that the presence of annual rings in forbs and in shrubs in these environments gives you a temporal perspective of the environmental process that's going in. And there are many, many tools to deal with them. And just appreciate your, that's all.
I think that after the first presentation dealing with the molecular or biochemical processes, it's absolutely clear for us that at this stage and at this complexity of what is happened on those drastically transformed places, we don't need specialists who are working on coal mine heaps. We need specialists who are dealing with particular molecular and ecophysiological and biochemical phenomenon to understand how the plants and the organism can manage living on those sites, comparing with those which are living outside. So this is probably now this part of our work that we have to start in the beginning. So please, I would like to invite the next expert, Ioannis, who will tell us about the cell walls changes which occur under the habitat constraints.
So, I would like to first thank the organizers for inviting me here. It's been a pleasure. So I will speak about the cell walls, but before that, I want to say some words about the sources of heavy metals and what habitats are created. So we have natural sources of heavy metals that create primary habitats, and there we can find the real, let's say, metallophytes. And we have anthropogenic sources that create secondary habitats, and there we find potential metallophytes. So the natural sources of heavy metals are disintegration and erosion, and of course volcanic eruption. But the anthropogenic sources are phosphate fertilizers, domestic sewage, and I'm so sorry to say that in a mining conference, mining. So you have an old heap of mining waste, and in this heap you can find several heavy metals such as zinc, lead, cadmium. But this causes a problem. So you have heavy metal soil pollution. And EU came and said, you must find an environmental, substantial, let's say, solution. So metallophytes can be one part of this solution. So there are 6 different categories of metallophytes. So we have the real metallophytes that can survive and reproduce on soil rich in heavy metals without obvious signs of toxicity. We have the pseudo-metallophytes, the plant organisms that form populations on soils with and without heavy metals. We have the hyperaccumulators that can absorb and store large amounts of heavy metals. We have simply the accumulators. We have the excluders that do not like at all heavy metals. And of course, the indicators that bind heavy metals in their body and are used as species indicators for the state of the soil. So, why to have these plants? So there are theories of these plants' evolution. For example, these plants started accumulating trace elements that gave resistance to the plant body for the accumulation of heavy metals. Overaccumulation could act as a defense mechanism, for example, against grazing, against several pathogens, or could be protecting the plant against osmotic pressure and providing drought resistance. Or it could be a random event. We still don't know. But let's move into the cellular level. So why the cell wall is so important and why should I talk about it? So the cell wall is the outside skin of the cell, of the plant cell. And if we studied it, then we can help understand the evolution and the adaptation of plant organisms. Also, because we also want to provide to the industry, some of the polysaccharides of the cell wall are sources of renewable energy since they can be used to produce first and second generation of biofuels necessary for the industry. So you need lignocellulosic feedstock or biomass. Based on our knowledge about cell walls, new techniques and strategies for crops may be developed to address the climate change / crisis. So, what is the cell wall? The primary cell wall consists of polysaccharides, pectin, cellulose, and hemicellulose, and proteins. The secondary cell wall consists of polysaccharides, basically cellulose and hemicelluloses, and lignin, and is generally thicker than the primary one. The secondary cell wall begins to grow inside the primary one after the growth of the cell is completed. And let's see its components. So, this is a basic schematic of how a primary and a secondary cell wall is formed, and what you may realize that it's not so biochemically simple. So it's a rather complex part of the plant cell. So we start with cellulose. We wear cellulose, you know. I'm wearing cellulose right now. Most of you are wearing cellulose. But it's a beta-1,4-glucan, which is polymerized, and then the fibrils are bound together with H bonds, and they form this kind of cellulose that is called crystalline cellulose that gives the cell wall its rigidity. You know, cellulose is more powerful than steel. And also we have pectins. And the most common pectins are homogalacturonans. They are chains of alpha-galacturonic acid that are able to methyl esterified. And if we methyl esterify them quite a lot, then the cell wall becomes inflexible. Okay. And we have heteromanans that also take part in the formation of the cell wall, and changing them change the chemical behavior of the cell wall. We have hemicelluloses like xyloglucans that form a network with the cellulose, and they give extensibility to the cell wall. We have a very specific hemicellulose which is called callose, and it can give the cell wall its reinforcement and rigidity. And of course some structural proteins like extensins and aravinogalactan proteins. So it's not something simple, it's something complex and something that is alive and changes throughout the plant's life. It changes completely. So what are the effects of heavy metals on plants? So different response for each element. There are some levels of toxicity, so cadmium is more toxic than chromium, and generally the effects can be synergetic, competitive, and cumulative, but basically heavy metals, what they do is they lead to the destruction of the plant cell via oxidative stress. So, but again, the procedures are not so easy, so they are complex. So, I will focus on zinc and cadmium, since there are metals that you can find in an old heap of mining waste. And cadmium, okay, yes, you can have reduced growth of plants. You can have chlorosis, necrosis, root browning. The root can increase in diameter. And also you can increase the length and density of root trichomes. With zinc, on the other hand, you have a change in the metabolism. A reduction of growth of biomass, an inhibition of cell division, root again necrosis, lignification of the rhizodermis, and abnormalities in the mitosis. So, what happens to the cell wall under the heavy metal effects? One common thing that you noticed when you have heavy metal affecting the cell, the plant cell, is lignification. Also, you can have deposition of callose, you remember, callose, rigid cell walls, and various lipids. And also, plant organisms increase the amounts of polysaccharides, in particular methyl esterified pectins, to increase the binding capacity of the cell wall of the heavy metals. Under zinc, studies have found that there is an increased expression of genes associated with the synthesis of lignin, and under cadmium, in some species, pectins and semicellulose increase in the cell wall. So, you know, we searched for the bibliography and we found that some nice plants to work with are these guys. The Arabidopsis lyrata, the Arabidopsis halleri, Arabidopsis arenosa. So there are plant species for a specific purpose. So we wanted to study the composition of the cell wall of two pseudometallophytes, Arabidopsis halleri and Arabidopsis arenosa, and make a comparative study on the structure and the morphology between them and the known species of Arabidopsis, the Arabidopsis thaliana, which is a model organism. But also we wanted to study the composition of the cell walls in a plant that we found that is an accumulator, Salvia sclarea. So we wanted to find plant material. So, luckily, we were able to have this material donated by Dr. Christoph Sipko. He's a professor at the University of Sicilia, and I thank him very much. And he sent us a collection of seeds for Arabidopsis halleri from Poland, from various locations that I'm not able to pronunciate, sorry. And two Arabidopsis arenosa populations, one from Hungary and one from Poland. Okay, so I'm from Greece and I'm going to talk about plants of Poland and Hungary. Okay, why not? And especially some specific places of these areas. So, let's say, we have one population of Arabidopsis arenosa that we call it MS for brevity, and it's from a metalliferous site, and one population of Arabidopsis arenosa, which we call SE, which is from Hungary, and it's in a park, a forest, something like that. Okay, and we have one population of Arabidopsis halleri who is in an industrial area, I guess, and one Arabidopsis halleri, the HN population, who is also from a park. So, why should these populations be different? It's not logical. So, also, I want to show you these maps that I have taken from yesterday's session. These maps are from the Polish Geological Society. So, this is Katowice area, and yeah, guys, you have a lot of cadmium and a lot of zinc, and I think that you already know that. But these things, these metals that you have may be more than a treasure, I guess. So, we have the seeds, and we have grown them in a completely metal-free environment. And, you know, they look different. The metalliferous population from the non-metalliferous population have different phenotypes. So if I wasn't told that they are the same species, I would thought, okay, we have two different species of Arabidopsis, and new ones. So the leaves are different, the morphology of the leaves are different, and of course they differ from the Arabidopsis thaliana. Okay, so we grew them from 7 days in a Petri dish in an MS medium, completely free with heavy metals. What is interesting is, so there is no laser, or I don't know if you can see it. This guy here is the MS population, and the root hairs on it are quite a lot. So remember what I've told you, that when we treat plants with cadmium, a lot of root hairs grow. This guy grows in a non-heavy metal conditions. No cadmium was applied to it. Okay. So, then we made a fixation, a post-fixation, a dehydration, and finally embed the plant material in capsules with LR white rising. So these are the capsules. So we made sections of the roots with an ultramicrotope, and we performed an immunolocalization with monoclonal antibodies that each monoclonal antibodies recognize a specific cell wall epitope. So these are the antibodies that we used. So we used LM19 to detect low methyl-esterified homogalacturonans, LM20 to detect methyl-esterified homogalacturonans, LM6 to detect arabinans, LM15 and LM27 to detect xyloglycans, LM14 to detect extensin, ZIM13 to detect arabinogalactan proteins. Yeah, okay. So, most of the pictures that you're going to see are resembling to this schematic. So Arabidopsis has a very plain anatomy of the root. So from outer to inner, the first tissue that a heavy metal or another contaminant meets as it enters and goes inside the root, so the root is the first organ that meets everything, is the epidermis. In root, it's called rhizodermis. Afterwards, we have the cortex, the endodermis, the pericycle, and at the middle, we have the vascular body. The two basic controls that exist in this root is the rhizodermis and, of course, the endodermis. And I will ask the students why this happens. They should know, right? You know? Come on. No? No answer, okay. So, okay. So, let's see what we get. So, first we studied the LM20 distribution, which recognizes, let's say, methyl-esterified homogalacturonans. In blue, there are pictures of Arabidopsis plants from non-metalliferous soils, and in gray you can see Arabidopsis that are from metalliferous soils. So what do you see? Are the arrows correct? Yes? No? Come on, answer me. I think they are correct. So, in non-metalliferous soils, we have a low degree of methyl-esterified homogalacturonans, while in the metalliferous ones, we have a very high abundance of this substance. Let me remind you that this substance causes the cell walls to become inflexible, so more rigid. So, why is happening that? So we have performed, let's say, a PME activity test, and the PME stands for pectin methylesterification enzymes that go and remove the methyl groups from pectinase. So in the metalliferous population, these enzymes have very low activity, while in the non-metalliferous population they have high activity. Interesting. But, okay, let's see the other components of the cell wall. So we checked also the dimethylesterified homogalacturonans, and we saw a differential distribution from what we observed in the model Arabidopsis species, Arabidopsis thaliana, and among different populations. Okay, let's see the other cell wall components. So we checked the arabinans, and yeah, they had similar distribution among each other and also to Arabidopsis thaliana. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to xyloglycans. So, again, what we have witnessed is that in plants that were from metalliferous soils, there was an increased presence of xyloglycans. And, okay, what's the deal now? So they have increased methyl-esterified homogalacturonans and increased xyloglycans. These two components seems to be reacting, seems to cause to the cell wall different abilities. Yeah, maybe, but this means that in the metalliferous populations, we have witnessed an adaptation that they change their program, so they have increased methyl-esterified pectins to grab the metal, and since this methyl-esterified pectin causes the cell wall to become rigid, which is something that the plants do not want. They want to have a flexible cell wall so as to grow. If you have a really rigid cell wall, you are unable to grow. So you have methyl-esterified pectins, so to grab the metals, and also to compensate that, you increase the presence of xyloglycans so as to be able to grow and be happy. Okay, let's see another plant. This is Salvia sclarea, which is a very interesting plant because you can exploit it. It's a lamiaceae, it produces essential oil that are used in cosmetics, etc., etc. So, what we found is that it can tolerate excess zinc, but also can cope with cadmium as well. However, it doesn't accumulate both zinc and cadmium in its upper parts, rather retains it in the roots. So again, we studied the roots. So, for example, does zinc stress Salvia sclarea? When we treat salvia plants with excess zinc, let's say 900 micromolars of it, there is a great production of hyperoxide, and of course we measured MDA, which is an indicator of stress, and yes, there was an increase in the first 24 hours. So what happened to the cell wall? We used also chalcofluor white to visualize cellulose, which seems okay, more or less, and see the other components. First of all, we used LM20 methyl-esterified pectins. This is controlled and treated. When we treated with zinc for 24 hours, methyl-esterified homogalacturonans dropped. This is another antibody, it's LM18, which detects partially methyl-esterified homogalacturonans, not fully methyl-esterified. So we have a great deal, very nice antibodies that we can work with and discriminate very well the cell wall components. So we have an increase in the partially methyl-esterified homogalacturonans. Under zinc, let's see the other components. It died? No? Ah, okay. So, LM27, xyloglycans. Upon zinc application, xyloglycans drop. LM6, aravinans. Upon zinc application, aravinans seem to be redistributed and be relocated to the pericycle and to the endodermis, surrounding the vascular bundle. Okay, but you know, when you lose your xyloglycans, you have inflexible cell walls. Okay, this is not good. Okay, also, we checked calose and other zinc, calose dropped, which means that the cell wall become less rigid, but also aravinogalactan proteins dropped upon zinc application. Aravinogalactan proteins generally help the cell wall also to become rigid. So, in order to compensate the changes that occurred, Salvia decided that I will not play with my xyloglycans, but I will play with my arabinogalactan proteins. Interesting, yes? So, we want to retain flexible cell walls. Plants want to retain flexible cell walls. And they do that, apparently, with different strategies. What is interesting about the Arabidopsis plants that grow under metalliferous soil is that they have, let's say, a memory of the stress they are used to and continuously react to this stress even if this stress does not exist. So we have noticed increased level of xyloglycans and methylesterified homogalacturonans, which change the properties of the cell wall, but without having previously handled the plants with heavy metals. And a similar strategy, the one that is to increase the rigidness of the cell wall upon heavy metal application, is done by Salvia sclarea, but in a different manner. So each plant species, and especially its population of the same plant species ever, reacted completely different, not only in a physiological level, but also to the cellular level. So I don't know if I'm tiring you. So I would like very much to thank you. I will find you and I will thank you. Thank you. And thank you. So any questions? Okay.
So I can imagine after the very impressive presentation of Ioannis that we can come to a very important question at this stage, because both presentations, Jose and Ioannis, could cause a basic question. What does this have together with coal mine heaps? Well, the answer is absolutely obvious. There are two reasons. The first reason is that we decided in the first and second presentation of Lynn that the basis of each ecosystem services and of the success of ecosystem functioning is biodiversity. What Jose and particularly Ioannis showed us, species is not the limit of biodiversity. In fact, what Ioannis showed us, we can discriminate singular population and they present different features and they also will influence the way of functioning, what probably will be shown in those two others presentations. And the second thing is that with those presentations we can understand why the reclamation, recultivation, whatever term we used, are absolutely unsuccessful. It is impossible to use plants where we're growing or germinating in a different habitat to replant those in such challenging habitats like the coal mines, like lead zinc situation, like the places which very changeable drought and moisture situation, and with salt in the substrate. So this is why we try to find the real solution how to get a sustainable and permanent vegetation cover best adapted to these challenging habitats. And it would be probably impossible to be done without understanding how the plants, as an example of organism, because we are not mentioned, not tackle even bacteria, fungi, and all the others, because this would be even more complicated to understand. So I think that now we can shift to the processes, what means that I would like to ask Haim if he could explain to us the biotic relation, plasticity and adaptations, and how much does climate influence them.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, let me say thanks to the organization, to Gabriela, for this invitation to be here with you. As you will see, I have changed a little bit the title, just because I want to focus very in some specific topic. And I'm not sure if this translation is good, because I did it with Google, so sorry for that. As you will see, I'm going to talk about climatic controls on biotic relations and species assembly as major processes driving communities, community ecology. And I will put the attention. I want to take your attention to this. It's not mine. This is from the internet, but it's just to talk about the importance of diversity in the field of community ecology. Diversity has gained much attention because it is not only representative of the structural communities, but also functioning and ecosystem services. There are many demonstrations, both experimental and correlational, that shows how biodiversity is tied to ecosystem functioning and then indirectly to ecosystem services. But the point here is it is always possible to benefit from the positive influence of biodiversity. And I see that because the most recent literature question the biodiversity as a major influence on ecosystem functioning everywhere. So let me put focus on these two variables, which are I think the easier metrics in communities. One of them is richness, which is the, let's say, number of species in a community. The other variable is abundance, which is the number of individuals, in this case, plant individuals. Okay? And it's important to note that both variables are related and positively correlated. So, and this relationship is almost ubiquitous in nature. It's not only in plants, also in animals. Okay? So, for some reason, these two variables are correlated positively. And the good thing is that they are not only representative of structural properties in communities, but also they are very informative of functioning in natural communities. So in this presentation, I want to talk about how these two variables can inform us about mechanisms of species assembly, okay, and how the main type mechanisms can be entangled from the evaluation of this relationship. Specifically, for me, the most important part of this story is where we place the causal path. If we put the causal path in this direction, from richness to abundance, we are assuming that more species causes the existence or the coexistence of more individuals. Okay? This is more or less the popular topic in biodiversity ecosystem functioning. More species determine the existence of more individuals and indirectly determine or increase functions, for instance, productivity. Okay? And the reasoning is quite simple. It's based on the niche complementarity and limiting similarity in communities. So as long as we have more species, we have more different individuals that can be complementary in the uses of resources. And so then we can pack more individuals per unit area because they are less similar. There is a nice demonstration in the literature, in this literature, that shows how intraspecific distances or distances between conspecifics are larger than expected than distances from individuals or heterospecifics, so individuals that belong to different species. Okay, so this is a nice demonstration to show how different individuals can be packed more efficiently per unit area than conspecific or similar individuals. Okay, so this is more or less the reasoning underpinning this causal path from richness to abundance. But the other way around is possible as well. So abundance can cause richness. This is the basis of the energy theory, energy diversity theory. Okay, and the reasoning is that productivity, or let's say the available energy, which in ecologically is productivity, if you have more productivity, you can have more individuals per population. And as you will know, the size of populations is directly related to the extinction dynamics of populations. So if we have more individuals in populations, we are far from extinction risks, and then we can have more species. This is the reasoning of this theory. This is the classical formulation of the theory. Okay, available energy in the top, which is in ecological terms is productivity, determine the number of individuals in the sense that more available energy implies more individuals, and more individuals determine by its influence on the extinction dynamics, determine the existence of more species. This is the classical formulation of the hypothesis, but recently what we have is, let me say, this part of the hypothesis, or the theory, let's say, is the more individuals hypothesis. So as long as we have more individuals, we can have more species. Okay? Okay, so we have both causal paths, and the literature and the both experimental and correlational experiences support both. But both have been identified separately. Only recently, the literature has made an attempt to reconcile both theories or hypotheses. This can be one of the attempts, very recent, in which available energy can influence especially population dynamics, and through these influences, the available energy influence the number of individuals and the species richness, and the number of individuals can positively influence the species richness because it is related to the extinction dynamics, and the species richness can in turn determine the number of individuals by means of niche complementarity. Okay, so both can be reconciled, and both hypotheses can be plausible, and I'm sure both are more or less working simultaneously in natural communities. But the question is, if we can understand where or when, under which conditions, one of the hypotheses is more prevalent than the other one. Because if we can do it, then we can know which type mechanism is more important, and under which conditions these mechanisms are prevalent. Okay? So I'm going to show you two recent studies in which we have tried to answer this question. The first one, for the first one, we use a worldwide data set, including 24 regions, forest regions. And in each forest region, we consider a number of plots is variable among the regions. And what we did was to apply structural equation models, which allows you to solve these kind of theoretical formulations. Okay, so in each region we fit structural equation models to this scheme on the right. Okay, in the form that in a way that we first apply or fit the model in which the causal path goes from richness to abundance. We then fit another model in which abundance explains richness, so the causal path goes from abundance to richness. And there is another one model, which is kind of null model, in which there is not any arrow in between richness and abundance. And so what we assume is that a third environmental variable, in this case, for instance, elevation, control both, and they just are correlated, but there is no causal effect in between these two variables. And then what we did for each region was to make a model selection using an information criterion which is adapted to the structural equation models. And what we have is this delta BIC, which is the Bayesian information criterion. Well, it's an adaptation, really, which means that if this index has a negative sign, what we have is support for the more individuals hypothesis. And when this index has a positive sign, we assume that the most prevalent hypothesis is the more species hypothesis, or the niche complementarity. Okay? So the result, I show you the result. What we saw is that, as you will see here, the negative, in the negative section, which is the, sorry, I think I say in the opposite direction. Negative values represent the more species hypothesis, so niche complementarity, and positive values the more individual hypothesis. I don't know if I said correctly in the last slide. Okay, so this is the result. You have in the x-axis it's a kind of composite variable. It's an MPP climatological variable which combines temperature and precipitation in a kind of net primary productivity variable. Okay, and in the y-axis you have this index. And what you can see here is that there is a strong relationship between climate and the prevalence of one or the other hypothesis. So in the most productive areas of the world, let's say for instance the rainy forest in the equator, what you have is a strong prevalence of the more species hypothesis. So niche complementarity is the most supported hypothesis in these areas, the most productive areas. But when we are in the other side, in the less productive environments, what we have is the prevalence of the more individuals hypothesis, which means that when climatic conditions are difficult, are very harsh, what prevails are the abiotic filters, okay? And so diversity won't be longer a positive influence for productivity, but the other way around, okay? This happens in a space, as you will see. So the climatic gradient, this latitudinal gradient is worldwide. But what happens, and this implies that every point represents a different pool of species in different size with different evolutionary trajectories. But what happens if we focus on one site where we have always the same species pool, and what we have is climatic variability in time. So to solve this, we use a very nice data set, including 10 years of annual plant communities, okay? And we did more or less the same. We followed the same scheme In this case, the important variable, the environmental variable, is the leaking cover. Leaking cover can drive both richness and abundance. So we use this environmental, or let's say biotic variable, to control for this scheme. And we did the same. We fit one model for the initial complementarity hypothesis, another model for the more individuals hypothesis, and the null model, including only correlation between these two variables. And what we found was exactly the same. In highly productive years, let's say bedding conditions, climatic conditions, the more species hypothesis prevail. So biotic relations are stronger and more intense, and biodiversity and the influence of biodiversity on, in this case, on abundance is stronger. But when we are in this case, dry years, or very dry years, what we have is the opposite. Biodiversity no longer controls the number of individuals or abundance, but the other way around. It's abundance what controls the number of species. So in conclusion, the causal direction in the richness-abundance relationship shifts along productivity gradients, both spatial productivity gradients or temporal productivity gradients. The positive influence of having more species works in climatological regions or years only, as shown by our results. And so if this is true, it would be necessary to increase the number of studies in this direction. If this is true, if we want to consider biodiversity or promoting biodiversity as a rule to improve ecosystem functioning everywhere and always, this might not work. Okay? Because sometimes biodiversity can effectively influence productivity via the influence on abundance, but sometimes do not, because it's productivity what controls biodiversity. So if we focus, for instance, in a restoration plan, not always including more species in the scheme is going to give better results, because this biodiversity is not going to influence the functionality and indirectly the ecosystem services they provide. Not necessarily. In those cases, for instance, if we focus on heaps, which is this conference about, if we focus on this, probably at the beginning of the establishment, the plant's biodiversity is not necessary, because it's not going to give you any any positive influence on functioning. What we need is to focus only on those plants that can tolerate these conditions. And then the nice thing, in my opinion, is to test when this causal path shifts. In which moment of the secondary succession this causal path shifts. And when it shifts, then biodiversity is giving you a plus in multifunctionality. Okay, let me say thanks to these nice people who work in these studies, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. Let me come for a second. I don't know if you remind the talks we have for hours in Alcalá about the pattern that on the coal mine heaps we can observe at the beginning small patches with many species, and then they start to change into a mosaic of different patches with smaller number of species. So this is also something that I still didn't fix how this works. Probably we need some more detailed method to understand, because something like a change from a pattern in a patch to a pattern in a mosaic of patches. But this is very, very interesting, because this is another point that we have to discuss. So now we can do from one functional or talk, switch to the last one, but I think very, very important, because this talk will deal with the amount of carbon dioxide which is released in different patches of vegetation on coal mine heaps. What means that we can also ask a question about the role of the different developmental stages of the coal mine heaps to the amount of carbon dioxide release in the whole landscape. Jorat.
So, thank you for having me. I am going to talk about the carbon release. Well, actually, to be honest, I changed the title because the material is coming out, is far away from the soil. So this is why I changed the topic, the title. And I am Jawdat Bakr from Slimani Polytechnic University, working with Professor Wozniak and our lovely team. And to start, I'm going to go over some sectors, like the facts about Upper Silesian coal mine heaps, some numbers. Post-mining heaps are novel ecosystem, we decided already. So why carbon release? Why it is important? The study area and the number of categories and categories of the coal heaps. Some first results, because many results will be later coming out. And from these results, we have the granulometry, the particle size of the waste rock, and water holding capacity. And then the soil respiration, which is the carbon release, and some conclusion and recommendations. So as you know, we are talking mostly now about only mining sector, but in reality that Upper Silesian is very famous, like industrial, and it has many other industrial sectors like iron, transport industry, energy, mechanical, chemical industry, and all of them. So each of them can make a novel ecosystem, and as it is mentioned, an island of different ecosystem. So just, I think it is well known for the Polish people that they know the history about the coal mines, but for our colleagues it's good that from the beginning of the 19th century there was like a rapid development of the industry, and the peak was reached by the 70s. So there was the plan to reach to produce 167 million tons of coal. The interesting part also is like each ton of coal you are producing, probably you are digging out like half amount of it with like a waste rock. I got some numbers. Out of 259 coal mine heaps in Poland, mostly like more than 200 are in the Upper Silesia region. And they are directly affecting more than 40 square kilometers of land. For sure, when we are saying directly, that is a direct effect, but also we have like everybody knows negative impacts that like affecting the surrounding area, which is caused by mostly by the depositing the secondary raw materials. And as numbers, I think in 2020 and 2021, there was like more than 28 million tons and 26 million tons in 2021 of the waste produced in the region. So some pictures, but what is going on, it is like, everybody knows that it's like the destruction of the vegetation, biodiversity disturbance, and also it is obvious that they are dumping the soil with the waste. And for sure, I'm not talking about the air and the water pollution, but it is the automatically coming to, I mean, with the waste material is coming also the air pollution and the water pollution through the runoff or either the leaching down. Post-mining heaps are novel ecosystems. Such novel ecosystems are will be recognized, as it is mentioned also in the previous presentations, by different organisms. We know that they are in a mutual relationship, but we don't know how, the mechanism, exactly how it's going on. So to check the functionality of the novel ecosystems, we are talking now about the post-industrial landscapes. We have to check some parameters: biological diversity, soil physical, chemical, and which is also, we have to connect it again to the biological diversity, and also plant biomass, which is also important, and organic matter decomposition. And as you know, it is resulting and also participating in the element cycling. And especially, it's very important to talk about the carbon cycling. So why carbon is important to talk about? As you know, that 2/3 of the whole total carbon on the Earth is captured in the soil. And from this part, more than 17 is in the soil. And more than 17 are in the soil and also in the forests. And as you know, the European boreal and temperate forests are accounted for one of the most or the largest terrestrial seating pool on our planet. So this is why it is important. There are some people saying that till now our forests were sinking, capturing the carbon, but there are some concerns that maybe one day there are some even studies talking about maybe by 2050, I don't want to scare you, maybe they, instead of capturing, they will become the net source for the carbon. So instead of capturing it, releasing it. This is just a concern. I hope it won't be right. So any shifts and changes in carbon release directly affecting the CO2 concentration. And you know that is the most concerned in the world. Normally, when we are talking about the soil, normal soil, there is the soil respiration. It is consisted on two parts. One is the hetero by the microbes, which are decomposing the organic matter, and the other part is from the plant roots. That is in the normal condition, and it is very important indicator for the soil health. This is like indicating whether our soil is healthy or not, because it is indicating the level of microbial activity, soil organic matter content, and it is decomposition, which is normally affecting by two major elements, One of them is the water. My indicator, I cannot show you exactly, but let's say on your left, when we are starting the water content, feeling how many percentage of the soil pores in the normal range, let's say between 15 until it will be saturated. This is the peak of soil respiration, and as you see, the peak is for the ammonification and the soil respiration. When the soil is filled with water, then the other part is starting, which is the anaerobic respiration, and also the denitrification. So that is for the normal, but we are talking about the coal mining heaps, which are totally different, and they have some extreme abiotic conditions. For sure, everybody knows that it is lack of water, low nutrient availability, high temperature, and high salinity. The temperature is very important because it is directly related to the soil respiration. So, despite such harsh condition, it is very interesting that the plants and animals are returning and to colonize again this territory. So, but in a complex process. And while digging for the coal waste is coming from any levels of them, like any layers, like limestone, shale, or clay mudstone. The main point for us is to know that it has a very high thermal conductivity. That's very important because not only getting hot, I didn't put some numbers because there was some numbers like getting to the degree, like getting hot to 70 or 80 degrees, but I didn't put because I was not sure. But at least what I am sure about is high thermal conductivity means that not only the upper layer, but also transferring the heat down very fast. For sure, when we are saying that getting hot, also cooling down is the same. When they are cooling down, and also transferring it to the deeper layers. This is if you compare it to the soil in the forest. Maybe 3 hours of sun, you cannot reach 2 degrees difference between the layers. But with such material, it is very hard. It seems that the people working on the mining industry, they are working very hard, but also they are picking and digging out, bringing some also hard materials, which is not easy to deal with. The equation, as you see, it means that the changes in the respiration will change exponentially with the temperature. This means that 10 degrees of increasing, like doubling increasing the respiration twice. This means that releasing twice more the carbon. So in our case, we took the whole Upper Silesian as a study area, and actually we divided the coal heaps into 5 categories depending on the vegetation and the growth stage. So to make it easier for you, I put it abbreviated in some letters. For example, the first one, pioneer poor vegetation, which is with some shallow layer of topsoil has been refilled. The second one is spontaneous poor vegetation, and the third one is spontaneous forest development. Well developed, sorry. It is mean that this forest has been grown and it is like a full size. And then the fourth one is spontaneous herbaceous poor vegetation and developed vegetation. For sure, to be somehow to compare it, we took also the some plots in the boreal secondary forests, which I didn't change the Polish name Bori, and the deciduous forest is the lassie forest. And actually, these are the numbers, but in total they are more than 100 plots. And this is just simply a map to show you how we are indicating the places and how we are measuring. For example, the soil respiration, we took it only from the central of the plots, but we have for each plot, we have more 4 subplots, which we rename it like depending on the direction, east, west, south, and north. And in general, as I mentioned, it is more than 100 plots and 400 subplots. And our team is taking the not the soil, the material from all the subplots for further analyzing and the enzymal activity and the microbial activity, and then other soil physical and chemical analysis. So as a first result, as I mentioned before, we don't have too much result because we recently started. So the particle size, we wanted to somehow to find out, is it really related to the water holding capacity or not? Well, in general, these are, I don't know if you mentioned the previous categories, but for example, for the soil particles or the granulate particles, there are not much differences. But somehow the size of the granulate was affecting the water holding capacity in what is interesting, exactly opposite to the soil. The soil, as much as its finer particles, holding more water. But in our case, it is interesting that the bigger particles holding more water. What as you see, the correlation is not very strong, but at least we have something to say that bigger granulates holding more water. For sure, we are going after this, and we will check it. But the two are for the forests here, which are not exactly related to the water holding capacity, but the main point for us are the soil heaps. For the soil respiration or the carbon release, we used the soil respiration chamber, which is a automatic closed chamber. It is working. We mounted on the Targas portable photosynthetic systems, and it is taking depending on the time and the releasing of the CO2. So the first result we have for the CO2 release or the carbon release, as you see from the, let's say, from the left, from the, let's say, small numbers, we have quite interesting results, because this is for the pioneer, if you remember the pioneer poor vegetation, and then the spontaneous poor vegetation, and then the spontaneous forest developed. What is interesting that the grass are releasing more carbon, or let's say breathing more. Actually, we don't know exactly, because we have only taken the efflux, which is the CO2 release. In reality, to know, we have also to check from which part is coming. Is it also related to the microbial activity or the plant roots, or autotrophic respiration? But the main point that we have differences, and we know that with depending on the vegetation type and the growth, we have different, but in general, the respiration is declined. That's the most important what we know. Then, for sure, I put the soil, the water holding capacity also, but actually here it is not related somehow. I mean, just I wanted to show it. And for the next step, because as I mentioned, we are working on a project. So we have some conclusions. What we know that the deposit and the material on coal heaps have different physical, chemical features, for sure far from the soil, and texture in structure, and low and quick shifts in water holding capacity, and very, as I mentioned before, very high thermal conductivity. And as we see that we have like a dramatic decline in the soil respiration or the CO2 release. And I will use the chance also to ask also Professor Wozniak that we have to, as a recommendation, to change and enhance some other stuff like a more physical, chemical, and biological features of the deposed material we need to check, and should be also closely related with the biodiversity to find out what is the relation. Another thing is the measure, the method we used, it was actually interrupted, not continuous measuring the CO2 release. This means that it has to be honest, it has the temporal and partial variation, I mean, in compared to the reality. Because if we can use something which is non-destructive and continuous measurement, then we can imagine and we can estimate more how is the cycle and the movement and the shifts of the carbon in such area as we mentioned. And also, we measured only the release. And what about the capturing? So this will be the second part that we have to complete to see exactly to check the whole cycle. And that's all, and thank you for having me. If there's any questions, okay. Okay. So thank you.
I would like to thank you again to all those participants, to all those who prepared presentation and shared with us the knowledge. I would like to conclude probably very short, because it's late now, that to find a comprehensive, real and responding way of managing the post-coal mine heaps, we have for sure to introduce and incorporate a large variety of different methods, as I mentioned, from the very basics, even transcriptomic, up to the very high hyperspectral images. And just during the talk of Joe that I came to a conclusion, we had a long talk with Dr. Jasiulek, and probably an equipment for continuous measurements of CO2 release would be also something that we can find out and understand how this natural spontaneous vegetation and afterwards ecosystem is functioning. I think that we know that in Europe have been used many different methods to manage the post-industrial sites, the post-coal mining sites. There was a big project in Germany, in France, in UK, and in probably other countries. But I'm absolutely convinced with this amount of knowledge we already have, and with this understanding of the complexity of the novel ecosystem functioning, we are able to adapt, to introduce a new way, new ideas for managing the post-industrial sites, which can be better, which can have the better use of this potential, in my opinion, that the post-coal mine heaps are providing as separated in islands in the whole landscape due to get the better ecosystem services that Lynn presented us very nicely to the citizens of the whole region. So probably thanks to Professor Prostański, who was very patient listening to all those biological explanations, but I hope they help to understand that we cannot use the simple solution because biology is so complicated and the individuals are responding very individually to the condition they find, and we shouldn't lose the potential of these natural processes. So I hope that this was helpful for the solutions and for the future projects that we can do together. So we'll try to join something that was not possible to join for a very long time. Thank you very much to all of you, to the organizers, to all the participants, to all the speakers, and particular thanks to all the young people who are with us now, because they did a very, very hard job running after me through the heaps, and majority of the results that Jodat showed are due to their very hard and very dedicated and very active participation during the project. So with such young people, we have for sure managed to do everything. Thank you very much again to all of you. There's the request from the organizers. We would like to make a common picture to all of us. So if you don't mind to come to the stage and